below in the chat. I'm probably gonna have to let one of them yap and blow my nose again. But let's has to say this guy's profile picture is crazy. Okay. They left. Am I gonna debate Charlie Kirk again? Yeah, I'd love to. I'd love to try. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah. Are you voting for Trump?
Hey, wait. I just wanted to tell you something. So I was scrolling through.
I'm sorry, so sorry, man. We were just looking to debate people that are voting for Trump. For everyone tuned in to the live. Wait, someone in the chat says Buddy got destroyed by Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk literally conceded. Watch the video. Hi, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Okay, how old are you?
22.
22. So why are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Trump because Kamala tried to coup the government by
How so?
becoming the nominee. Is what I would say on opposite day. Go Kamala.
Hey, yo, W. Guys, once again, for everyone tuned in here for the first 600 people in the live, if you're voting for Trump, make sure to let me know in that comment section right now. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
I am not, but I am just here to say, as a beekeeper,
I do appreciate you for coming up. We are just looking to debate people that are voting for Trump. Y'all, please just do respect me in the rules of the live. If you're in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. And everybody, just do be patient while we are getting our first guest up of the night. I know that this usually takes a minute, and I do apologize, but everyone just be patient. LJ, I appreciate you for the roses. We're still looking for a first guest here. Y'all, hop in the queue if you're voting for Trump. We literally have no guest requests right now. What's up, Evan? Are you voting for Trump?
It's Ivan, but yeah, I'll be voting for Trump.
Okay, why so?
Well, I want you to bring up that whole grapist thing whenever you say that. So I just have a question.
So wait, so you're voting for him because he's a rapist?
No, I just want you to bring it up because you always. I just want you to bring it up because you always bring it up, but you only bring it up for like women for some reason. Did you vote for Biden?
Wait, how could you say that I always bring
Did you
it
vote
up?
for Biden?
Yet- one second, Ivan. How could you say
Did you
that I
vote
always
for Biden?
Hey, Ivan, this is not what we're gonna do, little bro. You need to lock in and listen, okay? So you said that I always bring it up, yet I only bring it up to women, yet I don't always talk to women. So that was a contradiction.
Okay, I'm glad we got that cleared up. So did you vote for Biden?
No, I didn't. I was too
You
young
didn't?
to vote.
Why not?
Because I was under the age of 18.
And you support Kamala supporting Biden?
Yes, Biden's all right.
So what do you think of Biden's daughter and her diary?
Yeah, so her diary was stolen from her, then sold to Project Veritas, a far-right-leaning think tank with a track record of manipulating documents that they get on political opponents. So we don't know that the contents of the diary are verified. Ashley Biden.
Questions that she was, I don't know if I can say the word, the M word.
So I just responded to that. Could you please tell me if you accept the civil court that held Trump liable for rape?
But do you accept that Biden
No, I don't.
would? Okay, then
So
I'm not gonna accept that.
Okay, so yeah, so you're telling me that you do accept, right, Ashley Biden's diary that was stolen from her and manipulated by Project Veritas, which is a very low standard of evidence, but you don't accept the civil court that held Trump liable for sexual abuse. So why do you accept, the diary that
But
was
you don't
manipulated
accept the diary, but you accept Trump's civil case.
Yeah, and I've given you good reason to, right? I'd say that I don't accept the diary, or more so the contents of it, because it was stolen from her and then sold to a far right leaning think tank called Project Veritas, who has a track record of manipulating documents that they get on political opponents. And then Ashley Biden even said in her letter to the court that there's been false allegations lobbed at her father as well as the people that she
Did she
cares
specifically
about.
say that was false?
No, that's why we'd say that the contents of the
Exactly.
diary
So why
are
wouldn't she
verified.
clarify that?
Why wouldn't she clarify that? Right? She
Why
could've
would she
clarified
not
that in her letter
clarify?
to the court.
I did not think my father molested me because he showered with me at such a young age and kept showering with me. Why would she not
Yes.
clarify that?
So once again, that could have been clarified given her letter to the court. What we'd say once again is that the contents of the diary are unverified, right? So once again, back to my question, Ivan, because you're being incredibly dense here. All that I'm asking you is, how could you say that you accept the manipulated testimony of Ashley Biden, yet you don't accept not only the testimony but the preponderance of evidence used by E. Jean Carroll to prove to a jury of 9 of her peers that Donald Trump raped her?
Okay, I wasn't gonna vote for Trump anyways. I just wanted to get that cleared out.
Okay, so you got donked on. Okay. I appreciate you for coming up. Get better at debating, little bro. Mogged. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. If you are on the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. Let's go and get our next guest, Anthony, up in the box. Literally cornered, mogged, destroyed. Hey, what's up? Are you voting on for Trump?
Oh shit! I didn't even realize I was gonna join, but I just wanted
No
one
worries,
quick.
Anthony. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. If you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. For the 700 people in here, make sure that you're sharing out this live with a couple of friends here, y'all. Holy shit. What's going on, Annie? Are you voting for Trump? Okay. I don't know what's going on with the stream today, y'all. It is because we're on the backup account. This kind of sucks. We're just going to wait for our next guest, y'all. For the first 700 people in here, please make sure to hop in the queue if you're voting for Trump. We literally have no guest requests. Hi, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay, why so?
Because I don't know what the deal is with all the younger age voters. If you actually had to pay your own bills 4 years ago, you would know that it was a lot better economy under Trump. We'll put it that way.
Okay, yeah, so how did Trump cause the economy to be better, or how did Biden and Harris cause it to be worse?
Well, let's see here. Under Trump, we signed new trade deals, which benefited the American worker. We had lower gas prices. We had lower electricity prices. We weren't forcing people into the Green New Deal plan, subsidizing all
So
the
what question
wind
did I ask
energy.
you?
What's that?
I asked you how did Trump cause the economy to be better, and then one of the first things that you say is he brought us in to do trade agreements. Would you be referencing like USMCA?
Correct. All the new trade agreements.
Yeah. So that was a trade agreement that specifically reduced tariffs, right, or on trade between countries. So you'd say that reducing tariffs, right, helps the American worker. So Trump wants to increase tariffs. He wants to impose.
Depending on the country, yes. If they play
Trump
fair,
wants-
then decreasing tariffs on them, they decrease
I
tariffs
would
on
like.
us. If they don't
I
want
would
to play
like
fair
to
like
talk without you
China,
interrupting.
we
Do I need
increase
to mute you?
theirs, they increase ours.
Do I need to mute you?
Are you scared to debate?
No, I just want to be able to speak without you interrupting me. I was in the middle of speaking when you cut me off there.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. So specifically speaking, right, you said that you liked the trade agreement that reduced tariffs or taxes on imports between countries and how that would benefit the American worker. So Trump plans to pay for the $3.9 trillion associated with debt-related spending of another 10 years of Tax Cuts and Jobs Act by imposing tariffs on all imports to the country that would serve as a detriment to the low and the middle class. So how can you say that something good Trump has done in the past was he reduced tariffs or trade between countries and that benefited the working American, but then turn around and vote for him knowing that he's going to destroy the low and the middle class, destroy that working class American by imposing more tariffs, causing more inflation here at home in America?
Okay, you can't say he's going to destroy the middle class in one breath and then point to his record where he actually helped the middle class 4 years ago.
Okay, so what is one piece of legislation that he influenced to get passed that benefited the low and the middle class more so than the top 1%?
Well, I
Nice
don't
record.
like the class warfare. I don't do the class warfare. It's our money. It doesn't make
There's
matter
a-
if you
there's-
make $1 billion
there's
a
great.
year or if you make $75 a month. It's your
Yeah,
money.
see,
The
see, that's a
federal
great
government is
fucking,
not
that's a great
entitled
fucking
to it.
record. So you told me, specifically speaking, that he had a record of helping the middle class. I asked you to name one policy he influenced to get passed that benefited the low and the middle class more so than rich people, and you never said jack shit, right? And if you cared
Lower
about helping the middle class, then you'd be specifically voting for Harris. Under Biden and Harris, they passed the PACT Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the Chips and Science Act, the American Rescue Plan, the Inflation Reduction Act, all these massive policies that predominantly benefited the low and the middle class more so than rich people. Then Harris's tax plan, right, serves to cut taxes for the average working class American, cut taxes for the low and middle class, cut taxes for 100 million American workers, and she knows exactly how she's going to pay for it. Trump wants to reinvigorate the TCGA for another 10 years that will disproportionately benefit rich people, the ultra wealthy, and the corporations. It's going to cost $3.9 trillion, and he has no clue how he's going to pay for it. How can you say that Trump is better for the economy in lieu of these facts, sir?
Okay, I'll let you talk. Please allow me the same amount of time to get my full thoughts out, please. Okay. Like I said, we don't have to say
Amanda, thank you. I'm so sorry, man. Amanda, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. That's crazy. And McKinley, happy birthday, dude. I want to make sure that I got the pronunciation of your name right there, so I'm going to go to pull it up. I want to see some massive W's in the chat for Amanda, though. I really do appreciate you for the $50 on Venmo. That is so incredibly kind of you. It was in honor of an individual's birthday, so I'm going to go ahead and pull that up. So everyone just give me one moment, but in the meantime, feel free to continue.
Okay, we don't have to say what he's going to do. We can look at what he has already done. Like I said, I am 44 years old. I voted in multiple presidential elections. I voted for Obama. I voted against McCain. I voted against Romney. The first Republican I voted for was Trump because he was the outsider. He was the businessman that ran the government more like a business and less for his own personal prosperity. Whenever we have politicians that come in,
Can
that
you
are
name
worth
one good businessman with
$150 million?
six bankruptcies?
Say it again.
Can you name one good businessman with 6 bankruptcies?
Pretty much every businessman has had multiple bankruptcies on different portions
so
of their
can you name
business.
one good businessman
Trump
with 6?
himself has never filed for bankruptcy, and all of his bankruptcies were Chapter 11, not Chapter 7.
So can you name one good businessman with 6 bankruptcies like Trump?
Okay, look at Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett has filed bankruptcy on some of his businesses.
Yeah, he does not have 6 bankruptcies.
It does. What we're talking about is Chapter 11, not Chapter 7. Do you know the difference between Chapter 11 and Chapter 7?
No, but I know that both Chapter 11 and Chapter 7 are legally defined as bankruptcies. And specifically speaking, Trump has 6. I can't think of any other quote-unquote good businessman that is going to have 6 bankruptcies. So the fact that you'd call him a good businessman is quite astounding. What's also insane was if he was a good businessman, we would expect that to reflect within his policy and reflect within how he governed our country. But what did he do? He increased the deficit, the third most out of all time of any president, right? He signed policy into law that disproportionately benefited the ultra wealthy, right? And further disparaged the low and the middle class, right? And he intends to do so once again if he's elected with another 10 years of his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act costing $4 trillion. Let me ask you a question, right? As I just pointed out, right, another 10 years of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is going to cost almost $4 trillion. How's he going to pay for that? And then also, one second, it was McKinley Lambert. If you're watching right now, please, happy 18th birthday. I'm so happy to hear that you are going to be voting come November. I want to get some massive W's in the chat for McKinley. Happy birthday, McKinley. And Amanda, thank you once again. But go ahead, please tell me how Trump intends to pay for that.
Well, for one, it's been proven over and over again for multiple years that cutting taxes actually increases the overall income to the federal government. It happened under him. You can go check the facts. The actual income
So I know
into
the
the
facts.
federal government went up after the tax cuts were made.
Yeah, very marginally. So the Tax Cuts and
But
Jobs
they went
Act
up,
over the
correct?
Oh, yeah, but not enough to pay for another 10 years. Like the Tax Cuts and
Okay.
Jobs Act.
The other thing
increased-
is we
Hey,
have
do you mind if
to
I
do-
do one second without interruption this time? So the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act over the course of the last 10 years only led to a 0.04% increase in the GDP per year. That's about $10 billion per year. If we factor in government revenue for an increase in the GDP, that'd be maybe $2, $3, $4 billion per year in additional government revenue, meaning that this would only yield 20, 30, 40 billion dollars over the course of another 10 years. It's absolutely MAGA math of you to say that this bill that is projected to only increase government revenue by $40 billion is going to be self-sufficient when the tax cuts cost almost $4 trillion. No, please tell me how he's going to pay for the $4 trillion, sir.
Okay, well, first our government is way too bloated. We spend way too much money on stuff that we should not be spending money on. That's why I do think it's a good job for Elon Musk to go in and try to figure out where we're spending stupid money on and get rid of this.
So what are we
why are
gonna
we
cut?
sending money to countries that absolutely hate us? Why are we
Like where?
sending billions of dollars to Venezuela?
Okay, so billions of dollars to Venezuela. If we cut out the billions of dollars that we apparently send to Venezuela, that's not going to pay for the $4 trillion. I want you to detail to me how the government is either going to cut spending by $4 trillion over the course of the next 10 years or increase revenue by $4 trillion. What specifically are they going to cut? Are they going to gut Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security? Are they going to turn around and gut social services that uphold and serve to our low and middle class just to pay for the tax cuts that disproportionately benefit the ultra wealthy? Is that what they're going to do, sir? Because we already know that Trump isn't going to cut the DoD budget. He said he actually wants to increase it. So what is he going to do? What is he going to cut? How are we going to get this $4 trillion over the course of the next 10 years? Please tell me.
Do you know how much actual waste there is in Medicare? By any chance, do you know how much waste there is in Medicare and Medicaid?
So cut social services to the low and the middle
cut
class
the
to pay for
waste
tax cuts
out
for
of
the
it.
ultra wealthy. So what's the waste? How much is that?
Doctors that bill multiple times for the same patient for one single service. It's been well documented because
Okay, so
they do not
we're-
get paid in time.
Okay. So we're gonna like make sure that doctors aren't committing fraud, and that's how we're gonna pay for the tax cuts for the ultra wealthy.
Okay, you keep going back to the tax cut for the ultra wealthy. Under Trump, my taxes went down. I am not ultra wealthy. I am middle class. I am actually lower middle class.
Yeah, they disproportionately benefited the top 1%. 83% of the tax cuts in the bill went strictly to individuals making over $400,000 per year.
Which would be my boss. I work for a small company. I know my boss personally. He makes over 400,000 a year. Guess what? He gave us all raises whenever he got tax breaks.
Yeah, so what you're going to be referencing here is trickle-down economics, right? Generally speaking, trickle-down economics fail since the introduction of such in the 80s. We've seen a stagnation or tax cuts. They just take that money and they reinvest it back in their business, but more so in ownership of public stops in comparison to their employees. Actually, having higher personal income tax rates or higher corporate tax rates incentivizes business owners to pay more to their employees because they get to pay that out pre-tax, right? So now that we've clarified on that point, maybe I could ask you another question here. Would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman?
Well, there's a difference between civil and criminal. You do know that, right?
Do you know what the difference is?
Yes, the difference is in a criminal trial, it would have to be beyond. I forget the actual term. I'm brain farting here a second, a little
Beyond
bit.
a reasonable shadow of a doubt.
Beyond a reasonable doubt.
So you don't accept.
Within
you don't accept the
civil. It's more likely than not, and it's made up to the decision of the jurors, not to the evidence provided.
So the jury has to make a decision based upon the evidence. So I just want to
Yes.
clarify here. Since you reject the standard of evidence upheld in civil courts, if Trump was held civilly liable for the rape of a little girl, would you still vote for him?
It depends on what the evidence brought forward was and how the trial was conducted. That trial
So no
was
longer
a
has to do with the
sham.
evidentiary standard. So it no longer has to do with the evidentiary standard. Wait, what's one piece of evidence that the accuser set forth in the court case?
It was her uncorroborated testimony.
Oh, so you don't
corroborated
even
anyway.
know the evidence. Oh my God. Okay, so you're saying that her testimony wasn't corroborated? It was corroborated by medical records from the 1990s and by the testimony of 7 other witnesses. Oh, let's be so fucking for real. You have not read a single damn thing about that civil court case, but you're just gonna tell me that it was false and Trump is not a rapist, so you don't feel like a piece of shit when you vote for him in November. This is the ultimate cope.
Okay, so now you result in name calling?
I said you are going to feel like a piece of shit if you knew you were voting for a rapist come November. So you have to hit the ultimate cope by just denying the findings of the court case, further perpetuating rape culture while being ignorant to the facts as presented.
So was everyone that voted for Bill Clinton just voting because they didn't care he was a rapist?
I thought that Bill Clinton had engaged consensually in intercourse with a woman inside of the Oval Office. But if Bill Clinton was a rapist, then
He
I'd
was
say,
accused
yeah.
of rape as well.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, if it was like upheld to the same standard of evidence, then I wouldn't vote for him either. This would apply across the board. Absolutely.
So it would apply across the board. So Joe Biden was
Yeah.
accused
I don't.
of
No
rape.
one should be voted for a rapist.
Joe Biden was accused of rape. You realize that, right?
Do you accept that accusation?
Hmm?
Do you think that
Like I
Biden was
said,
a
it was
rapist?
never proved, but he was accused.
Do you think that Biden is a rapist?
would just the accusation alone be enough?
So Trump was held civilly liable. It was proven in a court of law. I'm asking you if you think that Biden is a rapist. Can you answer my question?
Undecided. Don't know. I'd have to actually see the actual evidence, but I know
Okay,
he
so
was
you're
accused
sure.
of it.
So you're sure that Donald Trump's not a rapist, even though the accuser, E. Jean Carroll, held a consistent story for 23 years and was able to prove it to a jury via a preponderance of evidence. But then you're unsure. You don't know if Biden is a rapist, even though his accuser, Tara Reid, right, specifically contradicted herself in a court of law, perjured herself as well, and ended up having her own lawyer drop her because of the inconsistencies in her story, then fled to Russia and joined a misinformation campaign. That's a little bit extreme, don't you think? Like, do you see the bias?
Well, I see the bias whenever it comes to a Republican versus a Democrat because they did the same thing to Brett Kavanaugh.
Okay, I don't know. I don't really care about who that is, and you're not responding to my question here. I asked you about your bias.
No, like I said, I don't have any bias. I voted Democrat and I voted Republican. And whenever it comes to this election, Kamala.
All right, well, if you don't see your own bias, we're just going to move on to our next guest here. Everybody give us 1 minute for the 1.6 thousand people hanging out with us. We may have to hit a little bit of another restart on the stream. I guess we'll see. If anyone wants to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio, y'all. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. Hello, are you voting for Donald J. Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you said in the chat once again that I pee sitting down. Do I really piss you off? Am I your worst nightmare,
No, you're
little bro?
just feminine. I think you're just
Am I like feminine because I'm really intelligent? You know, like women have a higher IQ
I don't
on
think
average
you're
compared to men.
intelligent. You're reading the script.
Oh, reading a script. Where's my script at? Is it on the 5 of diamonds or maybe the jack of
Harry
clubs?
makes you and your other buddy study it probably
I haven't talked to Harry in like months.
because he's watching you. They're all watching you. Don't worry.
No, you're watching me though. You're my biggest fan, quite
Oh,
frankly.
yeah.
I still think I want to go back to the feminine comment. Like women seriously do have a higher IQ and EQ on average compared to men. Are you calling me feminine because I'm smart?
No, because you're feminine.
Oh yeah, but like women on
Feminine
average
tendencies.
are more intelligent than men, right? So you're just saying that I'm really intelligent, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yes.
Yeah, of course that's what you're saying. So anyway, so why are you voting for Trump?
Because he's the man. We need him back. I want my lower taxes. I don't
You
know
want
what
your lower
numbers and all the
taxes.
proportions and all the crap. My taxes were lower.
Your
I make
taxes.
just
How
under-
much money do you make?
Just under 100. I haven't broke 100 yet.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, your taxes will quite literally be lower under Harris presidency.
Quite
She won't-
literally, I've watched my taxes go up in the freaking year he took office.
We're still under Trump's tax code. The reason that your federal taxes have gone up is because of Trump's tax policy.
Well, I don't know.
That's
about
that's
that.
crazy.
But I
want you to go on the internet right now and look up the expiration date of Trump's tax plan. Samantha, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some
Dean's
W's for
mom
Samantha in the
with
chat. Thank you for the
$200
$10.
to get him out of the basement. Dean's
Oh,
mom.
you're terribly
Put some W's in the chat for Dean's mom. Thank you.
Oh shit, you're pissed that I just got donated $10.
Wow, you're pissed. Your mom gave me 200.
No, it's a pretty funny joke though.
Thanks, man.
Yeah,
Your mom,
yeah,
I said thank you. Wow.
You know what? I know
That's
that you're
awesome.
like obviously jealous of the fact that people are donating to me, but at least like you're funny about it.
I am. I try to be.
Anyways, no, seriously, Samantha, I do appreciate you for the $10. So yeah, do you want to go ahead and go online and look up the expiration date of Trump's tax policy? Because specifically speaking, if your taxes have gone up, that was because of his tax policy.
Well, I don't know why my taxes, but I am not nearly getting back what I used to get back.
Alyssa, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Say tissues for MAGA tears. I appreciate you for that love, Alyssa. W's for Alyssa in the chat. Let's go, dude. Oh, wait. So when you thought that Biden and Harris have implemented new tax policy, you said Biden and Harris raised your taxes.
I know,
But
the
now that you know
year
that the
they
tax
took-
policy hasn't been changed since Trump, now you
That's your
don't know
claim.
what raised your taxes.
You're claiming that. I don't know that specifically, and I don't know the dates or whatever, but I know the year they took office, I got less back in my taxes.
Yeah, because of Trump. Because he had like
Well,
particular
why
parts
was it
of
that
his...
year? Why was it that year they took office, 2021?
Because he had particular parts of his tax policy.
Show me
that slowed down
something
at certain points.
that expired in 2021 or went up in 2021.
I don't know like the specifics right of the tax policy, but
So
it could only be
Trust
no, it
me,
could
bro.
only be indicated from Trump's tax
Trust
policy.
me, bro. Put your trust me, bro stamp on it.
No, we're using like logical deduction here, right? And the logical deduction that we're using is
I'm
we are
using
under Trump's.
logical deduction too. I seen it deducted right off.
Crystal, thank you for the $7 on Venmo. Happy to watch you, educated people. Thank you so much. I really
Yes,
appreciate you for the love, Crystal.
Giving your money to him instead of like homeless people. It's so much better.
Wait, you're saying that you should give money to the poor instead of to the average working class American?
You're not an
Name
average
one
working class
policy.
American. You live with your parents,
one
dude.
second, Steve-O. So can you name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed that benefited the poor more than the rich?
The farm bill. Yeah, was it NR2 or something?
Wait,
That's a
why did
great
Trump?
policy.
Why did Trump influence the farm bill? Do you know why?
Why? I know what happened. I don't know why he did it, but I know what happened.
I do. It's because under
Uh-oh.
his China tariffs, right, U.S. agricultural exports reduced, literally bankrupting American farmers. So he had to bail them out with $28 billion from the government. I mean, this is like shitting on your hands, smearing it on a window, cleaning it up, and thinking that you did
Well, I
something
know
good.
it got.
I don't
know-
care about his government bailout for the farmers, because if he didn't place these reckless, irresponsible tariffs on China in the first place, we wouldn't have needed the bailout for the farmers.
Why do we need Chinese produce?
Wait, why do you
enough
need the government to
farmers
hold
here.
your hand? Well, how come you need the government to hold
We
your
don't.
hand
We
so
can
we're
grow
not
our
getting
own
Chinese
goddamn food.
produce? How about instead of trying to tax imports, which start trade wars, which reduce our own exports, which
We don't
destroy
need
American-owned
Chinese
companies,
product.
and which cause inflation for the average American consumers, right, to no longer get Chinese products, we further incentivize American manufacturing through the use of good government spending to specifically invest in government manufacturing. I thought that you believed in the free market. I thought that you were a capitalist. Maybe we should just further incentivize competition and innovation within the American sect of manufacturing so we're no longer reliant upon Chinese products because of the free market. But instead, you, the communists, would like to step in, increase the size of the government, place regulations on the market, and artificially limit the amount of goods that can enter into the market from China. Are you a communist, Steve-O? Let's see if Steve-O's a communist. Let's see if Steve-O's a communist. He sounds like a commie. Unmute your mic, you commie.
Why are you muting me? You just want to babble. The farm bill.
Are you a communist?
Let me tell you about what the farm bill helped. It helped farmers get their products into local farmer markets close to the projects and low-income neighborhoods, and they could use their EBT cards at their farmers markets. That is a good thing to get healthy, organic food to low-income families. So we don't
Yeah,
have
so
to
I just want to
rely on
clarify,
Chinese
are you a
cucumbers
communist?
and mushrooms. No, we can grow it here, Dean. Fly around.
Wait,
a plane.
but you said that you like the tariffs on China, right? So you're a communist because you support a
Absolutely.
regulation. Yeah, you're a communist. That's an unnecessary
What is-
regulation on the
define
market.
communism.
Yeah, so I mean, well, I'm using your definition, regulation on the market.
Define I didn't define. I want you to define communism.
Yeah, so communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. But I happen to be using the term
it's a
communism the
political
way that the
theory
average.
more than anything. It's a political theory. But
Do you mind if I talk without you interrupting me?
go ahead. I mean,
Yeah,
you're bad.
but I'm using the term.
I can't even
I'm
finish my
using the
farm
term.
bill.
I'm using the term communism the
Why are
way
you
that
pivoting?
Republicans. Oh, well, I'm not pivoting. I'm simply calling you a communist because you support a regulation on the market. You want to tax imports from China specifically so we're not as reliant upon Chinese goods instead of specifically advocating for more innovation within American
Grow it
manufacturing
here,
so we
dude.
become more reliant upon American produced goods specifically for the reason that they're just simply higher quality. Maybe instead of wanting to artificially limit the free market by being a communist, right, you just advocate for greater innovation in American manufacturing. Do you really need the government to hold your hand
Absolutely
to make you more
not.
reliant upon American goods?
No, we can grow our own shit here in the country. We don't need them. We invented TV here. We invented the phones. None of them are made here. Why do we need to import it all?
Right. So instead of specifically saying that we need to be producing here at home in America, therefore we're going to place tariffs on all imported goods causing inflation, destroying American-owned businesses, we should just incentivize American manufacturing through things such as the CHIPS and Science Act, influence get passed by the Biden-Harris administration, which invested billions of dollars into U.S. chip producers. So we'll specifically be producing 20% of the global supply by 2030.
Yeah, but we still got to send Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan to make sure our chips keep coming in.
Yeah, because we're not going to be totally reliant upon this 20% of the global
Right.
chip production here at home in America until
If
2030.
you want to cut all gasoline cars by 2030, It does. Your policies make no sense. Let
Okay,
me
so what's one
continue on my
policy?
farm bill.
What's
Is that
what's
not
one
a good
policy?
thing to get
What's one?
fresh produce to low incomes where they could use their EBT cards instead of going to Walmart and buying Chinese cucumbers and tomatoes?
Yeah, so I've responded to this. What did I respond last time?
You didn't respond. You pivoted.
No, I certainly did. So once again, the reason Trump passed the quote-unquote farm bill.
I'm
or
asking
was-
you, isn't that a good thing? That's
Yeah,
what
so
helped, that's what the farm bill helped do.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
part
like,
of it.
yeah. One moment. So I think that the farm bill was a good thing. In the same way, if you were to throw your literal feces on the wall, you cleaning it up would be a good thing.
Man, you like
it was.
Chinese cucumbers, don't you? You put them on your eyes at
Do you mind
night.
if I
Doing
finish?
your little feminine hair wrap thing.
Okay, so someone's really mad. Steve,
I'm
do you
not
need a
mad.
Kleenex?
I'm laughing at you, bro. The
No, you're
policies are
sir.
garbage.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try to finish responding to you without interruption. Do you need a Kleenex?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay, yeah, I just need you to control your emotions. I understand that you're a man, so you're a little bit more emotionally irresponsible, right? But you know, like I'm gonna hold your hand. We can work through it together.
Yes.
So, anyways, back to what I was saying.
Toxic
So the
man,
Steve,
man.
yes,
Toxic masculinity.
Amen, amen, Steve. You're one step closer to the truth. So, anyways, what I was saying. So, the reason Trump passed the farm bill was specifically because he had to bail out farmers because his tariffs on China reduced U.S. agricultural export, bankrupting American soy farmers. That's a fact. You know, feel free to look up tariffs on China
Right.
versus like U.S. agricultural exports.
Right, we
Every
give
single
them a
time we've
boatload
increased
of
tariffs on
beans,
China,
and they give us
we
a
have reduced
boatload of
our
carbs.
exports.
Is that what kind of trade is that? Oh,
We're
let's
not
go to
trading
the trade.
beans
That's
for
how we
cars.
got out of the NAFTA agreement too. Thank God.
Oh, wait, did you think that getting out of NAFTA and going into the USMCA was a good thing?
Absolutely.
Yeah, the point of the
Canada,
USMCA.
Mexico, Canada, baby.
Hey, so the point of the USMCA was
North
to reduce
America.
tariffs.
Let's bring it all. We can do it all right here. We
So
don't
the USMCA, so the USMCA reduced tariffs.
on them, yeah.
Yeah, because reducing tariffs is good for like American workers.
Well, we're
as
all here.
tariffs
We're
are
all on the same.
inflationary.
I mean, we can train it. We can boat it. We can do it. It's all right here on our soil. We can walk
Okay.
it, dude, if we really wanted to. Isn't that a
Yeah.
good
So
thing?
once again, I'm gonna give you my issue with tariffs one last time, and if you don't track this time, I'm just gonna move on. So yeah, I like the idea of like American-owned businesses producing and manufacturing the goods that we use here at home in America. I think that it's good for the economy. I think that it's good for American workers. I think it's good for society as a whole, right? But it's not good, right, to influence American manufacturing to a greater degree through a regulation on the market, specifically taxes on imports, right? Because taxing our imports causes inflation. Taxing our imports causes the lives of the low and the middle class to be more difficult because taxes are inherently regressive as the low and the middle class spend a greater proportion of their income on the bare necessities to live, and which that taxes then pass off to. It also decreases the overall supply of a good with a consistent demand will increase equilibrium price, causing consumers to pay more at the grocery store. So that's not the way, right? We should incentivize American manufacturing. The way we should incentivize American manufacturing is through further investment and development in American manufacturing to make it more competitive in the free market to incentivize a demand to a greater degree, right? Causing more production as well, right? And I don't understand how this is an unpopular take with the conservatives, with the Republicans, because I'm operating off of a basis of a free market. I'm operating on a basis of capitalism. I'm saying we need to invest more into the free market to further incentivize the production of these goods to create a more competitive landscape for American produced goods. And then all of a sudden you're telling me no,
No,
we need to
I'm telling
regulate
you
the
no,
market.
exactly.
I sound like the Republican. You sound like the Democrat.
Absolutely not. If you want your Italian cheese or your olive oil or any of that, you want it imported, you should pay more for it. But we could grow olive oil here.
Heidi, thank you so much for the
She's
$25 on PayPal. I really
you go.
appreciate you for the love.
Interrupt.
Let's get some
Interrupt.
W's in the chat for Heidi. I really appreciate you for the $25 on PayPal. You're awesome. I really appreciate you,
Rude of
Heidi.
People donating to you. Quit interrupting me. It's rude. You
I
just
was
didn't-
thanking Heidi for the
Well, I know you're doing
$25.
it,
Calm
but you're
down,
also
baby
interrupting
boy.
me. If you
Calm
want
down.
your Italian cheese, you should
Calm
pay
down.
more for it. If you want your
Okay.
imported olive oil, you should pay more for it. We can make it all here.
Yeah, so increasing tariffs on imports
Yes,
doesn't
increase
just
them.
so
Get 'em
it
up
doesn't
there.
just it
You want to
doesn't
bring your
just
car here? You want a Hyundai? You want a cheap Hyundai that's going to break on you
Hey.
in less than 100,000
Steve-O.
miles? I'm speaking, Dean. If you want to bring your Honda in here, that's going to.
I muted you because I want to clarify this for the third and last time. Tariffs don't just increase the price of imported goods; they increase the price of all goods.
Why do you keep shutting off my mic? Why do you keep interrupting me?
Because I made that point 3 times.
You're
and you
not
haven't listened
debating.
to it.
You're just hearing yourself talk at this point.
No.
Really debating
So
me at all.
I just have like an increasing.
And then you
lack of
interrupt me
patience.
with thanking your thing. You're not interrupting. You're interrupting. If you want your imports, you should pay more for them. Bottom line. Because you know why? Because Americans need jobs. We need them here, and we can produce everything here. We do not need to import anything, to be honest with you. What do we need to import?
Okay. So imagine if we
need?
cut off.
A
Okay.
need.
So Steve-O, have you ever like taken like a basics of macroeconomics course before?
Absolutely.
Okay, so we have a supply curve and we have a demand curve. What happens when we have a consistent demand with a decrease in supply? What happens to the price?
Goes up.
Goes up. So if we decrease the supply of all goods by cutting off imports,
I ain't
with
saying
the same
decrease
consistent
it.
demand from the
Raise the
consumer
prices.
base, what happens to the price?
Goes up.
So you just literally want to cause inflation? That's your take?
No, I want to incentivize us making stuff here, making products here.
Stacey, I appreciate you for the $1 of Emma.
Made in the USA sign is a great sign.
Wait, but you
Buy
can't say
things
that you
made
want to
in the
stop,
USA.
Steve. You can't say that you want to stop imports while saying that you don't want to cause inflation, because stopping imports causes inflation.
I didn't
as it
say
reduces
stop
the overall
imports.
supply
Who
of goods.
said stop imports? No
Yeah,
one
you
said
said
that.
that we should be producing
No.
every single good here, and we can.
No,
You did.
I said we can. I never
Okay.
said stop
All right.
imports.
So now you're just being
Putting words-
disingenuous, Steve. Appreciate you for coming in. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest here. We're gonna look for a guest that isn't disingenuous. Everyone, just give us a second. We're gonna go to get Nick up in the box. Also, everyone, just give us a minute. I mean, I was trying to like educate him, but he didn't want to hear the education. You know, sometimes people don't like getting lectured by like kids that know more than them. Let's go to get our next guest up in the box. Everyone, do just be patient here. Give us a minute, y'all. We're going to go ahead and get our next guest up in the box as we speak. And we're going to also hit a restart after this guest. We need it. Hello, Kelton. Are you voting for Trump?
I am, man. So you geared up for another day of grifting all day? You're like
Kellen,
the king
you-
grifter?
I
does
actually
it
have a
feel,
question for
man?
you this time.
Like
Kellen, I actually have
it's
a
so
Kellen.
despicable what you do to these people all day, just grifting. You really need to get out of the house. You look terrible, man. Your eyes,
have
I
a
can tell you have
question
a
for you this
cold.
time.
I know, because you're in the house all day, buddy. Go get some fresh air, man. When's the last time
Okay.
you walked around the block?
I worked out for 2 hours this morning.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't look like it, so don't lie to yourself or to your followers. You are the
Yeah,
biggest grifter.
feel free
and
to
it's
go to my
despicable.
Instagram. It definitely does look
why
like it.
can't you
Kellen, we're actually going to do something different this time. We already did like the whole "he's a grifter" thing for like 2 hours. I want to ask you why you're voting for Trump. Like, why do you think that Trump is a better candidate than Harris? Like, I totally trapped you into like an actual debate.
Yeah, we can debate, man. We can debate if you want to. Debate
why do you
the
think
fact
Trump
that
is
you're
better
a
than Harris?
terrible person because you grift
Oh, are
all
you
day.
scared?
That's why
You're
Charlie
scared?
Kirk rolled over you in that little debate you were so eager to get into.
Wait, I have a question. If Charlie Kirk rolled over me, why
he
did
did.
he tell me that I had the
He did.
best point that he heard?
Oh, I know. I knew you would like that. I knew you would like that. That was actually just the first point. That it was a different point that he had heard. I knew you would like that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go to clarify. Like Charlie Kirk kind of conceded to me, and I this is like terrible for like all the Republicans
No,
because
didn't.
he did it so
Not
verbally.
even close.
Yeah, go ahead and just listen.
Not even close. Parker was the worst. Your little buddy, your little bed buddy Parker was the worst. Diener Wiener.
An IUD killing a conceived
Diener
zygote,
Wiener.
and like a mother going to
Grifting
Planned
all
Parenthood and
day.
killing the fetus in her womb.
That was actually the best.
I'm playing a video, man. I'm gonna have you listen.
In some cases, women with IUDs are murderers.
Of course not. They're not murders.
So
Go
what's the
ahead.
difference between an IUD killing a conceived zygote and like a mother going to Planned Parenthood and killing the fetus in her womb?
That was actually the best point somebody made.
Yeah, I was like the only person that entire day to actually get a concession from Charlie Kirk. So like none of the Republicans can even make the argument that he rolled me because he conceded to me. Like literally, Charlie Kirk conceded to me. That was incredible. I'm so glad that he said that out loud so I could stomp on all of the Republicans that try to come up here making the argument that I got rolled by him. Anyways, so yeah, why are you voting for Trump? Let me hear one policy that Trump passed during his 4 years that you thought was beneficiary to America. And Sarah, thank you for the galaxy.
Sure, he's America first. Kamala Harris is America last. So is Joe Biden.
So if Trump is America first,
Diener
if Trump-
Wiener, the grifter.
if Trump is America first, then how come he tried to overthrow our government and stage a coup to cause an insurrection against our democracy?
There
When
were
he
people-
attempted to steal the election from Biden.
You want to hear it, or are you just going to talk and listen to yourself talk like you like to do?
Rita, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for the grift. W's in the chat for Rita.
Get your grift on. Grifting all day. What are you going to do when Kamala Harris gets rid of TikTok?
Okay, I asked you a question about like a policy.
You can't answer it, can you? Because all you do is grift. Look at the circles around your eyes from being inside, looking at screens all day, grifting
No, actually,
these people.
the reason I've
taking advantage of these people. You take advantage of people for money and coins. Is because what?
Is because I didn't get that much sleep last night.
Yeah, I bet. Because you were grifting all night. You were up grifting all night.
I actually didn't do debate stream yesterday.
You what?
I
What'd you
didn't
say?
do a debate stream yesterday. I wonder how often Kellen thinks about me. Shelika, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for the grifter fun. Thank you so much, Shelika. Kellen always thinks about me. He's so obsessed. All right, guys, for the 2,000 people in here, we're going to go ahead and do a restart on the stream. We're in a backup account. We just need to kind of resuscitate it, get it to push out into the algorithm. So I'm going to see y'all very shortly. Everyone, make sure to come back. I'm going to be right back in 5 seconds. I will see you all in 5 seconds. Come right back, guys. Come right back. Hit the follow button. I'll be back in 5 seconds, just restarting. Celius, Brandy, Maddie, Michael, Aspen, Lost, Geo, Jaybird, Courtney. So for everyone tuning in, we're on a backup account, and when we start streaming on other accounts, it kind of takes a while to get the account to send out into the algorithm. So please help me out by double tapping on that phone screen. Literally spam the likes. Share out this live with a couple of friends as well. Literally spam the share, spam the comment section with longer sentences. We need to do anything and everything in our power to get this live out and across the For You page. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and just start loading up people from the queue. Let's go ahead and get our first guest up at the bottom. We're going to go ahead and hop right back into the debates. And hello, are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay, so why do you want that tyrannical dictator on day one, fascist, rapist in office?
Well, okay, so I literally just finished 25 liberal college students. Can they outsmart Charlie Kirk? And I want to be honest with you, I don't think you guys had a chance. Like, you guys literally didn't know what you were saying. Your point was obviously the best point, and he even admitted that. I think you and Parker were the best debaters. I'll give you guys that. You guys are really good debaters. But I disagree personally with what he was saying.
Dude, okay.
I do. And
I appreciate you for the video review. I just want to know why you're voting for Trump, you know?
Oh, sure. Sorry. So the reason why I'm personally voting for Trump is because, well, I personally love his policies on, or more of like a talking point, if you would say, on his tax reduction plan. I think it was good. It helped my family. I talked to someone the other day. Their taxes are higher than they were now than when Trump was in office. So
do you know whose tax plan are we under?
So we're under Trump's tax plan, but but let me finish. Let me finish. We have it was Biden's Inflation Reduction Act that actually caused a lot of problem with the taxes.
How so?
How so? You've seen things like grocery bill went up through his tax plan.
How did the Inflation Reduction Act cause inflation? It was deficit reducing.
Yeah, so he tried to reduce it, but in reality, it actually caused a lot more problems.
How so?
Yes, because when he signed that bill, you've seen things go through the roof, like your taxes, your grocery bill.
Yeah, but this is a correlation causation fallacy. I'm asking you specifically how the bill caused inflation, right? Like what part of the bill, when signed into law, caused inflation? Because see, from my perspective, the Inflation Reduction Act, according to the Congressional Budget Office, was deficit reducing over the course of the next 10 years, which meaning it marginally reduced inflationary pressures as government spending is inflationary.
Well,
right?
there's a reason why
and then second of all,
prices are high and stuff, and there's a reason why.
So how did Biden and Harris cause an increase in the price of gasoline?
Well, it's by terrible government spending and by giving $1.2 billion to Ukraine. I think the bill didn't really do much. I just read something. I can't remember the link, but I have it on my phone if I can. I can't pull it
So
up.
I'd just like to clarify here.
Please.
So there was actually twice as much debt-related spending signed into law by Trump's administration compared
COVID.
to Biden and Harris's.
Or C19,
$8.6
sorry.
trillion dollars under Trump, with $4.6 trillion under Biden and Harris. Even when we account for COVID, there was still $4.8 trillion in non-COVID related expenditure under Trump, and $2.2 trillion in non-COVID related expenditure under Biden and Harris. Right. So specifically speaking, if you say government spending causes inflation, well, according to your own logic, Trump caused twice as much of inflation as he spent twice as much money.
Sure, it was through C19. So when he was trying to do a C19, what happened was obviously that was a horrible thing that happened in the world. And to be honest with you, I think any president would struggle under that. Then when
Right, but what I'm saying is even
Yes.
when we account for all COVID-related expenditure, he still spent twice as much. Even if we compare all of Trump's non-COVID-related expenditure to all of Biden and Harris's, including what they spent on COVID, Trump still spent more. Like literally,
Well, yeah, he
he spent
spent
so
a
much money.
lot on the
And if he
military,
is going to serve
people
another
say.
like. If he's going to serve another 4 years, he's going to spend more fucking money. He wants to reinstitute his tax cuts for another 10 years that disproportionately favor rich people. And this is estimated to cost about $4 trillion in debt-related spending. How the hell is he going to pay for that? Where's this money going to come from?
Well, how is it? How is the tax plan going to hurt middle class people and help upper class people? I'll tell you why that's not the case. Because in my own family, like my brother was able to afford a house because back when Trump was president, because the interest rates were lower, and by him doing that, actually helped him get a house. And so many people were benefiting off the Trump's tax plan. Like corporations now are struggling, like the small businesses. Look at California. A lot of small businesses leave because they're paying so much money through the taxes over in California. Why are gas prices at $7 in California? It's by terrible spending, and Gavin Newsom, the governor, doesn't know what he's doing there. And Kamala Harris, she was the prosecutor of California. You know, she was the attorney general, and she did terribly. And
With all due respect, you're pivoting from my question. I'll ask it again, but I will also respond to a couple things you just said. So I just asked you how Trump is going to pay for the $3.9 trillion in debt-related spending, then another 10 years of his tax cuts that disproportionately favor the ultra-wealthy are. Right?
Yes.
But, I mean, just to quickly respond to a couple of the points you made, you said that, you know, the mortgage rates were better under Trump than Biden and Harris. Biden and Harris caused them to be worse. That's false. The Federal Reserve controls interest rates, and the reason that they've increased interest rates is to reduce inflation, as an increase in interest rates causes less people to get loans, which causes a reduction in consumer spending. When we reduce consumer spending, we reduce the rate of inflation, and that's being overseen by the head of the Fed, that being Jerome Powell. Donald Trump wants to bring Jerome Powell back for another 4 years. He likes him, so he thought he's done a good job. Then second of all, you said that Kamala Harris worked as the DA of California as well as the AG for a while. And specifically speaking, Trump said that while she was DA and AG, that San Francisco, California was great. And he even donated to her campaign during that time. But now please answer my question. You said that reckless government spending causes inflation. I'm saying that Trump drives more reckless government spending than Biden or Harris. And I'm giving you an example of that being another 10 years of his tax cuts that are going to cost $4 trillion. How is he going to pay for the $4 trillion?
Sure, and for me, and what Trump said is tariffing other countries. When you tariff, it's going to increase the revenue. You're going to create jobs in our own country. When you drill, baby, drill. When you drill in our country, it's actually going to help. It's going to help create jobs. It's going to help with the oil industry. It's going to help gas prices be lower. I know that you're going to say that we're drilling more than ever right now, but in reality, we really
Dead
don't.
ass. In reality, we really are. The U.S. Energy Information Administration would report that, we're drilling more now than we did under Trump's term, as well as more than any other country that has existed in the history of the earth. Right, so that's a fact, okay? Right, secondarily, you're going to say that he's going to pay for these tax cuts that disproportionately benefit rich people through tariffs, which is a regressive tax that disproportionately harms the low and the middle class. So you're saying that he's going to take money from poor people and give it to the rich?
That's not true. Because when
It is true, because tariffs are inflationary. They cause the pricing of goods to increase because the low and the middle class spend a disproportionate amount of their income on the bare necessities to live compared to rich people. The increased pricing of the goods disproportionately affects them negatively. So you're literally saying he's going to take money from poor people and give it to rich people. He's going to pay for tax cuts for the ultra wealthy and for the corporations through tariffs that disproportionately affect the low and the middle class.
That's not true at all, man. So
It absolutely is true. Tariffs are inflationary because they reduce the overall supply of a good. Given a consistent demand, they'll drive equilibrium price up, alongside the fact that tariff, that tax is passed off to the consumer.
because when you tariff, you create jobs in our own country because they bring it over here. Like, for example, Mexico, they have the car industries. I'm from Michigan, okay? And in Michigan, we have the car industries, right? And I have many people who love the car industry in Michigan because that's where it was founded, okay? They went over to Mexico, and the city of Flint went to shreds. Like, the city of Flint is now one of the worst cities in the state of Michigan, if not the worst city, worse than Detroit now. Because GMC...
So are you a communist?
No.
I think you are a communist because you want to incentivize American manufacturing by placing an artificial regulation on the market, increasing the price of imported goods through tariffs, instead of by further incentivizing development in American manufacturing. Maybe if you were a true capitalist, a true small government loving conservative, you would want to increase American manufacturing through incentivization based programs to drive further competition for further innovation, compared to having the big government hold your hand by placing an artificial tax on imports.
So first I want to point this out. I actually don't think Kamala is a communist. I know Trump says that. I don't think that's true. I think Kamala is more socialist than communist. Secondly, I'm not a communist because I just want to bring jobs. And tariffing, he does that because he wants to keep, like China, for example, accountable. Why? Because they're ripping us off, and they're ripping us off badly, and it's not good.
Okay, I've explained this to like 4 people that have came up on my live. No one has understood what I've said or responded to it. So I'm gonna explain this to you, and I want you to comprehend my words, and I want you to address them, because literally every single person I've said this to has done their best to ignore it because it's the defeater. So I agree.
You're about to say now?
I agree that we need to incentivize American manufacturing. American manufacturing is great. First of all, we have particular labor laws and restrictions on production of goods that are better, right, than the production of goods in other countries. We don't allow child labor, and we have stricter EPA and carbon emission regulations on our producers, meaning that we produce it cleaner than most other countries in the world. Okay, I like that. Also, like specifically speaking, I'd say that that's a good thing. But the way that we should incentivize this, right, is through investment in American-owned businesses, right, so that they can increase the quality of their goods and to drive further innovation, so they will be more competitive within the free market to beat out, right, the quality of imported goods, right? And the way that we should incentivize this is not through an artificial regulation, right, of like a tax on imports or a tariff, because that drives American-owned businesses into the ground, as it reduces our exports through the start of trade wars, and it causes inflation, making the life of individuals in the low and middle class worse, right?
Yeah, and I would actually agree with you there. And I think Trump would agree with you. But
no, because tariffs are bad. Trump likes tariffs.
No. So he would agree with you that having people compete is a good thing. But tariffing is good because you got to keep countries accountable. You have to keep China accountable, man, or else they're going to keep ripping us off. Most things are
How is China ripping us off?
They are trying to rip us off, 100%.
How?
By all the goods that they bring over to this country. I don't know if you know this, but they have children, little kids make stuff over there, and we're buying their products.
Okay. So you think that they are ripping us off because we buy their goods? I just want to clarify. Imagine if you live in like a small town, and like everyone goes to the same, or like most people go to, I don't know, like the same grocery store. Do you think by virtue of the fact that a lot of people shopping at this grocery store, the grocery store is therefore ripping you off?
No.
Okay, well, that's what you're saying about China.
Well, no. So what I'm saying to China is they rip us off by their prices. I can tell you that milk shouldn't be this expensive, but we need to have milk. Some people want to have milk, right?
Wait. Do you think that increasing tariffs will decrease or increase prices?
So tariff would actually increase your prices.
So you're saying that you don't like the fact that the pricing of goods from China is high, so you're going to make them higher?
No. So when you tariff other countries, it keeps them accountable because it will increase some prices, but then it'll lower prices because they're going to pay us a lot of money. We're going to have a lot of revenue, and it'll also bring jobs back to America because the president is not the president of other countries. He is the president, he or she is the president of the United States of America. And Kamala Harris, to me, I just don't think she can
Elizabeth,
get that
thank
done.
you so much for the $50 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Elizabeth. I really appreciate you for that love. Thank you so much. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Elizabeth. Elizabeth says, congratulations, Dean. You schooled Charlie Kirk. He was impressed. So proud of you. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much for the love. Massive W's in the chat for Elizabeth. Yeah, I had a fun little short conversation with Charlie there. I enjoyed it. It was a hell of a lot of fun. Thank you so much for the love,
It was fun
Elizabeth.
watching, to be honest with you.
Yeah, so I'm going to explain this one last time. If you
Please.
can't understand, I'm just going to move on. So both Kamala Harris and Trump agree that American manufacturing is good. Kamala Harris wants to increase the amount of manufacturing that we do here at home in America by incentivizing businesses to innovate, like through the CHIPS and Science Act that invested billions of dollars into U.S. chip producers, meaning that we're going to be producing 20% of the global chip supply by 2030, so we're not as reliant on imports from other countries. And she wants to introduce like a $50,000 like subsidy for new business owners to further increase incentivization for individuals to open their own businesses, right? And then in comparison to Trump, that doesn't really want to incentivize American manufacturing. He just wants to disincentivize importation of
I don't think
goods
that's
produced
true,
by
man.
other countries. And I'd say that the big distinction here would be that in one scenario, we're using levers of the free market to incentivize further U.S. production of goods. And then in the other scenario, we're artificially limiting the market, which is driving up inflation and destroying American-owned businesses by reducing our own exports. For instance,
not true.
can you name me one point through history where an increase on tariffs on China has not led to a decrease on American exports of agricultural
What we
goods?
saw in Trump's presidency when he increased tariffs, you've seen jobs were created.
No, I'm asking you to specifically name one point through history where an increase of tariffs on China has not led to a decrease of U.S. agricultural goods.
I don't know that answer, to be honest with you.
Because there hasn't been one. Every single time we do it, that happens. It starts trade
Sure.
wars. It's bad.
Can I ask you
So
one
what's
more
your-
question?
Sure.
So I know that you probably want to move on. I just want to ask you an honest question, because I would really love to hear your take on it. It's not really about policy. I just want to hear your take, and then you can kick me off and you can tell your crowd. Do you think Kamala Harris will do good in the debate tomorrow?
Oh, yeah, totally. Absolutely. I'm so ready to watch her destroy Trump. Appreciate you for coming up, man.
Thank you,
We're
man.
going to move on to our next guest. Like the fact that Biden in his state was able to hold his own water and like provide better substance than Trump. Absolutely leads me to the conclusion that Harris is gonna fucking wipe the floor with him. Like, are you joking? She's gonna dog walk him. We're gonna move on to our next guest here, chat. For the 1.7 thousand people in here, we are stuck on our alt account for the next week. I don't know how many viewers we're gonna be able to get in here. I'm already kind of sad about the 1.7 thousand. Make sure to share out this live with a couple of friends. We're probably gonna have to hit another restart if we can't break 2K in the next. Let's see here. 20 minutes, we're just gonna hit another restart. What's up? Are you voting for Trump? And they automatically left. Guys, spam MAGA down below in the chat if you want to come up and debate. We're just looking for Trump supporters. Right now, we only have like 15 guest requests. So make sure that you are hopping in that queue if you specifically are voting for Trump. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, once again, they left. If you're in the queue, make sure that you're here, make sure that you're ready, make sure that you're present, and make sure that you want to debate. Don't just come up here and leave. Hi, Gracie, are you voting for Trump? You know what I mean? Don't be like Gracie. Like, seriously, don't be like Gracie. That's just weird, bro. Also, do double tap on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 100,000 likes. Literally, everyone in the queue is just here, then they leave, bro. Everybody's leaving. Everyone is scared, dude. Everyone is terrified. Hello, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so why are you voting for a rapist?
I'm voting for Trump because 1, I'm a veteran. 2, I'm a homeowner. 3, I agree with the economy the way it was when we were all actually to be able to go out and spend a little bit of money and put a little bit of money away for the future for our children. The economy, we suffered through for the last 4 years has not allowed any of us to do that.
Okay, so how did Biden and Harris cause the economy to be worse?
Yes, I do.
No, how did they cause it to be worse?
With their failed policies.
Like what specifically? Like what failed policy?
Have you not been paying attention to the last 3.5 years? Or are you just so stuck on Biden?
I've been paying very close attention.
Really?
That's why I don't know what you're talking
Are
about.
you a veteran?
Name one.
Have you ever been in the military?
I have not.
Are you a homeowner?
Not yet. Can
Are
you
you a
name one
parent?
policy?
Are you a parent?
No. Can you name one policy that Biden and Harris influenced to get passed that was bad?
No, I'm not that politically savvy, but At the same time, I am watching, I am living it. I don't have to name failed policies. I'm living the failed policies.
Well, how do you know that the policies failed if you don't know what the
Because I
policies
can't
were?
afford gas. I can't afford food for my family. I have no savings.
Yeah, but what I'd say here is just because something happens in the country doesn't mean that it's necessary to blame on quote-unquote failed policy of the presidency.
Well, how can you say-
Like, for instance, I'd like to ask you a question real quick.
Quick.
In April of 2020, under Trump's presidency, we had the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression. Can I say that Trump's failed policy caused that?
I don't have that answer.
So
I'm
you
not a
won't make the
political
same
analyst.
correlation
I'm not a political
causation
analyst.
fallacy when we're referencing what happened in the country under Trump's admin,
No, I'm not
but
a
you will
political
under
analyst.
Biden
I
and
don't
Harris.
take and twist words. I live life as it's coming at me, and I see what is happening. You apparently.
well, yeah,
hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'm a 63-year-old man. You're what, 20, 22, 23?
I'm 20 years old, half your
Okay.
age. Well,
you really
40
haven't
years,
lived
twice as
life.
old.
You have no life experience. You don't pay bills.
Age guard. Yeah, I definitely pay bills. I definitely pay bills. So true.
No,
So,
I don't
but that's
believe
the
you
thing with
do.
the dollar
I
PayPal.
think that you spend a lot of time twisting words, trying to push forth an agenda that doesn't work.
This stupid 20-year-old liberal twist words, lives in his mom's basement, doesn't pay bills. So if you get more intelligent and wise with age, does that mean that Joe Biden is more intelligent and wise than Trump?
No,
Oh, so then why are you more intelligent and wise than me?
I didn't say I was more intelligent. I told you point blank.
So then
I'm
what was
living
the-
in
what-
this
what was
economy.
the point of
I
reference to
feel-
my
I
age?
see the failed economy. I see where things are going. I pay my bills. I pay
Yeah,
for everything.
yeah.
And it's
So
getting
you'd say,
harder and
so I just want to
harder.
clarify, you'd say that Biden and Harris caused the economy to be bad because
I'm saying the
economy was bad
last
under
3.5
presidency?
years have broke America.
So I'm going to go on and repeat it once again. You'd say that Biden and Harris caused the economy to be bad because the economy has been bad under their presidency, right?
Oh, the economy's been bad under several presidents, but recently it's worse.
Bro, did Biden and Harris cause the economy to be bad because it was bad while they were president?
I don't think that's an answerable question. Like I said, the economy's been up and down with several presidents.
Holy fuck! Listen, you are so dense.
You,
dude.
what you're asking me to do is point a finger. I'm not going to do that. What I'm telling you is that if you're out there as an American trying to get by in a country that we served and fought for, and we're not able to, then yes, the administration that is in charge right now is responsible.
Okay, so the administration is responsible for the poor economy because it happened while they're president. So would you say that Donald Trump is responsible for the highest rate of unemployment that has happened since the Great Depression? Has that occurred while he was president in April of 2020?
Yeah, I'm going to say yeah.
Okay, so if Donald Trump is responsible for the highest rate of unemployment that's happened since the Great Depression because it happened under his presidency, would you also say that Donald Trump is responsible for the negative net loss in jobs because that's something else
No,
that also
I'm
happened
not.
under his presidency?
No, I
But it
don't.
happened
I
under
don't
his
agree with that.
presidency.
I don't agree with that.
Yes, yeah, it did. It happened under his presidency. Dead ass.
But you know what? You're young, you're uneducated, you think that whatever you say is correct and whatever anybody else says is wrong. The argument that you are trying to have with me is unnecessary. The
With all
argument
due
that you
respect,
were-
I'm
No,
I'm
wait.
like
The
I'm
argument
like
that you were trying to have
I'm,
with me is indicative of our political parties right now.
I just want to
Nobody wants
clarify. I just want to clarify. I'm so much more educated than you. The reason that we've had a poor economy under the Biden-Harris administration isn't because of quote unquote failed policy. You couldn't even name one, but it's because of the pandemic. So the pandemic
Man,
caused
that pandemic
global
was some
inflation
fake
in every
bullshit.
single.
The pandemic was fake bullshit.
So you just don't think that the pandemic happened?
No, there was a pandemic. There were a lot of people dying, but it wasn't from COVID. It was from the vaccinations. And if you don't believe that, you are ignorant.
Name one reputable scientist or institution of medical science that would hold to the claim that the vaccine literally killed people. I could pull up a paper of 30 sources that would indicate otherwise. Can you give me one source that would justify that claim?
Really? You can pull up all those sources, but do you go to work every day and support a family? Do you go to work every day and support this
What
country?
does that have to do with the
That has
efficacy of
everything to
COVID-19?
do with the way things are going in this fucking country.
1 second. What is the efficacy of the COVID-19 vaccination have to do with you having a family?
Because I had to put my family and either make a choice is to vaccinate them or not.
I'm asking you for your reason to believe why, specifically speaking, the COVID vaccine caused
And
people to die.
you want specifics, and I'm telling you generalities.
Wait, would you still vote for Trump if he caused like a lot of people to die?
I'm gonna vote for Trump because
No, answer my question. Will you still vote
I'm
for
voting
Trump if he caused a lot
and
of
I
people
will
to die?
vote for him every time. I voted for him before. I thought the last election was stolen. I mean,
So
I'm not
if
gonna
Trump
go
caused
I'm not gonna go
millions of
into
people
all
to
the
die, would you still vote for
controversy.
him?
And see, you're one of those young people that doesn't allow anybody else to talk because your point is more poignant to mine.
Rita, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. W's for Rita in the chat. Thank you.
Oh man, see, you're the problem with this country. The youth of this country.
Would you still vote for Trump if he caused like 10 million people to die?
Why are you asking a hypothetical question?
I mean, according to your worldview, it's actually not hypothetical. You said that the COVID vaccination caused people to die, not the illness in of itself. So Donald Trump with Operation Warp Speeded the approval of the COVID vaccination, meaning that Trump, right, directly caused the deaths of millions of people because the vaccine killed them all, right?
Wow, you just like to twist shit, don't you?
I'm literally twisting your worldview. Yeah, that is the one fair time where I could say this because I'm using your own logic against you. No, it's totally fair for you to say that because I just twisted your own worldview, used it against you, and used it to
My worldviews are so different than yours, brother.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
don't
because I'm
understand.
rational.
Here,
I'm
let me
educated.
explain
I'm
something
logical.
to you.
You're not.
Let me explain something to you without you stepping on me. Okay, sit there and listen, because that's a lack of respect that you have right now. I've been a construction worker for 40 plus years. I have watched the decline of manpower in this country to a point where there are no youth. Oh, I'm going to violation.
Yeah, you got flagged for misinformation. Like, cause when you say the shit that you were, yeah, you get banned, bro. Because like that is harmful misinfo. Anyways, guys, you got flagged for misinfo. We got to move on to our next guest. For the 2.5 thousand people in here, make sure that we are continuing to double tap on that phone screen. If you want to support me, my Venmo and my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on that platform. And Melissa, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, saying on behalf of my unvaccinated uncle that died from COVID, the vaccine works. Thank you for the love, Melissa. What's up, Cody? Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so why do you want the violent dictator and day one rapist to run our country?
All I gotta say is blow your nose, dude.
Dude, I have a cold. I have been blowing my nose. So why are you voting for Trump?
Because you aren't.
So if I was voting for Trump, you wouldn't be voting for Trump? Okay, you're in. Moving on to our next guest, everyone. Just give us a second. We got Donna loaded up in the box. Oh my god, dude, I love pissing these people off. Phenomenal, great, absolutely phenomenal. We got All American Landscaping loading up in the queue. He ran away. He thought he was gonna get a quick dunk by telling me to blow my nose, but he didn't expect me to counter that by telling him that I have been. Hey, what is going on? All American Manufacturing. I'm guessing since your name is All American that you're voting for Harris since she stands for America and Trump doesn't. Oh, you just left. Okay. Moving on to our next guest. Everyone just give us a minute to get our next guest up in the queue. Guys, if you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump, and for the 2.6 thousand people, make sure that we're spamming the likes, spamming the shares, spamming the comment section. Let's get this live to blow up very bigly. Moving on to our next guest. What's going on? Retro, are you voting for Trump?
No.
Okay, all right,
no.
goodbye. Guys, spam MAGA down below in the chat if you're voting for Trump. And Sam, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Oh, that's the Strepa guy. He just came up. Thank you for the love, man. W's for Sam in the chat. Hey, what's up, Holden? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
And how old are you?
19.
19, okay. Why are you voting for the rapist, tyrannical dictator on day one, fascist that tried to coup the country?
Okay, I'm not gonna get into that yet. I'm wondering. I've been asking for like 20 minutes. Are you communist?
No, I'm not a communist.
Okay, so you
why are
think
you voting for Trump?
you think that Kamala running the country is
Kamala.
not gonna go to a communist country?
Okay, so that's actually an oxymoron, saying a communist country.
Okay,
You
Dad,
probably
I
know
don't
that. Can
care.
you
That's not
define?
getting me anywhere in life, anyways. I don't need to know that.
Can you
crap.
define communism for me?
Well, communism is a same pay for everybody across the entire country. I know that.
No, you're already wrong. You said the government paying. for
Look it
people?
up. Look it
So
up.
under communism, there's no government and there's no money.
It's one world power. There is.
No. Communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. So you're already off.
Okay, so tell me why you're voting for Kamala? Because I don't understand.
Kamala. Yeah, it's
What-
because she has
okay.
better character and better policy than Trump, starting off in character.
Better
She's not
character. How does she have better character?
She's not a rapist. She's not a racist. She's not a felon. She's not a fraudster.
She's not a
an
racist, but she
election
tries to
denier.
act black. That's That's a type of racist. She
Okay,
tries to
what do
act
you
black.
mean?
She's not black.
What is it? What is it? Okay, well, first of all, we'll get on to the "she's not black" comment. I want to ask you, what does it mean to act black?
Okay, so stereotypically in this world, there are certain things that are considered black culture.
Purdy, thank you so much for the $42 on PayPal, saying keep smiling when these people are saying the most radical things known to mankind. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Purdy. I really appreciate you for the $42 on PayPal. Massive W's for Purdy down below. Let's get at least 1,000 W's for Purdy in the chat. Seriously, thank you so much for the $42. That means the world to me. Thank you so much, Purdy. W's down below. So, yeah, how does she try to act black? Go ahead.
Okay, so there's cultures for every race. That's not being racist. That's a thing. Everybody has different cultures, right? You agree with that?
I think that like there can exist different cultures. But what's your point? You're saying
My
that she's
point
acting
is,
black. What does it mean to act black?
She's pulling in as many voters as she can, using things as she had somebody rap at her last debate or something. What was that?
So Megan Thee Stallion being at one of her rallies is quote unquote acting black. So I just want to clarify: when Donald Trump had Hulk Hogan and Kid Rock, was he acting white?
No, that's just.
So then, how could having Megan Thee Stallion at her rally be acting black?
Okay, so her voice completely changed to a different type of slang.
Brittany, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Brittany. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Massive W's for Brittany down below. Thank you for the $20. So yeah, you're going to be referencing AAVE. That's not an accent. It's a vernacular. It's called African American Vernacular English. But specifically speaking, she wasn't even speaking in AAVE at her rally in Atlanta. So I think it's funny that you'd say that. I also did just want to address the other bit of misinformation you shared there. Kamala Harris is black.
She's black.
I'm
damn near
yes.
positive she is Indian.
Okay, first of all, is Indian a race?
Indian is a race, or whatever that race is. It's a type
so
of
what?
different race.
So what's your race? Are you American? Is that your race?
I'm Caucasian.
Oh wait, but
I'm straight white
just
male America.
No, but you're American. That's your race, right? Because Indians are a race, Americans are a race.
Sure. Yeah, right.
No, so she's South Asian. So yes, you are right. She is South Asian, but she's also black. We need to go back to elementary school. Let's talk about a very like rudimentary
Elementary
basic
school.
principle.
Where's that gotten you? Getting on lives? Is that what
Oh,
you're?
definitely. We really need to go back to elementary school for this one, Holden. Do you know what it means to be biracial?
To be biracial? No, I have no idea what biracial means.
Really?
No.
Buddy. Okay. Wow. Really?
No. Why would I? What does that
Wow.
have to do with me?
Buddy, really?
Really? Like, what else do you want me to tell you? I've told you that 3 times.
Buddy, really? Jesus Christ,
I have
dude.
no idea. Go ahead.
Of course you don't. Okay. Wow. So people can be more than one race at once?
So mixed.
Yeah, sure.
So, yeah, that's right.
So she's South Asian and black.
Okay, so she's mixed.
Yeah, so she is black.
Hey, how do you know that? Like, I've never heard that anywhere. I've looked it up
Because her
multiple times, I've never
father is
found it anywhere.
Afro-Jamaican.
So her father's what?
Afro-Jamaican?
Okay, so that she's not black. He's not black.
Oh my god.
He's 50%
Oh
black, right?
dear Jesus. Yeah, yes.
So she's got a quarter of black in her, and all of a sudden, recently, she started doing all this.
A quarter? Wait. Okay, now we need to go back.
Change, bro. She's
Now we need to
old.
go back and we need to use like very basic math. So one of her parents is 100% Afro-Jamaican, and another one of her parents is 100% South Asian. What does that make her?
Okay, I see what you're saying, but either way,
you said a quarter.
Okay, I'm agreeing
Dear
with you, dude.
God, Holden.
I'm
Dear
agreeing with you.
God.
Would you calm down and just
Buddy.
let me talk? We're debating. We're not yelling
Yeah,
at each
go
other.
for
dog.
it. I'm not mad at you. I'm just appalled.
Okay, I'm
honestly.
just talking about what I'm.
Vicky, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying Al Holden for real. Go ahead. Go ahead, buddy.
That dude, he just serves our country.
Jasmine, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo saying he's so close. This is exciting. I know he's so close. Thank you, Jasmine. I appreciate you for the love. Go ahead.
What was the last thing you said before you cut off? kind of hard to know.
Yeah, that Kamala Harris is black, right? So you're making the claim that she isn't black. She is black. Her father is black,
Okay.
while her mother is South Asian. I don't really know how else to go from there. It's just very simple. Very
Okay,
very
well,
simple.
let's
Kamala Harris is black.
let's go to this then. Okay, so in the last 4 years, pay has went down, or pay stayed the same, but prices have went up everywhere.
Okay.
So
Already
that's the
wrong.
problem,
So,
especially
so
if
like
I'm
real
working-
median wages actually went up over the course of the last 4 years. And about prices going up. How do you think the Biden-Harris administration caused inflation? I would love your take.
Okay, I don't have any idea. I'm just saying, I live this life. I know that it's impossible to live now.
No
4 years
clue.
ago, it wasn't.
No clue. You have no clue.
Okay, so inflation.
Do you think
if I'm getting paid just a little bit more, but all the prices of all the groceries go up, then how is that making it any better? It's
Yeah,
not.
I mean, I'd like to clarify. The reason the prices of your groceries and gas has gone up is because of the pandemic. It caused global inflation in every single country on the
Pandemic
face of
happened.
Earth.
Go ahead. What were you saying?
The pandemic caused global inflation in every single country on the face of the earth. This wasn't just a problem that America faced, but once again, literally every single other country. But specifically speaking, the U.S. has had the quickest rebound from it out of any other country in the G7. But I mean, if your logic is, well, it happened while Biden and Harris were in the presidency, therefore they caused it. Let's use your logic to make Trump look bad. So while Trump was president, the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression happened. He was one of the only 3 presidents in U.S. history that has had a negative net loss in jobs over their terms. Do you blame those things and associate them with Trump the same way you blame and associate the global inflation with Biden and Harris?
I don't do this for a living like you do, so I don't know all that. All I know is whenever he was in office, things were affordable. Gas was affordable. Groceries were affordable. So you could buy a house back then. I'm working 2 jobs right now, and I can't afford a house.
I can't afford a house either, man. I get it. But you know what wasn't better under Trump's presidency? My relationship status. I was single. I couldn't get a girlfriend. No one wanted to come near me. It was probably because I was a Republican, but that's a whole other issue. But I have had a girlfriend under Biden and Harris, probably because I came based, okay? Right? So should I vote for Harris to keep my girlfriend and not vote for Trump because I don't want to be single again?
Say that again.
Should I vote for Harris to keep my girlfriend and not vote for Trump? Because under Trump I was single, under Harris and Biden I was...
That has nothing to do with anything in the world. That has something to do with you personally. That's nothing to do.
So true! The same way Trump didn't pass a Dean Gets No Play Act, and Harris didn't get
Kamala didn't give you a girlfriend. Trump gave us an affordable life.
How so? What policy did Trump influence to get passed?
I
that
don't
made the
know his
economy better?
policies, man. I just live the life.
Oh, god damn it. See, you're saying that he gave you the affordable life because you had an affordable life while he was president. Why can't I say that he didn't give me a girlfriend because I didn't have a girlfriend while he was president? What? Seriously, what is the difference there?
The difference is those things you're saying have nothing to do with politics or anything. Trump being in office.
Dive into your affordable
Yes,
fucking
it
life.
does.
He,
Yes, it
he didn't
does.
pass any policy that made your life, quote unquote, more affordable, nor did Biden and Harris pass any policy that made your life, quote unquote, harder. It's like, I want you to name the policy. I want you to prove me wrong. I want you to demonstrate to me how the Trump administration was so damn good for you. Because when I evaluate the Trump administration, I see policy that disproportionately benefited rich people at the expense of the low and middle class. And when I evaluate the Biden and Harris administration, I see policy that disproportionately benefited the average working class Americans. Right? Harris wants to cut taxes for 100 million American workers in that low and middle class, and she knows exactly how she's going to pay for it. Donald Trump wants to disproportionately cut taxes for rich people, costing nearly $4 trillion, and he has no fucking clue how he's going to pay for it. This guy is economically illiterate. He has no clue how to run a country. His former advisors and cabinet members and even vice fucking president agree with me. There's no reason why you should be voting for him. One of the most conservative men in the world, Bush's VP, I forget his name now, is endorsing Harris because of his attempted coup on our government. We shouldn't let this tyrannical, narcissistic liar run our country for another 4 years. All he did was he diddle-dabbled in the rights of women, right? Destroyed the low and the middle class through greater income inequities, destroyed American farmers through tariffs on China, and further served to demonize all regionally marginalized sects of our society, such as individuals from Latin America through xenophobia media and like the large social attack against anyone who doesn't speak English through his prejudice held against quote unquote undocumented migrants, when in all reality he just means anyone from Latin America, or like, you know, the further oppression that has been granted to the LGBTQ plus community by like further institution of religion within the classroom, within our institutions of like media and research, or even the government. Like, how can you say you possibly want to vote for him? Okay, he left. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. Let's go to get our next guest up in the box, y'all. If you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Dipey Don. Let's go get our next guest up in the box, y'all. If you do want to support me, my Venmo and my PayPal are in my bio. We're going to go to get our next guest up in here right now. What's up, Mikey? Are you voting for Trump?
I just want to say you destroyed Charlie Kirk.
Hey, I appreciate you, Mikey. Yeah, seemingly Charlie Kirk conceded. But like, still, the Republicans are going to make the argument that I got destroyed. I don't know how though. Like, how could they possibly make that argument? Like, he conceded. It was recorded. Hey, what's up? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, Gene's not here. Don't worry. We have our next guest loading up in as well. Hey, your name is. Wait, actually, can you say your name?
Yeah, I hate Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris. Okay, and how old are you?
I'm 18, buddy. You fucking.
Oh, I know who you are. Yeah, I apologize for his use of slurs. You know, he's a radical. The MAGA script, literally the worst of the worst, the actual bigot. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest here. If you are voting for Trump, make sure to let me know down below in the chat. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am, sir. How are you?
Okay, I'm doing all right. So why are you voting for Trump?
I like his. I like how he handled like no wars on his watch.
No wars. There was wars. There's a Turkish-Kurdish war caused by our pullout of Kurdistan. We had a proxy war with Russia and Syria with literal boots on the ground and fighting Russian foot soldiers. There was a Yemen genocide, 483% increase in drone strikes in the Middle East, and then his self-proclaimed war on ISIS.
Now I was talking about getting us into wars. What do you call it? The Ukraine incident. I was watching that closely. We weren't in it then, but I like what he did with Syria.
What war are we in right now?
What war are we in right now?
Yeah.
We're dealing with Ukraine and we're dealing with Israel.
Oh, honey, we're not in those wars. See, we're just funding them.
Well,
but actually, Donald Trump wants.
We don't have boots on ground, but we're supporting a side.
Donald Trump wants to fund Israel more. I vehemently disagree with him in that respect.
I mean, that's you said.
So specifically speaking, Kamala Harris supports a ceasefire between Palestine and Israel to end the ongoing war crimes against the innocent Palestinians. Donald Trump turns around, calls Netanyahu, tells him to reject the ceasefire until he's elected, violating the Logan Act, which is currently being investigated by the Department of the DOJ. And specifically speaking, right, he said that he wants to send more money to Israel. He doesn't support a ceasefire, and he wants them to win. So if you are
we've always supported Israel. That's the thing. That we've always
okay. So you're anti-war until it comes to Israel.
No, we've always. It has nothing to do with any president that we've had in the last 20, 30 years.
Anti-war until it comes to Israel. You're like, we don't need to be sending them our money. We don't need to be giving them our attention. But as soon as it's Israel, we shouldn't support a ceasefire agreement. We shouldn't support reducing the amount of money that we're sending. We shouldn't reduce the amount of like weapons and bombs and ARs we're sending. But we should send them more so they could continue to commit war crimes against the innocent Palestinians.
No,
God,
that's
you're
not
so
what I'm saying.
backwards.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you, Syria was the big issue that we could have been boots on ground with. Dealing with, you got North Korea, okay, with the capability of ICBMs that just happened just before Trump took office. I didn't know what was going to happen with that. It really had me nervous, man, the whole Korean conflict.
Yeah, well, then maybe Donald Trump shouldn't have been calling him Rocket Man. Then, went over to North Korea.
Exactly.
Okay, one more interruption
Dude,
and you're gone.
They
One
shook
more interruption
hands.
and you're gone. One more interruption and you're gone. He went over there for a denuclearization agreement, left fucking empty-handed. He only gave North Korea more images to use as propaganda for their malnourished citizens because of how terrible of a tyrannical dictator Kim Jong-un is, and then specifically speaking, went back to calling him Rocket Man. Oh, they shook hands. Oh, that's so cool. Well, if you were truly anti-war, anti-conflict, how do you feel about Trump launching the biggest internal attack on our government with his attempted coup to steal the election from Biden in 2020?
Oh, yeah, like the whole political persecution type thing, that's been going on for the past 6 years, kind of like put me deaf ears on it.
No, I'm talking about Trump literally trying to steal the election from Biden with use of fake votes in
like
Congress.
I'm saying, I'm putting, there's been over 1,200 reasons why Trump's, there's been 1,200 reasons. You guys have
Your
cried
mic is
wolf
muffled, little bro.
1,200 times.
Hey, little
You
brother.
guys
your
have
mic is
cried
muted.
wolf 1,200 times. How am I supposed to believe anything?
So could you give me an instance of the Democrats politically persecuting Trump?
Okay, day one. I voted Hillary Clinton, but I noticed through the election what they were doing to Trump. It was, I
what
just seen it.
specifically?
Even though I was voting for Hillary, I seen it.
Can
Okay.
you give me a very specific example of Democrats politically persecuting Donald J. Trump?
Okay, so I was watching. Okay, now realize that
Bumbling.
your
Thank you for the
media-
galaxy. I
Your media.
appreciate you for the love.
So realize that the media is owned by who? You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
well, you could have given me an example, so I'm gonna go kick you. I probably wouldn't have kicked him there. If he just wasn't pivoting around everything. He pivoted around January 6th by pivoting to the political persecution, and then he pivoted around the political persecution by pivoting to the media. Crazy. Okay, so you're homophobic. Why do you think being lesbian is morally wrong?
What do you mean?
Like your name, you're calling the LGBTQ+ community disgusting. So on TikTok, we can only use the word lesbian to refer to the LGBTQ+ community. Why do you think being a lesbian is wrong?
No, I'm homophobic in the sense that I'm afraid of them, I'm afraid they will take my kids.
Okay. Well, you didn't want to answer the question. We're going to move on to our next guest. If you guys are voting for Trump, make sure to hop in the queue, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. We're going to go to get the next guest up in the box. Hi, are you voting for Trump?
I'm not voting for anybody, man.
Hey, we got an anarchist. I appreciate you for the rock arm. That is very kind of you. Guys, if you're voting for Trump, spam the comment section. Let me know what's going on. Camo, are you voting for the greatest tyrannical dictator on day one?
I am, yeah.
Okay. Why is that?
I just got a question for you too. So about the wall, right? I've seen some stuff online. Everyone was against Trump for the wall when he first announced it. Now all of a sudden that everyone's flooding into the U.S. and all these problems with the Colorado. I'm sure you've seen that. What are your thoughts on that?
So there's not Venezuelan gangs in Colorado. That is strictly unjustified, unsubstantiated misinformation. There is real issues going on in Aurora, but we need to address them. We don't need to virtue signal, lie, and contort it into a political propaganda campaign for Trump. I think that really demonstrates Republicans' lack of care, because instead of actually addressing the gang-related issues in Aurora, you instead want to really ignore them, not doing anything, and just turn it into pro-Trump propaganda.
So you're saying that those people, you're saying that's not even real in the first place?
No, it's real. They're just not Venezuelan gang members.
But how do you know?
Okay, because there's no evidence supporting the idea that they are. Aurora is not a nice place, man. I've lived in Colorado my whole life. I grew up, right near Aurora. And that was always somewhere where you just kind of didn't go. Aurora is not a super duper safe place to be, right? There's always been a lot of socioeconomic issues in the area that have caused disproportionate rates of violent crime in the area, right? But now y'all are taking one of the most recent instances of violent crime in Aurora, and you're just saying that they're undocumented migrants from Venezuela to push pro-Trump ideologies. It's embarrassing, bro. Give me the evidence that those are Venezuelan gang members.
Well, I've seen videos online of just straight Spanish speakers.
So if you speak Spanish, you're a Venezuelan gang member?
No. They were labels. That's what they were labeled as because of not speaking English, not being recorded as U.S. citizens.
Wait, so you're saying because they don't speak English that they're therefore
No,
Venezuelan
that's
gang
not what I'm
members?
saying. I just explained it.
Okay, so then what is the evidence that they're not U.S. citizens? What is the evidence that they're Venezuelan gang members?
Because there was a thing I saw online too. It might not be true, just like you said, but that like they're letting the people from their own countries out of prison to come to the U.S. because again the border's open and they're flooding in. So I mean, I'm sure you've seen that a bunch of migrants are flooding to big cities like Chicago, New York, Florida, Texas, whatever. So I mean, if they're not documented.
So would you just assume that like anybody that doesn't speak English that commits a crime is a Venezuelan gang member?
No, 100% no.
Okay, so then why do you assume that these guys are Venezuelan gang members?
Because that's what they're being labeled as.
Okay. So if you label them as something, you should just believe it. So when white
No,
people,
I'm not believing it at all. I just want to know your thoughts on it.
One
Yeah,
moment.
go ahead.
So when white people labeled black people as aggressive and violent for 400 years, does that mean that we should just believe that?
No.
Okay, so when xenophobes and conservatives label those individuals as Venezuelan gang members, does that mean that we should just believe it?
No.
Phenomenal. Great. We have consensus.
Right. And then one more thing. So at the border, have you seen these videos online? They're all over Twitter of guys going to the border. They say like they go they have like a camera, they point it at the people and say, "Where are you from and where are you going?" Have you seen those?
No, I haven't. We could talk about the border. So yeah, do you like buy into like what Trump says about how everyone crossing the border is so violent and you know they are citizens, gang members, etc.
No.
Okay, well, I mean, Trump does. So under Trump's own worldview, he's causing further violence to American citizens because we do understand that Trump, right, particularly shot down good bipartisan border legislation in Congress like 2 years ago because he didn't want to give the Democrats a win, and he just literally wanted the crisis to continue so he can campaign on it today for re-election, right? Like, how do you feel about himself placing him so far above the country and so far above American citizens that he wants the crisis to continue so he could turn around, demonize them all, lie to his incredibly ignorant voter base and, malleable voter base by saying that they're all violent people?
Well, I think it's not more or less if they're violent or not. It's just like people work very hard to get like their green cards from other countries to come here, and these people are almost getting it handed to them to just come in the country. And then
how do you feel about Trump shooting down the bipartisan border legislation?
I don't even know what that is, if I'm being honest with you.
So there's this senator named Lankford. He's a Republican. He's also Trump endorsed. He was also one of the 11 senators that supported postponing the vote on January 6th. So he's like alt-right. He drafted a bipartisan border bill that had bipartisan support from both sides of the aisle. They were going to get it passed, but then Trump called the Republicans and told them to vote against it because, well, they didn't want the border crisis to be solved under Biden and Harris. And now he's campaigning on that today. Like, how could you vote for a man that places himself so far above the country that he literally wanted the crisis to continue so he could just talk about how bad it was to get your vote?
Well, I don't think he wanted the crisis to continue, in my opinion, because his whole thing was, I mean, his strongest argument was build the wall. Because, I mean, if people are coming in illegally, you have no... Go ahead.
Let's play this game. If he didn't want the crisis to continue, then why did he shoot down that bipartisan legislation?
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe because I mean, if from his side, I mean, if his term was ending, I mean, there wasn't enough time for him to continue to finish the wall, quote unquote, or whatever. I mean, canceling it's a smart thing because it makes the other side look bad.
Okay, so you just conceded and agreed that Donald Trump shot it down for political purposes. Now let's use an analogy to kind of drive my point home. So, if your house was burning down and a fire truck showed out to put out the fire and you told them to turn around because you wanted the house to burn so you could claim the insurance money, did you care about the house?
No.
No, so if like the border is, metaphorically burning down, if we have this crisis, right, destroying our southern border, and the fire truck shows up, the bipartisan border bill shows up to Congress, and Trump tells it to turn around, or, he tells the Republicans to vote against it, so he could claim the insurance money or make the Democrats look bad, did Donald Trump care about the southern border?
Well, I just think it's a smart thing on his end. because obviously they weren't going to finish the wall because as you can
Just like
see
it'd be
what's
a
going on
smart
right
thing
now.
to let the house burn to get the insurance money. It just tells us that you don't care about the house. Just like this tells us that Trump doesn't actually care about the border.
Yeah, but even if he kept that whatever you said like in play, it's going to get transferred over, so it's Biden's decision in the end. He could have just done the same thing and canceled it. Could he not have?
Yeah, so bipartisan influenced the bill, and he would have signed it into law.
So you think he would have? He would have
Because
signed
he's
it into law
literally
to
actively
continue the wall.
influencing it. And no, that bill did not continue the wall.
No.
No.
So what-
No. The wall was a failure of a project by Trump with the use of misappropriated DoD funds, right? The Langford's bipartisan border bill, right, specifically increased funding to asylum-seeking processes to make them quicker, faster, insofar as reducing the amount of undocumented migration into our country, and also just generally improved border security, and it placed like daily and weekly rolling average limits insofar as how many people could come across before the president can take like authoritative order on the border. And Jasmine, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you with the love. So yeah.
So
let me
you're
ask you
saying
another okay, go for it.
you're so one more thing because I got to go. I'm at work right now, but so you're saying Biden passed something to increase border security, and then you said what else?
Biden influenced to get past a bipartisan border bill to increase border security to reduce the amount of undocumented migration into our country by making the legal processes safer and quicker. And then Trump shot it down, telling the Republicans to vote against it because he didn't want good border policy passed while the Democrats were in office, right? And what that tells us is that Donald Trump doesn't care about the southern border. What that tells us that was if all the things that Donald Trump says about migrants was true, that they're so violent, etc., that Donald Trump is causing more harm and more violence towards American citizens. And what that tells us is that this is just another prime example of Donald Trump placing himself above the American people.
Right. I mean, but the thing is, if Biden wanted that, I want more security, I want these people to be documented or whatever, that's the complete opposite of what's going on right at this moment. So, I mean,
Okay, so right now we have an open border?
I have no idea, but I just know there's a fuck ton of people coming in, and
Okay, so we have the
it's
same
coming
amount
in
of
my
daily
city because I live in Chicago, and you can see on the streets there's a bunch of people coming out here. There's camps all set up. It's like it's just getting a little ridiculous, and I never
did
saw
you
this when
see
Trump was in office.
How shooting down the bill would make the crisis continue to happen? Is that
why
like,
doesn't
do you
Biden
see-
just why doesn't Biden just what's it called, like renew the bill or pass another bill or something?
He
Do something
passed
to
an
help.
executive order that decreased crossings by 55%, putting us at the same level of daily crossings today that we saw at the end of Trump's term, right? So if you'd say that we have a crisis now, you'd say that we had a crisis then, right before Trump left office, meaning that Trump never solved the border crisis during his presidency.
I mean, I disagree, but I mean, because
How could you
I don't
disagree
know if
with
it
the
wasn't
facts?
as. No, I'm just saying I disagree on the point where you're saying like it was the same amount of people, if not less now, than it was when Trump was in office. I think that's complete BS.
That's coming from Customs and Border Protection, the same source that Trump used when he showed the graph behind him in Pennsylvania at the rally that he got shut out. You're literally denying Trump's own sources.
All right, I disagree, but I'll leave
Bro,
you to it.
So now you're disagreeing with the fact that you're denying Trump's own sources. So you're just living in Delulu land.
No, I'm not. I'm just going off based off what I think, in my opinion, and what I'm seeing as a person of the United States, as a citizen, as a working middle class person. I'm just, you know what I mean?
Jesus Christ, dude. Should we like? Why is evidence important for what we believe in? Can you answer that question?
I don't know. I gotta bounce. I'm getting off lunch in 1 minute. I gotta bounce.
Go bounce, dude. If you want to support me, my Venmo, as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms, and it greatly supports me. We're going to move on to our next guest here, but I do seriously appreciate y'all for the love today. But guys, keep double tapping away on that phone screen. All right, keep sharing out that live. Y'all already know, chat. Y'all already know. We're going to get our next guest up in the box right now. So everybody do be patient. Y'all already know. When we get our next pro yapper up in the box, I need to put myself on mute for a little bit so I can specifically blow my nose. Hey, Hillary, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am voting for Trump.
All right. Hey, Nathan, are you voting for Trump? Okay, Nathan's not here. So, Hillary, why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is very sexist and does not care about women.
I don't believe that. And why would you say Trump doesn't care about women? I believe Trump does. Trump is the only president that has literally, when he was in office, we saw a change is what I feel like, especially coming from Republican Party. I have never seen anything Democrats have ever done for this country besides screw things up. And
Okay,
then
wow.
put a Republican in office to have to fix those things that they screw up.
So true. So the PACT Act that Biden and Harris signed into law, that screwed shit up big time by investing nearly $1 billion into expanding VA healthcare benefits. Terrible. The CHIPS and Science Act, investing billions of dollars into U.S. chip producers insofar as the fact that we'll be producing 20% of the global supply by 2030. That really fucked things up too, didn't it? Terrible. The infrastructure bill, investing $1 trillion into local communities across the U.S. to spur their local economies, to create construction jobs, and to upgrade
Trump
their
did
infrastructure.
that.
Terrible. No, he didn't. He tried, never got it done. Biden got it done in his first year with the worst split in Congress.
But it was Trump's idea. It was never Biden's idea. It was Trump's idea. They taking what Trump started and they're trying to finish it and act like take credit for it. That's all they're doing.
So is Harris a communist?
Elaborate what you call a communist is.
I don't think that's necessary. Trump calls Harris a communist. Do you agree with Trump?
Well, she is.
Okay, so which one is it? Is she a communist, or is she taking Trump's policies, meaning that she's not a communist, she's a conservative?
I feel like they're taking Trump's things and they're trying to take credit for what he started or what he had done.
Okay, so then Trump is a communist.
Maybe, maybe not.
So wait, you're voting for a commie?
No, I'm voting for Trump.
Oh, but if Harris is a communist because her policy is communist and she steals her policy from Trump, what does that make Trump? A equals B, B equals C, A equals what? A equals C.
Well, I still feel like my vote is with Trump because I feel like I've seen more of a difference with Trump than I've seen with Kamala or Biden.
Okay, what is one good thing Trump did for you, for the country as a whole, for our economy, while he was president?
What did he do?
He pardoned a lot of our prisoners.
He pardoned a lot of our prisoners.
He pardoned a lot of our prisoners, like who? Lisa, thank you for the anecdotes.
A lot of people he let off for the little minor things that they were holding people, giving them so much time for little stuff. He was like letting them
You're talking about the First Step Act that was actually influenced to get passed in Congress under Obama's admin, but didn't pass until Trump was in office, right? But specifically speaking, if you really cared about reforming our prison system, well, you wouldn't be voting for the guy that has convinced the entirety of his voter base that the criminal justice system was corrupt and was unfairly persecuting him. And you would want to vote for Harris as she actually wants to solve socioeconomic discrepancies when it's socioeconomic discrepancies in the first place that cause higher rates of violent crime. Right? Like, for instance, we see much higher rates of crime, right, the closer to poverty one is, right? And Harris wants to cut taxes for the low and middle class. Harris wants to make their lives easier, but Trump wants to make them harder, which will make rates of violent crime worse.
But Trump, he did those loans. He did those health care. He did that. He gave people what? He gave them a stimulus check, unemployment, and also he closed the borders. Trump is telling the truth when he says that they're coming over and they're taking over the jobs and stuff like that. Trump actually is trying to close the borders where I guess Americans can get more jobs than other ethnics.
Oh, wait, which one is it? Are they lazy and living off of American citizens' taxes? Or are they taking our jobs, providing more into the economy than we are?
Is who lazy?
Like immigrants, right? Because what we're referencing here is going to be a contradiction within the conservative worldview. So one claim is that, oh, they're so lazy, they're coming here, they're not doing anything, they're just living off of, taxpayers' dollars. Well, what's a taxpayer? Someone that works a job. People that create an income pay taxes. So if these migrants are taking Americans' jobs, it just means that these migrants are paying in to our government revenue.
Well, they're paying the migrants to come over here. From what I heard, Biden giving them $500,000 to come over here.
What?
Yeah, that's what's on. If it's fake, then that's what's on the internet. He's not even giving people that's already here $500,000.
Okay, what executive order, what policy did Biden sign into law to literally pay people $500,000 to live in America?
I don't know. I just saw it on the internet.
Ah, so true. And is everything we see on the internet accurate?
No. Okay, so what about this then? Since you know so much, what about why is Kamala trying to say that Kamala, whatever her name is, Kamala trying to say that boys can be girls and girls can be boys, and she's trying to teach that in the schools.
Oh dear God. Yeah. So first of all, I actually don't see super trans inclusive policy being like influenced by the Harris administration. I would love it to be, but I don't see it. I just kind of see Republicans virtue signaling on behalf of trans inclusive policy to further demonize Harris. And second of all, no one is saying that boys can become girls, girls can become boys. What we're saying is that trans boys are boys and always have been, and trans girls are girls and always have been. And there's nothing wrong with teaching like basic like very basic attributes of like the social construct that we call gender, right, in schools to further educate our youth, because with education, right, comes a decrease in prejudice. When we educate people, we decrease prejudice. And why wouldn't we want to decrease prejudice towards the trans community when, while they account for 0.05% of the population, they account for like 75% of the prejudice that conservatives hold? I honestly just feel like you're looking for a scapegoat, you're looking for someone to demonize, you're looking for something to get mad at, so you could turn around and justify your vote for the rapist felon wannabe dictator.
I don't feel like that. I feel like some of the things that Trump is saying, I feel like are more accurate than the things that Kamala is saying, because Kamala gets on there, she laughs, she uses the whole the black thing to try to get.
1 second, Ryan, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying, Hillary, stop believing in everything you read on the internet. Deadass, thank you for the love, Ryan. W's for Ryan in the chat. Thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Go ahead. So you're saying that what Kamala Harris has done wrong is that she's joyous, that she's laughed?
No, I'm not
so,
saying.
Oh, the horrors. Oh, the horror. Oh, the horror.
Why are you
oh, the horror.
Tell us why you're voting for her.
Yeah, because she has better policy and character. First, let's start with character. She's not a rapist. She's not a racist. She's not a felon. She's not a misogynist. She's not a racist. In 1973, he denied housing to black people because they're black. In 2012 through 2014, he said because Barack Obama is black, this means he wasn't born in America, therefore he shouldn't be able to run for president. He's referenced the African-American community is black with an S at the end. He said black jobs, what's a black job? He said that Kamala Harris, quote-unquote, turned black. When did I turn white? He has also said that black people are lazy. If you want the actual quote, it's a little bit more derogative than that. I'll only read off the actual quote with the approval of members of the African-American community in the chat. But he specifically said that laziness is a trait in black with an S at the end, and that he really believes that. He's also said that he doesn't like it when black people count his money, and that he would much rather have the short men and yarmulkes do that. He also implemented or attempted to implement literal religious persecution while he was president, right? Quote unquote, I, Donald Trump, right, am calling for an immediate and total shutdown of all Muslims entering into the country. Something else he said there, the Central Park 5 as well. We could reference so many instances of Trump being racist. Do you agree or disagree with me that every single thing I just said was racist as fuck?
I disagree, because I feel like they only pinning that on him because he's running for president. Because before he was running for president, Trump wasn't known as a racist. But now all of a sudden he's running for president, they're trying to call him a racist. So what? We don't vote for him. If you,
dear God, if I were to say right now and fucking mean it, the shit that Trump has said, would I be called a racist, or would I not be called a racist since I'm not running for president? Like if I said that all black people were lazy, and I truly believe that, what would be like my community's response?
That's your opinion. We can say all white people are lazy. That doesn't make you a racist.
Wait, Hillary, it doesn't. So when a white person says that all black people are lazy, that's not racism?
No, I feel like that's an opinion. Just as
what is racism?
Racism, I feel like is when you could be black and not like other blacks. So are you racist because you don't like your own kind? You could be.
Please tell me what racism is.
Racism is, you want me to tell you what I feel like it is, or what the definition for racism is?
What do you feel like it is? Just give me your definition of racism.
I feel like racism is when you're a black person and you're another black person and you see that person down and you don't help your fellow brother or sister out. I feel like that's racism. I've had more help from Caucasians than I have had from my own kind. So I feel like my own kind are more racist towards their own kind but they're trying to paint it like Caucasians are, and I don't believe that. So that's what I feel
Bro,
like.
what the fuck? Okay, so I just want to clarify. Donald Trump's not racist, even though he denied housing opportunities to black people because they're black. Donald Trump's
He
not
been doing
racist.
that.
Wait 1 second. Do you think that denying a black person opportunity because of the color of their skin is
They
racist?
was doing that before Trump got in the office.
Well, no
They
fucking
been-
shit. White people have always been
Yeah.
racist. Wow, crazy. But I'm asking you, is that racism? No, she's leaving.
I ain't about to buy no
And she's
insurance
back.
right
Kenneth, thank you for the $1 on Venmo saying that this
No,
is the
I'm
most
not
embarrassing and
leaving.
cringeworthy take I've ever heard. Same. So I just want to clarify. Let's get a very straight answer here. Is it or is it not racist for a white person to deny an opportunity to a black person because they are a black person?
To me, yes, that is racist to do that. But I haven't had. But when have you had that done? You don't see that as much. Maybe on a job or something.
Okay, so denying opportunity to black people because they're black is racist. So when Trump denied housing opportunity to black people in 1973 because they were black, that was what?
He did that and when?
In 1973. So when he denied opportunity to black people because they were black, was that racism?
No, that was part of his culture then. But look what Democrats did for blacks. They were trying to keep blacks in slavery and all that mess. Nobody talks about that.
Oh my dear God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh
Yeah,
my God. So
talk about it.
just denying black people opportunity because they're black apparently isn't racist.
You don't wanna talk about that.
And yeah, I would like to clarify. Yeah, it was the Democrat Party that supported slavery. But I'm not a Democrat because of what they supported 200 years ago. I'm a Democrat because of what
Okay.
they support now. But
Okay,
just
so
out of
you
curiosity,
can't
who are the
Trump's class.
Ryan, I appreciate you for the $6 on Venmo. Hillary just stopped. For real, thank you, Ryan. Oh, absolutely I can, because she isn't
You
racist. She
stop.
is. Why would I vote for the racist over the racist? But the question I'd ask you, who are the proud, extrovertedly, vehemently proud racists voting for today? The rich white man or the black woman?
It's not Trump.
Oh, so the Proud Boys that he told to stand back and stand by aren't voting for him?
Who are the Proud Boys?
An incredibly fucking racist hate group from the alt-right.
He told them to vote for him?
He told them to stand back and stand by to intimidate voters at the polls in the 2020 election, yeah.
So he can't just because they're racist, that don't mean he racist. Me sitting in the garage doesn't make me a car.
Yeah, but Hillary, I asked you who like the proud, vehemently extroverted, like self-proclaimed racists were voting for, and you said definitely not Trump. But they literally helped Trump in his last.
No,
campaign.
I thought you asked me who. I thought you asked me something else.
Dude, I just want to clarify. You said that denying opportunity to black people because they're black isn't racist. So I just want to clarify, Hillary. So if I only let white people up onto my stream and I denied the opportunity for any black person to come up and debate me because I didn't like the color of their skin, would I be racist?
If you want to use that term, you would be.
If I want to use that term?
Okay, so let me
What?
ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Oh
Okay,
my
so if
God. Ebony, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for that, love. Thank you so much, Ebony. This is insane. And Paris with a $5 on Venmo saying to buy Hillary a brain. I don't know if $5 is going to get that. Thank you so much, Ebony and Paris and Kenna. She's a prime example of brainwashed and uneducated. Yeah.
If he didn't let black people on his live, he only let white people on his live. Would he be considered a racist? You think he would?
Oh, yeah, no shit. Gabby, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I feel bad for how uneducated she is. Yeah, me too. Gabby, I really appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo, though. W's for Ebony and W's
I'm still
for
voting
Ed in
for
the chat.
Trump.
I
I don't
appreciate you
care
for that.
what nobody says. You're gonna vote for Kamala for your hidden reasons, and I'm gonna vote for Trump for my open reasons.
I mean, well, my reasons why I'm voting for Harris aren't so hidden. I'm voting for Harris because Donald Trump has been proven to be a rapist. I'm voting for Harris because Donald Trump tried to overthrow the American democracy in 2020. I'm voting for Harris because Donald Trump tried to implement religious persecution. Donald Trump tried to take away federal protections for access to abortion and health care from all 170 million American women and girls. Donald Trump increased income inequities with tax policy that disproportionately benefited rich people. Meanwhile, Harris, right, specifically wants to benefit the low and the middle class. Harris wants to benefit the average average working class American. Harris wants to reinstitute federal protections for women's access to abortion. Harris wants to offer great tax cuts and great benefits for American manufacturing. That's why I'm voting for her.
Harris is a murderer.
What? Renee, thank you for the $25 on Venmo, saying that Hillary isn't very bright and it's getting embarrassing. Apparently Harris is a murderer now. I want to see at least 500 W's for Renee in that chat. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo, and Misty with a $1 on Venmo. Hillary, is it possible that you could go into a different room while your partner's working on with the drill? And Sebastian with the $15 on Venmo, saying I'm black. Hillary, please learn and have some more respect for the African American community. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you for the $15, Sebastian. W's in the chat and surreal, honestly.
So
anyways, how is Harris a murderer?
Am I allowed to say something to all those people who calling me names and saying bad stuff about me? Am I allowed to say something bad?
Well, I'd say that like the people that are donating to me saying that you're like saying that they are black and they're speaking on behalf of themselves. I wouldn't say that they're disrespecting you, but
They are
like
disrespecting
that's not
me
my
because,
space.
First of all, I have different views from them. They are brainwashed. I'm not. So let's get that clear.
Okay, if you're not brainwashed, can you please give me adequate justification for your prior statement that Kamala Harris is a murderer?
The reason why I said Kamala Harris is a murderer because she's saying that women have the right to their bodies and they have the right to abortion. I feel like that's murder.
Okay, and do you agree with Trump that it should be left up to the state?
I don't think it should be left up to the state. Wait, left up to the state how first?
Like, okay, are you driving?
No, I'm
You're
just sitting in the car.
Yeah, so no worries. So like left up to the state insofar as Trump like wanting to repeal Roe v. Wade as he did with his justices in the Supreme Court to reverse and allow each individual state to legislate on the legality of abortion. Do you like that?
You have to stop trying to talk so fast. Do I like that? What now? Slow down.
That Trump took abortion protections
Okay.
that were instituted because of Roe v. Wade, the Constitution and shit, and Trump put it back to the state. So instead of access to abortion being federally protected, Trump bumped it back down so each individual state could legislate on it. Did you like that?
Yes. I mean,
Okay,
it sounds
so you
bad.
think that murder should be left up to the state?
Well, let it be on the state conscience and not the individual, because at the end of the day, I feel like if you kill an innocent child, no matter how that child got here, that is murder. So let that be on the state and not on you.
So at the end of the day has ended. Yeah, but what I'm saying is if you think that abortion is murder and you think that it should be legislated on by the state, well, then you just say
Yes,
that
I
murder
do.
should be left up to the state. What's the difference between saying that murder should be left up to the state and like the right to own slaves should be left up to the state?
Because everything else is left up to the state. If you look at it,
No,
What is-
like basic protections aren't. And Kevin, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying Hillary's not invited to the cookout anymore. And Kenneth, thank you for the $1 on Venmo.
what?
Bet you
Are you
money.
serious?
That's just a donation I got, man.
Oh.
But I just like wanted to clarify. You said that like murder should be left up to the state. So
It's
do you
left up
think
to
that
the
like
state anyway. They kill people anyway. They give them death sentences. They kill them in jail. They kill them in the hospital. They killing them anyway.
oh dear God.
So-
So do you think that the right to own slaves should be left up to the state?
What do you mean by the right to own slaves? What do you mean by that?
Like remember like the Civil War, how the Confederacy was like, oh, we want states' rights. We want to be able to own humans as property for life, and that's like what caused the Civil War. Like, do you think that right should be left up to the state?
Do you want me to tell you how I really feel about that? And I know I'm gonna get. Now I know I'm gonna get dragged for this because I'm the first black person that's gonna say this. But if you ask me, I really don't think slavery was such a bad idea. You want to know why? Wait, do you want to know why? I know they're gonna get mad at me. I don't care, but I'm gonna stand up for what I feel I need to stand up for because I've never been able to speak this. So, do you want to know why I feel like it wasn't such a bad idea? No, don't. Now, I'm not talking about when they whip them with chains and hang them on the trees and all that. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about the average slavery working and staying in the house or some staying in the field. and or whatever. The reason why I'm saying it could be a good idea if it came with a little bit of privileges is because soon as you set those people free, what did they do? They started making this horrible music. They started killing each other. They started walking around. You gave them guns. They started getting the kids to carry guns. It just got crazy. Things got crazier. But when they were slaves and they were taking it from the white man, they stuck together more. They felt as if they valued life, each other more. But when you let them free and you gave them another means to hurt each other, like with this music and internet and all that, they got crazy.
This is like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I know. Nobody wants to talk
What
about
the fuck? I have never heard this. I've never fucking heard this. I'm so fucking sorry. This is mental illness. This is no. I have never said that on my. I have never ever said that on my live before. But this is legitimately mental illness.
I don't think so.
Like,
you know why?
I don't.
You know
what? Listen. I'm either gonna just kick her and move on to the next guest, or we're gonna get Athena in here. I'm gonna text Athena. I would love to listen to you talk to Athena. So I'm gonna text Athena real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, but real quick, I would like to thank Ebony. Thank you for the $1. Santa, thank you for the $1.50. Shayla, thank you for the $5. Christine with the $5. Joshua with the $5. And John with the $1. We have so many fucking people.
What is the
asking to kick you.
201?
1 second. Jazz, thank you for the $20. Ryan, thank you for the $10. W's in the chat for Ryan. Paris with the $5. Morgan with the $6 and the 66 cents. No, you're not. No, you're not. Lo, thank you for the $2. Aaron with the $5. Renee with the $5. Carmen with the $2. Justin with the $5. And Kenna with the $1. I really appreciate y'all so much for the love. And Amber with the $1 as well. Thank you guys so much for your donations on Venmo and PayPal today. And Elizabeth with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Elizabeth. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. Massive W's in the chat for Elizabeth. Seriously, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. And Lisa with the $20 on Venmo as well. Thank you so much for the love, Lisa and Elizabeth. Lisa with the $20 and Elizabeth with the $50. Massive W's for Elizabeth and Lisa down below. User with the money gun. And Alicia with the $8 on Venmo saying, get Athena. I just texted her on Discord. I would love to watch Athena talk to Hillary. Thank you so much for the love, Alicia. This is crazy. All right. So, actually, we're gonna try to call Athena. We're just gonna see if she picks up. We're gonna see if Athena picks up the phone over here. Yeah, but anyway, so Hillary, you said that slavery wasn't that bad, because like you think that like culture has degraded and has like been quote unquote poor. So I mean, like first of all, I think we need to talk about like the meat on the bone here. First of all, just like saying that this culture is quote unquote poor, therefore these individuals don't deserve human rights is fucking insane. Like,
no,
what's the
I
difference
didn't say
between...
that.
Okay, so what's your argument?
They
Ryan,
can have
$4
human rights, but if you look at it,
Wait, no, saying that they should be slaves, saying that you should be a slave, while also saying that you should have human rights, that doesn't work.
Okay, so a slave doesn't have human rights?
Yes, exactly. Michelle,
so
thank you so much for the
thing.
mustache.
That's the only difference in a slave is that you don't have human rights.
Oh, Athena's here? Perfect. Phenomenal. Athena, please. Oh, my God.
Okay, who's Athena? And what does the 200 coins mean? I mean, what does the 208 with the blue?
Athena.
What does that mean?
Athena, hi. One second, Hillary.
Okay.
So, Kobe, welcome in. So, Hillary, I would like for you to word for word, bar for bar, sentence for sentence, repeat to Athena exactly what you told all 4.4 thousand of us. Can you do that?
Fine, sure.
Dear God, please take it away.
Okay, so first, can I ask a question? Who's Athena?
An incredibly
Kobe.
She's
intelligent
who?
individual.
Me, the person who's in the box, me.
Okay, and who are you? Are you like an influencer? I mean, why should I repeat what I said to you? If you don't mind me asking, sorry.
I'm a debater.
Okay,
I debate sometimes, yeah. I'm also friends with the dean.
Do you debate really good? Can I ask you something before I share what I said?
Sure.
What does these numbers mean with the 208 and the 990?
That's how many coins people gifted you.
What does that mean? What do you use coins for? See, I don't know. I don't do TikTok that much.
Hillary, can you please repeat to Athena what you told us all?
Mm-hmm.
All I said was, okay, ask me the question again so I can make sure I said what I meant.
So I just want you to repeat to Athena how you think that slavery was good, because after slavery was abolished, black people started doing really bad things.
Excuse me?
Some of them, not all of them. Don't twist my words. Just hear me out.
Go ahead and repeat to Athena what you told to us.
I just feel like, I'm not saying that we shouldn't have our rights to read and, all that, and to buy things and stuff like that. All I'm saying is that I just feel like, as like black people in a whole, now, and I'm not saying I'm right. I like to be corrected. That's how you grow. But all I'm saying is when there was slavery or whatever you want to call it, black people as a whole, I feel like this is just based off the videos and all that, they were more classier. They stood together more. They valued life more within each other. They value life more. They took up for each other more, and they stuck together more. I feel like when the chains were off, everything was off. They got out of control even with their music. They got out of control with how they dress. They got out of control what they teach our children, or how they try to influence our children. They have gotten out of control, and I feel like they're using African American or black women in a negative light now. I do not feel like
Are you trying to say that slavery, controlled black people or put a leash on black people or something? Because what you're saying is, after slavery, black people went out of control, makes it seem as if slavery was somehow holding black people back. Is that what you're saying?
I don't feel like slavery was holding black people back. I feel like slavery, it did a lot of bad with the killing. I'm not talking about all that, the killing and the chains and the whips. Take away all of that. But I feel like, in a sense, that
Take away all of that?
Yes, I'm saying I'm not including the chains, I'm not including the whippings, I'm not including the negativity of the abuse. I'm not including the abuse. I'm only saying that with the work ethic and stuff like that, and what's wrong with servitude? Wait a minute, what is wrong with servitude?
What?
Wait, I'm not finished. I don't.
Athena, this is I've never had this experience. This is the first experience.
Thank you. I'm glad it's the first.
Did you just ask what is wrong with servitude?
Because that's basically what slaves were. They were serving another race of people. And
why should black people be the ones who are in servitude?
We shouldn't be the ones. I feel like we all should be in servitude. But all I'm saying is, since black people some of them were in servitude, since some of them were, all I'm saying is, when they became free, because I never was a slave, when they became free, I just feel like things kind of turned for the worse, as far as in their ethnics, the way they carry themselves. Women were not naked, half naked, walking around acting like a fool back then. You had what's wrong with just not even fear?
Because black women were
more classier.
Okay, I think I've heard enough.
Okay, fine.
I think no, black women were not classy because black women were being unalived. Black women were being raped. Black women were enslaved. Black women were being worked to exhaustion. Black women were. Wait 1 second. I heard you speak at this point. I literally feel like I've heard enough. Respectfully, Hillary. As a black woman myself, it's interesting that you say black women were classy when black women were whipped, black women were raped, black women's wombs were used as like a breeding ground for the next generation of enslaved people. Like that to me is insane that you would think that black people were better off during slavery and then say what's wrong with servitude, knowing full well everything is wrong with being treated as like property, like piece of like just like property basically,
Right.
not like being stripped of your personhood, because that is what slavery was. Chattel slavery stripped black people of our personhood.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
But you're focusing. But I specifically said take away the negative, those negative things that happen. I wasn't talking about those negative.
You can't
things
take it away though, because slavery is inherently dehumanizing. You can't take it away.
He asked me how I felt, as if like, do I think it was better? You
I'd like to clarify. I didn't ask you. I didn't ask you for your feelings on slavery. You said, Dean, I would love to share one of my opinions from you, and I know that this will get some backlash. No, this was unfucking prompted, Athena.
Right.
This was legitimately unfucking prompted.
No. Yeah, he's right. He did not ask me. That's something I wanted to. But the reason why I was saying that is because we were going into the way of saying, how, if black people were better off, how are they better? I'm not saying they were better off with slaves. If you mention all that negativity that happened, I'm just saying that as a group, they stood together more when they were.
Why are you saying they? Aren't you black?
No.
What are you?
Wait a minute. I'm brown, but.
Wait, what are you? Wait. What are you?
Okay, let me say this.
What are you?
I'm gonna tell you, Missy. I'm gonna tell you. I think I'm saying that the reason why I don't necessarily say that I'm black is because, first of all, no one is black. Black is a color, and I have not seen no human being that's black. I have only seen brown, darker color. Black to me, I feel like was used to categorize a certain group of people so that they could have more control over a class of people. So no, I do not consider myself being black. I consider myself being brown. I consider myself being Indian. I have a lot in my blood.
Indian.
Yeah, Indian. I have more in my blood than just
from the subcontinent of India.
Whatever you want to call it.
Wait, first of all, if you're not black, then why are you talking about black issues? That's one thing I don't understand. Do you think that you're indigenous to North America?
The reason why I'm talking about it is because I would be categorized as black because that's what they did to label a certain group of people. So if I'm going to be categorized as something that I'm really not, I should have the right to speak on it because you're categorizing me with it. And you asked me a question. If I feel like I'm black, no, I feel like I am brown. Okay.
Do you know that black as like a legal category has nothing to do with like being like actually black, right? Because like there is no person who is actually genuinely black, right?
Okay. So
So as a legal terminology, blackness is first of all associated with your phenotypical characteristics, which is why you can have a light-skinned person who might be lighter than a dark-skinned white Italian person, but still be categorized as black. Because again, blackness isn't necessarily about like you just being like literally a black person. It's about again. A legal terminology, right? Based on your phenotypical characteristics. Right. So, yeah.
Arnett, I'd like to thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Arnett. Let's make sure to get some W's in the chat for Arnett. Thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for that. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, W. I'm kind of like in a bit shock right now. I'm not gonna lie. Because you understand that, like, for example, in Tulsa, after slavery was abolished, black people were doing very well, and then that was destroyed by white supremacists.
And where?
Right? Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Oh, okay.
Black Wall Street.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of Black Wall Street?
No, but I will look it up. I like to be educated.
Okay, so Black Wall Street was an area in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where a lot of rich upper class black people lived who were very well off, and then there was they called it a race riot, but it was a massacre that happened where the white inhabitants in that area just literally went there, and there were even airstrikes of Tulsa. The whole neighborhood was completely eradicated in the early 1900s, and that was way after slavery was abolished. Right? And there are multiple instances in multiple areas and towns all across the US where black people were well off, were doing good for themselves, had families and all that stuff, and that was destroyed by white supremacists, or those towns were eradicated or they were drowned. You had Seneca Village, which was completely destroyed and turned into Central Park. You had Lake Lanier, that literally was built on top of a black town that was drowned. You had Tulsa, Oklahoma, which was also completely you had Rosewood. There are multiple towns where black people were flourishing, black communities were flourishing, and that was completely destroyed by white supremacists, right? And so this was way after slavery ended. Us as black people, there is nothing wrong with us. We don't need slavery to kind of hold us, to put a leash on us because we're somehow out of control or unhinged if we're not enslaved. Slavery is inherently bad. There is no such thing as take the bad things out of slavery and only no, there is no such thing. Slavery is inherently a bad thing.
Okay. Slavery, you said, what's the last part you said?
I said slavery is inherently bad because black people were stripped of their personhood. Literally, we experienced a social death because of slavery. Until today, we are actively deemed or categorized as non-human because of the transatlantic slave trade and because of Western European colonialism. So there's absolutely nothing good that comes out of it when we today are still dealing with the ramifications of having experienced a social death because we are black.
Okay, so if you feel like that, if that's so true, I'm not saying it's not true in a sense, but I feel like, so why won't you question the other race as to why they feel that black people or whatever, why do they feel like what is the matter with them to make them feel like something is the matter with the black person? Or
Prejudice, racism, literal, undescribable, unjustifiable, literal fucking prejudice.
Okay, that's
and can I just say one thing? Capitalism. The world benefits off of black dehumanization. You have to understand the prison industrial complex is black people are disproportionately represented in the prison industrial complex, and so many corporations and companies benefit off of the prison industrial complex. You have the working force. Black people are also disproportionately represented there and underpaid. You have black resources that are used. You have black culture, black resources, black talents, black creations, innovations are extracted like black gold, and our bodies are discarded to the side because people understand that civil society as we know it today is rooted in the subjugation and dehumanization of black people. So when people were being racist to us, they were racist to us for their capitalistic endeavors. The reason as to why they enslaved us is because they had 2 whole new continents that they supposedly discovered, and there was a lot of land that needed to be worked on, and they wanted slaves to work on them, right? And so that's why they decided to create racial categories and racism to justify enslaving black people.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay, so with all that being said and all that knowledge as to, black or whatever, why is it, if that's the case, why is it when you see when us as brown skinned people, they see each other in in position of power or in whatever, why do they act a certain type of way towards their own kind? Then that's what I don't rock with. They want to.
What type of way?
Okay, they want to act like white people are just these demons and they just done so much to us, okay, in the past and whatever. They've capitalized off of us. They've done this. They've done that. Okay, but locally, when you're like at your local grocery store, at your local haircutting place, just locally, why is it that the person that stepped on our necks, why do they speak before your own kind will speak to you? That's what I don't get. Like, why would they treat you with more kindness before your own kind will? Why?
You think white people treat us with more kindness than other black people? Like on average, I'm not talking about every single white person, of course, but I'm saying like on average, you think like the white community like treats us better than black people?
In certain cases, you want to know why? In every job I've ever had, who has ever hired me? A white person has. In every management position that I've ever had, who put me in that position? A white person has.
Why? Why do you think white people are disproportionately represented in these like positions where they're able to give you a job?
Because the reason why I think it, because they may have done all those because they were put in those positions to be
By what? Why were they put in those positions?
Why? Maybe they invested. Maybe they opened up a franchise. Maybe they did something.
No. I'm saying why are white people disproportionately represented when it comes to economic, political, and institutional power?
Maybe it has something to do with the history. You tell me. But
yeah, because of systemic racism.
Okay, so if that doesn't matter. Okay, so when black people get their little businesses or their little when they do get something going for themselves, they do get a small business or whatever and whatnot. Why, if that's the case, then why won't they employ their own people?
Who told you they don't? Like, again, black people historically have actively fought for all marginalized communities. The reason as to why BIPOC immigrants, again, this is so important. The reason as to why BIPOC immigrants even exist within the US, I'm not talking about the Chinese, but I'm talking about BIPOC immigrants in general, is because of the Immigration Act of 1965 that rode the wave of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. So when Martin Luther King Jr. was having Lyndon B. Johnson sign the Civil Rights Act and the Immigration Act, he literally CC'd BIPOC immigrants to be able to immigrate to the US. Like, black people historically have not only fought for ourselves, right, for other black people, but black people have also fought for other marginalized communities. All throughout the 60s, you had black people fighting together with indigenous people. You had black people fighting together with Jewish people. You had black people fighting together with Palestinian people. Like, historically and until today, we are the backbone of a lot of liberation movements of other groups as well. So you trying to say that black people don't invest within our communities is literally misinformation, because we heavily do. What I want to tell you, though, is that the average white family in the US has roughly 8 times the wealth of the average black family. White college graduates have over 7 times more wealth than black college graduates. 2 million people are locked up across the United States, and black people are in prison at a rate 3 times higher than white people. And black women are in prison at a rate 1.7 times higher than white women. The US in 2020 had about 580,000 unhoused people, 39% of whom were black. Black and white people use plants at similar rates, and black people are in prison for those plant crimes at 5 times the rates of white people. Police in the US continue to unalive indigenous people, Latinx, black people at significantly higher rates, as much as 350% more frequently than white people. The reason as to why black people are disproportionately affected by poverty or all these other issues is because of systemic racism, which you're somehow victim blaming black people for that. And like the only reason you and I are here being able to have this conversation is because black people fought for us. Like literally, black people, our ancestors actively fought for us to have the rights that we have today.
Exactly. I'm not denying that. That's what I'm saying. If they fought so hard for us to have these rights, to do what? To throw it away. Because that's what they're doing. They're throwing it away. You want to say that the jails are overcrowded by black people. Yes, the judge may have gave you a bigger sentence than he gave the Caucasian man. But was the judge did the judge put you in front of him, or did you put yourself in front of the judge? You got
40 to 50% of exonerations are black individuals. Black individuals are arrested and charged with crimes falsely at disproportionately much higher rates than their white counterparts.
Yeah.
Okay, if they're
You also had Khalif Browder. Khalif Browder was literally 16 years old, stole nothing, did nothing. He was minding his own business on like New Year's Eve, and this cop randomly stopped him and told him that he stole his own backpack, sent him to Rikers Island without being sent to court, without being charged. He stayed in Rikers Island at 16 years old for 2 years. And then he was finally released, and he unalived himself after he was released because of how traumatized he was from going to Rikers Island for nothing. So the amount of black people who have been sent to prison or jail for absolutely nothing, like the exonerated Fife as well, like, again, you continue to victim blame.
I'm not victim blaming. I'm only saying that black people are playing the victim too, not to a sense. It's like you're buying into this concept that, yeah, we have crooked cops. Yes, we do. Yeah, we have a crooked system. Yes, we do. But why you keep buying into that? You keep reiterating that, like you keep trying to use that as a scapegoat. You cannot use that as a scapegoat when you yourself doesn't help your fellow man or woman to the next level. You can't keep blaming the white man for all your downfalls or you going to prison and all. You can't keep blaming white people. Like, you cannot keep blaming them for everything that goes wrong in your life. You can't.
Okay.
How can black people victimize themselves without an oppressor? How are you going to victimize yourself without somebody oppressing you? I'm confused at that, Hillary. Right? The fact that black newborns are 3 times more likely to die during childbirth. Did you know that, Hillary? That black newborns are 3 times more likely to die during childbirth than white newborns, and their mortality rate decreases by 39 to 52% when a black doctor takes over. The fact that black babies are being subjected to racism before they even know their own name already says it all, right? So the fact that you're trying to put the onus on black people for being subjected to racism, to me, is actually crazy.
No, I'm not
I have a question.
saying that.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, this is where I always get caught up. It's like when people deny systemic racism. Like, how do you explain like the higher rates of like arrests, etc., alongside the other statistics in which like Athena listed? Like, do you just like believe phrenology? Like, do you think that like white and black people are like biologically different?
Do I think that?
Yeah.
No, I think they're very much alike.
Purdy, thank you so much for the motorcycles. I really appreciate you for the love. W's for Purdy in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the motorcycles. I really do appreciate you for that, Purdy. This is a crazy conversation. I've had a couple donations. I've just been, like leaving them to rest while Covey is educating us all. But I did just want to take a second and thank you all. Massive W's for Purdy in the chat. Additionally here, Ricardo, thank you for the $2.
Okay, I
Well,
don't
thank you for the
appreciate.
$3 saying son of a black business owner who employs black people. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. And Jessica and Kennedy with a $5 each. I really appreciate y'all. Then also Neha and Arnett with a $25 each. Thank you, Arnett, for the $25, and Neha with the $25, and Elizabeth with the $25. Please thank our donors, chat. Thank you, Purdy, Neha, Elizabeth, Arnett. Y'all are so awesome. Thank you guys so much for your love on Venmo, PayPal. Now I want to go back to what y'all are talking about. I want to sit back and listen and learn myself. But I mean, good to know that you don't buy into like literal fucking phrenology. Great. I mean, foot in the right direction. Many more steps to take.
I feel like I don't. Well, I just don't appreciate. I feel like that Kobe. Yeah, she's educating, but you have to, instead of like everybody is saying bad stuff about me or whatever, whatnot. But it takes a person like me to bring education to the forefront. If everybody just, if nobody's outspoken, nobody's different, and everybody's the same, what do you have? So I don't care about whoever's saying all these bad things about me, that I'm whatever. You don't know me. You don't know anything about me.
So you're saying that you should hold your beliefs even though they don't have any justification for the reason that there should be a differentiation of beliefs that exist in society. Would you say the same thing about white supremacists?
When you guys say white supremacists, so you mean to tell me they just hate black people? That's the whole objective of white supremacists? Like what's they just hate black people?
Yeah.
Why? What's
because they look different.
That's it? Well, that's stupid. So okay, so they only hate black people because they look different. So that's something they need to take up with God, not black people, right?
So I just want to clarify. So in the same way you said that you should hold your beliefs, which are very societally harmful and serve as a detriment to members of the African American community, for the reason not that they're justified, but for the reason that there deserves to be different beliefs that exist inside of society, would you say the same thing about white supremacists? That although white supremacy is unjustified, that people should be white supremacists for the reason that we need different beliefs?
I feel like if a person wants to be a white supremacist, and if they're not, if they are, I feel like if they want to be a white supremacist, I feel like that's their prerogative. Like you can't tell
Jesus
people.
Christ.
Well, you can't tell people how to feel. I'm not saying that is right. You cannot tell people if they don't like a certain group of people because the way they look, then they don't like them. Black people don't even like each other for the way they look. So why is it always got to be the white man?
Okay, that's just not the same thing. That's just not the same thing. When we're talking about black people reproducing, no, I can tell you why that's not the same thing. When we're talking about black people reproducing anti-blackness, colorism, featureism, all these other isms, it's because of the white supremacy that we have internalized over the past couple of centuries, telling us to hate ourselves. White people don't have a reason to do that because black people historically have not oppressed white people. White people literally hated us for no reason. Like when we let's say for example are cautious around one second. When we are cautious around, let's say, white people, that's because historically white people have posed a danger to us and still until today pose a danger to us, right? We haven't done any of that ish to white people. White people literally, out of the blue in the 1400s, because they wanted for their own capitalistic endeavors to enslave black people, randomly came up with scientific racism and race science and decided to enslave us for absolutely no reason.
My husband
so
is
you
black.
cannot compare the two, Hillary. And by the way, Dean, can I, my phone is almost like off. I'm going to join through my iPad, so.
Okay, yeah. It's totally up for you. As soon as you're done talking to Hillary, we're all done talking to Hillary. But if you want to join up on your iPad to continue talking to Hillary, go for it.
I want her to stay.
I meant I'm gonna join through my iPad. I'm gonna join like again.
Yeah, go for it. Hell yeah. Yeah, feel free. In the meantime, guys, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Let's try
And
to get
my husband
to
is
half of the
black, by the way. My husband is he's brown.
I thought you said that black people weren't actually black.
Well, he's categorized as black, but to me, his skin complexion is caramel brown.
Okay. Pretty, I appreciate you for the motorcycle. I really appreciate you for that love. Thank you so much. Am I white?
No, I feel like you're cream.
Okay, I'm not white.
What are you?
What the hell is cream?
And by the way, I work with the people that y'all bashing so bad. I work with nothing. That's who I work with. So go right
Which
ahead.
people am I bashing? Which people am I bashing?
White supremacists, the KKK.
Wait, but according to you, white supremacists don't exist because no one's actually white.
Well,
Wait,
I said categorize. I didn't say they're. I'm categorize them just like the next person categorized them. So Caucasian, light skin, whatever you want to say, light skin, blue eyes, blonde hair. I work with majority of my customers are white.
Wait, did you just say that you work with white supremacists?
Yeah, she did.
Okay, look, that's funny, but let me tell you something.
What do you mean you work with KKK members? What do you mean by that?
Because let me tell you something. I have guys come in my chair. They're like 80. They're a lot of years old, older than I am, and they, I'm pretty sure back in their day, because some of them even will say it. They say, back in the day, y'all weren't allowed to cut our hair, stuff like that. So I'm working with people that's like that. I work for people that's like I do their hair. For
Why?
Why? You want me to tell you why?
Yeah.
But if I tell you guys why, you cannot keep being so. If I'm being open minded to you guys, just please be open minded to me. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But just try to just be open minded. Is all I'm saying. But the reason why I cut blue eye, blonde hair, most of my customers are Caucasian, and the reason why is number one, they tip. Number two, my customers, hold on, I'm not finished. My customers are easygoing. My customers are nice. And one thing I do like about them, they do not charge their people an arm and a leg for a shampoo, for a style. We shampoo and style our people here that's $60, $70, almost $100. It's ridiculous.
Wait, Dean, do you see my other account? I'm so sorry, Hillary. Do you see my other account?
Boom. So I just want to clarify. So you said that your customers talk about how back in their day, the black people weren't allowed to cut hair.
Yeah.
And you think that your customers are nice. So you think that KKK white supremacists are cool?
I feel like I see nothing wrong with people telling the truth. If they feel, I cannot say, I would rather for a person to tell me in my face that they don't like me than for a person to pretend to like me and in their heart they don't like me. That's
Do you understand that they probably would have unalived you if they met you outside?
What do you mean?
Like, do you understand that? Yeah, do you understand that a white supremacist would probably unalive you if you weren't cutting their hair?
What do you mean? Black people,
What do you mean what I mean?
unalive each other.
No, I'm saying again, do black people unalive each other because we're black? You understand that cannot be. 1 second, Hillary. You understand, right? To black on black crime does not exist, right? What you're talking about is No, it doesn't. It's proximity crime. A majority of white people are unalived by other white people. A majority of Asians are unalived by Asians. A majority of black people are unalived by black people because of proximity. Because of how segregated the U.S. is, right? So black on black crime does not exist because white on white crime does not exist. Asian on Asian crime does not exist either, right?
Oh, okay.
So when we were talking about black people unaliving other black people, it's not because I say, oh, I hate this black person because they're black, so let me go unalive them. Whereas a white supremacist literally can unalive somebody simply for existing as a black person, like Ahmaud Arbery. Ahmaud Arbery was just jogging and was unalived by two white tea supremacists who hated him for simply existing. So the fact that you're trying to compare a white supremacist who hates us for simply existing as black people to, let's say, black people who happen to unalive each other due to proximity, to me is actually effing insane.
Okay, well, that makes sense, but But are you saying that it's okay for a white supremacist to like no, it's okay for them to unalive us because of the color of our skin, but it's not okay for a black person to go into a black club and shoot it up?
Wait, what? I don't think anybody should be unaliving people. Like, what are you talking about?
Oh,
Unless,
okay,
unless for like
then.
self-defense. No, what I'm saying is it's not no, what I'm saying is it's not equivalent, right? A white supremacist seeking you out because you were black. Like the Buffalo Pew Pewer, who actively went and told the white people to duck because he didn't want to unalive them, but went and unalived the black people. That is very different because he is specifically targeting a black person because they exist within a black body.
Okay, so you guys want to run this in people's head, run this in their heads. Okay, so
Run what? Run what? Run what?
the white supremacists don't. We understand they don't like us because of the color of our skin. Got it? Clear. Okay, so that does not justify all the other stuff that has gone.
I never said it justifies it. I never said it justifies it. What I'm saying is white supremacists should not be tolerated. That's not even something you should be bragging about. The fact that like you work with white tea supremacists is not something you should be bragging about.
Why do I have to be ashamed of who I work for? Why should I not feel happy for who even as a child, but when I became a hairstylist, I've always wanted to do white people's hair. So why do I have to be
Why did you want to specifically do white people's hair?
not saying I didn't want to do black people hair. I do black people hair.
You
too.
just said it.
I said I always
Wait, is
wanted to
am I too loud by the way, Dean?
No.
Am I too loud? Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're not loud. I just was wondering if I was too loud.
Okay, but no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I never said I didn't want to do black people hair. I said I've always wanted to do Caucasian hair. That's just
Why though?
the reason why is because for one, it is so-called forbidden, right? So that's one reason why I wanted to do it.
Why is it forbidden?
That's what you guys are putting out there. That
No, never said that.
well, that's
Thank
what
you
it's
for that
saying.
mustache.
It's not what you said. It's how it's being interpreted. And to me, I feel like it's been interpreted as if it's so forbidden. So.
No, I didn't say it's so forbidden. I said like I personally would never do anything for a white tea supremacist. That's what I said. Because why is a white tea supremacist who hates my existence using my services?
So you mean to tell me just because you can't show an act of kindness, why you can't? So what was the purpose of
No.
Martin Luther King then?
No, Dr. Martin Luther King was also a communist who wanted wealth redistribution, but that part is forgotten, isn't it? Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. also said towards the end of his life he felt like he integrated his people into a burning building because he felt like it was going to be a danger, right? Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., that March for Washington march that people only focus on the I have a dream part, he actively was also advocating for wealth redistribution. Right? And also Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who was hated by more than 78% of white Americans, who called him a T, was also unalived by white America. So I don't know why you're talking about Martin Luther King Jr.
Because you guys, to me, I feel like you're teaching if they hate you, you hate them. That's what I feel like.
No.
You're teaching. So what I'm teaching
is get your freedom by any means necessary. I don't think a black person needs to turn the other cheek to a white tea supremacist who would literally unalive us if they saw us outside.
Okay, so you don't feel like
that's respectability politics, by the way, which is rooted in anti-blackness.
Okay, so that's how you feel, and I respect the way you feel. So just like I respect how you feel, you can't respect the fact that I feel like I should turn the other cheek. You can't respect that. That's not respectable.
Because that is rooted in anti-blackness. It's rooted in anti-blackness. Respectability politics has gotten black people nowhere. Like literally, respectability politics has gotten us unalived because a systemically racist structure that is rooted in our dehumanization will see any form of resistance as disrespectful. That is precisely why Colin Kaepernick, who was simply respectfully leaning, was also viewed as disrespectful. So anything a person does to resist a systemically racist structure will be viewed as disrespectful. Even if you say please, like even if you silently kneel, like Colin Kaepernick did, you would still be deemed disrespectful.
Okay, so am I supposed to hate the people I do their hair for? Am I supposed to not like them because
What's the issue with like hating white supremacists?
Literally,
that's what you're trying to teach me.
Could you give me the contradiction?
Excuse me?
What's like the problem with hating white supremacists?
What's the problem with it? What's the problem with not hating them?
Well, I mean, like, assumingly, like, I'm a white man, but in this hypothetical version of reality, where a large sect of society has historically killed people that look like me, dehumanized people that look like me, has treated people that look like me evidently and distinctly different because they looked like me, and continues to do so until this very day, I'd find there to be a lot of issues with being sympathetic towards them, right, due to the dehumanization, hate, and prejudice that they've spewed, right, historically speaking, to people that look like me.
Okay. But my thing is also, people are saying all these bad things about me, saying I hate myself. I don't hate myself. I love myself. Me loving myself does not have anything to do with because I won't hate a white person because they so-called did so much stuff to us. So that to me, you're telling me I hate myself because I won't hate another white person, or I won't hate a white supremacist, or I won't hate somebody that would unalive
No, that's
me.
not. No.
Yeah, they
No.
would
The
unalive me,
internalized anti-blackness. You have a lot of internalized anti-blackness.
How? What?
Yeah. So number
So are
one,
you saying
you're
I'm
trying
not
to.
for blacks?
No, blacks is crazy. Black people, right? That's what I mean. The verbiage that you're using is a lot of internalized anti-blackness, right? Number one, you just said I can explain it to you, right? Number one,
Go ahead.
excuse me?
I grew up. My friends were white.
Yeah, I grew up also in like suburbia. I grew up around a lot of white people. Like,
Were they mean to
okay,
you?
so I experienced a lot of racism actually. But the thing is, like, for example, when you said blacks, when it's black people, when blacks is literally actively dehumanizing, when you try to victim blame black people for the systemic racism that we are subjected to, when you literally, what did you say? You talked about black on black crime existing. Number three, you try to push respectability politics. These are four like examples of how you are reproducing internalized anti-blackness. And when I say I hate white supremacists, I'm not talking about hating every single white individual. I'm not going to sit here and say I hate Dean because he's white. I'm saying I hate white supremacists who actively are going to oppress me and who actively contribute to the system that unalives my people. My people are being unalived.
Okay, and what? You want to be respected for that, right? So just like you want to be respected for how you feel about white supremacists or whites or whatever, can I be respected for how I feel about them too? You and I are both categorized as brown, and this is my prime example. You are so prone on trying to prove me wrong or how I feel is wrong that and you're my sister, supposedly, quote unquote, and that's what I'm talking about.
Of course I'm your sister.
Right, and we can't even agree to disagree. It's like we're at war because.
Don't you think it's harmful though? Like when you as a brown woman, I'll respect you there, right? When you as a brown woman are coming up in front of a couple thousand people and saying that slavery somehow like we were like black people were better under like slavery, and that after slavery black people were just wild and like set loose and just were completely insane because they were not put under control or under a leash or on a leash. And when you say, like, when you reproduce a lot of this harmful misinformation, that literally contributes to your dehumanization as well. So that is harmful. You can have different opinions. That's perfectly fine. I am all I agree with people who have different opinions, and like that we need diversity, right? But then when you are reproducing anti-blackness though, that is an issue because anti-blackness in the grand scheme of things harms the both of us.
I'm not reproduced.
Casey, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Saying, Dean, you've had some crazies before, but this might be the top of the pyramid. Yeah, I think I agree. Keep it the good fight. I appreciate you for the
That's
$5
not
on Venmo,
fair.
Casey.
But
I think
thank
it's
you.
totally fair.
Well, thank you. If that, fine. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm going to continue to be myself. And I'm not anti-black or whatever you're saying. I'm not any of those things. I am simply a person
See,
that.
from my perspective, you've shared more radical beliefs than vast majority of the proud racists I've spoken to on the left.
Well, thank you. I take that as a compliment. I'm happy that I'm able to come on here and open people's minds up to that everybody thinks differently about everything.
Yeah.
I'm done with her. Are the fuck? Take that as a compliment? Dude, Jesus Christ. Kobe, I appreciate you for coming up as always.
Thank you.
That was an insane guest. Thank you so much.
That was crazy. Yeah, thank you. I'm in the live if you need me again.
Cool. Well, I appreciate you so much for coming up. Seriously, have a good rest of your day. Have a good one, Kobe. Let's get some W's for Kobe in the chat. Athena 8 up, 8 down. But honestly, we could see how shocked Athena was with that guess. I didn't know how to fucking respond to that. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest. Blondie, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Hello, I'm actually from Scotland.
Nice. Unfortunately, we are just looking to talk to people that are voting for Trump. I do apologize. Guys, if you're in the queue, make sure that you are voting for Trump. We're going to go ahead and get our next guest up on the live literally right now, so everyone just do be patient. If you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in the bio. And Devontae with a $10 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Devontae. W's for Devontae in the chat. Thank you. What's up, Hillbilly? Are you voting for Trump?
Yep.
All right, and why is that?
Because he's the only candidate that's not racist.
Oh, okay. So what?
I can't stand racism.
Okay, so Hillbilly. So he denied housing opportunities to black people because they're black in 1973. 2012 through 2014, he said that because Barack Obama's black, that he shouldn't be able to run for president, essentially. He said that Kamala Harris, quote unquote, turned black. And then I also, preface, crazy quote here. He said, laziness is a trait of black with an S at the end, black people.
What'd you say exactly what he said? Come on. In the 1970s, he wasn't president, so he had no affiliation with this stuff.
Wait, can I be racist?
Trump is not racist.
Can I be racist? Can I be racist?
Anyone can be racist, regardless of your color.
Wait, but I thought you said that Trump couldn't be racist because he wasn't president.
He had nothing to do with the political racism crap. You bringing him up from the 70s, he wasn't even president. How can you bring him in on something?
How can you be racist when you're not president? Wait, do you think that members of the KKK and Proud Boys are racist?
Joe Biden was knew the top guy at KKK, and he also went to his funeral. That one guy that died that was the head of the KKK. He went to his funeral. It was all over the news.
So I would like to clarify on this point, but this didn't respond to my question, but just to clarify. So yeah, that was one of Biden's mentors. He was a former member of the KKK.
Yeah,
that turned one second, Hillbilly. That turned his life around and dedicated it to public service and became one of the top humanitarians, right? Specifically advocating against racism. Had completely turned his life around and became a civil rights activist. But I just want to clarify here: you're saying that Donald Trump couldn't have been racist in the 70s as he wasn't president.
I didn't say he couldn't have been racist. I am saying, well, number one, I'm saying he's not racist, but I didn't say he couldn't.
Okay, so is denying opportunity to black people because they're black racists?
Did not inflect what's going on with the racism in the government.
Hey, Hillbilly, is denying opportunity to black people because they're black racists?
For number one, white people were slaves too back then.
What the fuck? I had said nothing about... Okay, first of all, they weren't. Second of all,
yes, they were.
Is denying opportunity to black people because they're black racists? Answer my question.
Run that question by me again, I'll answer.
Jesus Christ. Is denying opportunity to black people because they're black racists?
Let's see. Black people were denied. White people were denied. Chinese were denied.
Hey, Hillbilly. Hey, lock in, little bro. Is denying opportunity to black people because they're black racists?
Denied, regardless of the colors.
I'm going to go ahead and ask you the question one last time. If you do not answer the question, I'm going to move on and forget about you. Is denying opportunity to a black person because of the color of their skin racism?
Denying opportunity, no matter what your color is racism. No matter what your color is. That's not just black.
So when Trump denied opportunity to black people because he
Trump
wouldn't...
never denied opportunity. He's got plenty of black people working for him.
Okay. So he did deny opportunity to black people in a couple different
Probably
regards.
because they want the right person for the job. He's probably denied white people too, but you don't bring that up, do you?
No, in 1973, he had properties, right? And the DOJ got word that he was not renting these properties to black people because they were black. So they sent in quote unquote testers. They sent a white person in, and the white person asked if they had any available units to rent. The property manager said yes and showed them around. Then they sent a black person in and asked the same question. And they said, no, we're all booked up. So then the DOJ investigated, talked to the property manager. It turned out that they were turning black people around because of the color of their skin. Then the property manager even indicated that that was an order from Trump. Then the DOJ pursued litigation against Trump. And Donald Trump ended up having to make a promise that he never racially discriminated again and had to spend tens of thousands of dollars advertising that fact in their local newspapers.
Let's
So
talk
is
about
that
your
Trump
Papa
being racist?
Giorgio or your Kamala lady.
No, you're actively
They're
pivoting
racist
around.
as hell. Far worse.
You're
They're
actively pivoting around for my question. So was
No,
that an
I'm not
example that I just
pivoting.
gave you
I'm
racism?
proving a point. There's a difference between pivoting and proving a point.
No, you are pivoting because you made the claim that Donald
don't
Trump is
talk
not
about
racist.
Biden.
Now I'm
Well,
giving you an
Kamala
evidently clear
racist.
example of him
Come
being
on.
racist.
Come on, buddy.
What's an example of
the
Kamala
truth.
Harris being racist?
Number one, she claims to be a black woman when she isn't.
Okay, we're gonna go back to elementary school. What does it mean to be biracial?
I never worried about being biracial because they didn't care about it.
But what does that mean?
It doesn't matter what it means.
Okay, you don't know what it means to be biracial, bro.
They never cared about it.
Holy fuck, dude! I'm chat for the 5.2 thousand people in here. I am actively losing brain cells. I'm losing fucking brain cells.
Dude, I have been using brain cells for 49 years, and you're not using them. I know when people use brain cells.
Did you just say that you haven't used brain cells in 49 years? The first true thing you've said on the live. The first true thing you've said on the live. Literally the first true thing that you've said on the live. Peggy, thank you so much for the $25. One sec. Hillbilly, 1 second. Peggy with the 25. Peggy with the $25 on Venmo, and Ebony, and thank you for the $5 on PayPal as well.
I'm having too much fun. Because back in the 80s, if you go back to the 80s sitcoms, you see that
W's
there
for
was no
Peggy
racism
and
back
Ebony in the
then.
chat.
Racists
Hey.
didn't start until dumbasses like you come out there and go, oh, racist this, racist that. We didn't care about racism back in the 80s. We didn't care about it back in the early 90s.
Jacob, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Good seeing you on Jubilee. It was awesome. Thank you for the
said
love.
there was no racism. You're
Okay.
creating racism.
So
You're
I just want to
creating
clarify.
it.
Do you mind
You
if I
need to
so-
stop creating racism.
Hey,
You're-
Hillbilly,
you're-
1 second. Calm down.
No, there is
Calm
no
down.
1 second. You need to stop it. There is no racism in our country.
Oh, cheers, God. Okay,
There isn't.
so I just want to clarify. You
Where's
said
where's
there-
slavery at? There is. Then tell me,
Hey,
who's
okay.
enslaved?
Okay,
Who's being
hey,
put
hey.
down because of color of their skin? Nobody.
Do you mind if George Floyd?
George Floyd was a criminal. He was a junkie that died of an overdose, and the doctor that overdid his thing stated, and this is fact.
I'm not doing it twice in a row, guys. I'm sorry. I'm not doing it twice in a row. We're moving on to the next guest. I'm just literally not gonna do it twice in a row. We're gonna go and get our next guest, Joy, up in there. Like I'm not doing it twice in a fucking row. Are you kidding me? Do I want to waste my day focusing on racists? No. Hannah, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo saying, what is up with a new level of crazy today? I fucking know. Hannah, it's crazy. W's for Hannah in the chat. Thank you for the $15. And Jennifer with the $5. These are the people who vote for Trump. I know. W's for Jennifer. What's up, Joy? Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Okay. So why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is very sexist.
Actually, because Biden actually passed the bill for Roe v. Wade to be put into the states instead of the entire federal government.
Okay, so Joy, you're laughably incorrect. First of all, what rescinded Roe v. Wade back down to the state wasn't congressional legislation or a bill. It was called the Dobbs decision, a decision by the Supreme Court that Trump elected 3 justices to specifically to make that decision. He's been boasting about it since it occurred.
Okay, can we go on to the black problems real fast? Because that's what I really wanted to go on here for. I know that I'm white, but I will talk about this just like you're white talking about this.
Jesus Christ, what a fucking pivot. Hello? Okay, could you just, hey, just real quick, can you just like recognize how like laughably false that last thing that you said was?
What, that you're talking about black problems?
No, about what you were particularly saying with Biden passing a bill to put abortion back down to the state.
Oh, because I want to talk about the black problems, because that's what you guys were
What
talking
the
about.
fuck is a black problem?
The ones that you're talking about, saying that Trump basically is racist and all of those things, when in reality, Kamala Harris's immediate family owned slaves. Kamala Harris is from, well, her parents are from Jamaica and India. Jamaica is not in Africa, so how can she identify as Black if she is not African American? I know you say that she's and Indian only.
Did you just say that Jamaica is not in Africa? So how can she identify as African American when African Americans are not in Africa? Oh my god, dude. Wow. What the fuck is going
Well, I'm
on
saying
today?
that-
What the fuck is
I
going
am
on? What
saying-
is going on? What is going
I am
on? I'm gonna lose my shit. I don't get paid enough for this. I don't get paid enough for this. God damn it.
Wait.
I have a question. Joy.
Yes.
How did black people get to America?
The way that everybody else did?
Forcefully through the transatlantic slave trade. How did black people get to Jamaica?
The exact same way.
Forcibly through the transatlantic slave trade. So we have African Americans and Afro Jamaicans. So can you please tell me why the blackness of an Afro Jamaican is less than the blackness of an African American? Is it because of the geographical location which they stand on? Or is it because you just want to say she's not black insofar as this black voice not being uplifted? Just another example of modern day racism. Crazy! And then you also said that she had slave owners in her immediate family history. Yeah,
Yes.
so her twice great grandfather was a slave owner. Now please tell me, how do you think a black person could be related to a white slave owner? It's because their ancestor literally got raped by the white slave owner, and then the biracial baby was put back into the slave trade. This happened in Jamaica and America, everywhere. They held to the position that black women couldn't experience pain, so they just grape them, produce more slaves, because instead of going to the market and paying money for slaves, literally buying people's property, insane, they just grape their black slaves, get one for free. They just had to wait 9 months. So do you see how, if a black person in today's society is related to a white slave owner, that they didn't experience the benefits of white supremacy over the course of the last couple hundred years? In fact, they were the victim of it.
Okay. Anyways, back to what I was saying. I was not talking about that whatsoever.
Ashley, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. And Daryl with the $2 on Venmo as well. Thank you, Ashley. Daryl, go ahead.
Anyways, I was
Trish with the $25 on Venmo, saying sorry that you have to deal with another racist. Dude, today's a crazy day. Let's get at least 250 W's in the chat for Trish. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Okay, so anyways, what I wanted to say is, how is it okay for her to identify as Indian 3 years ago and now she identifies only as Black? That was my question. Had nothing to do with slave owners. Her parents did own slaves. That is a fact. Her family did own slaves. That is a fact.
Yo, Purdy with $100 on PayPal. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the love, Purdy. I want to see at least 100 W's for Purdy in the chat right now. Thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. That is insane. And Lowen with the $5 as well, but massive W's for Purdy down below. You're already contradicting yourself. You were saying that her dad owned slaves?
No, I never said her dad owned slaves. I said
You
that
said
her
her
immediate
parents?
family. Yes.
Okay, so her mom and her dad who owned slaves?
Yes.
Which one?
Why does it matter? Why does it matter whose parent owns slaves? Is that not wrong?
Because her parents didn't own slaves.
Okay, and did Trump own slaves? Did his parents own slaves?
No, but
Did
his dad
his
got arrested at a
grandparents?
KKK rally.
Okay, so basically because of that, you're saying that it is okay for Kamala's family to own slaves, but not for Trump to get arrested or Trump's family to get arrested?
Julia, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. You don't get paid enough to do this. It's fucking insane. Bobby, thank you for the money gun. And Don with the $100 on Venmo. Holy shit. Don saying, keep up the work, Dean. Debating actually crazy Trump supporters. It's insane. Thank you for the love, Don. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Don right now with the $100 on Venmo. I want to see massive W's for Purdy and massive W's for Don. That is DAWN, by the way. And Bethany with the $5, with the $10 on PayPal as well. Thank you so much, Don, Bethany, and Purdy. Y'all are going off today. Y'all are wanting to make me cook, so now I'm going to go ahead and cook. So, Joy, I'm going to go and explain this to you one last time. I want you to listen closely. Is that something you could do for me?
I've been listening perfectly fine. You've been interrupting with your chats. So yes, I've
I'm
been
so
listening.
sorry. I got to read off the notes. My apologies. So once again, we're going to go ahead and recap how a black woman can be related to a white slave owner. So a black woman can be related to a white slave owner, not because her ancestral tree benefited from white supremacy and enslaved black people, and she was the beneficiary of that. A black woman can be related to a white slave owner as one of their ancestors were raped and impregnated by the white slave owner. One of their ancestors was the enslaved person of the white slave owner. And that family lineage that fell from that raped enslaved person that led to Kamala Harris's existence here on Earth did not benefit from that system of white superiority. In fact, they were the victim of it, because that baby, that result of that pregnancy at the hand of the rape committed by the white slave owner, was thrown back into that system, was treated as a slave themselves. And then this continued until the abolishment of slavery. Okay? So you'll actually find a lot of Afro-Jamaicans and African Americans who are directly related to white slave owners because their ancestors were raped by them.
So what is Kamala gonna do to make the black community better? Can you please tell me her policies on that?
Carly, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. Yeah, so nice pivot. We'll go ahead and respond to it. So first of all, the Biden-Harris administration sent 16 times as much funding to historically black universities in comparison to Trump's administration. And she also wants to address income inequities with socioeconomic discrepancies disproportionately serving as a disservice towards African Americans because of slavery and its aftermath. She wants to address income inequities by fighting for the low and middle class, fighting for tax cuts, fighting to give them better benefits from our federal government, which of course will disproportionately benefit African Americans. Also, she wants to fight for federal protections to access to abortion, which will also disproportionately affect and benefit black women. As it is the case, we see a disproportionate amount of women, right, wanting to get abortions because of socioeconomic discrepancies. And then once again, relating back to my original point, we see differences in the socioeconomic standing of the average black American compared to the average white American because of slavery and its aftermath, right? So I'd say just all around the comprehensive strategy of wanting to grant more to historically black universities and address these socioeconomic discrepancies serves disproportionately to the African American community. Meanwhile, Trump doesn't want to do any of that. He actually decreased funding to historically black universities and serves to rich people, the ultra wealthy, and the corporations, and wants to make life harder on the low and middle class, which will disproportionately serve as a detriment to the African American community. Yeah.
Okay, so how is spending more government money going to help the black community if the blacks that work are getting all of
hey,
the money taken?
it's not acceptable to call black people blacks. So that term has been historically used to dehumanize and further marginalize black people. I don't think that that's acceptable in the slightest.
So I can say the word black people, but I cannot say blacks as a whole.
Oh my God, don't say it. You say it again, you're cooked. You're
can't
kicked,
say-
you're done. Yes, you cannot use that as a term of reference. You say that again on my live and you're kicked. I'm trying to educate you here. I'm trying to inform you on how that term, black with an S at the end, has been historically used to literally dehumanize dehumanize black people. Yes, that is a racist term.
Okay, so if I just say black people, that's okay though?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So anyways, the black people that work, how will that help them if the government is taking more money out of their taxes? How will that benefit them in the slightest?
How is solving income inequity issues and granting more funding to historically black universities going to benefit the African Americans that exist here at home in the U.S.? By
how will
accounting
taking
for in
more
some
taxes-
degree the lack of generational wealth. Imagine that everyone is playing a game of Monopoly. And then one person started with $15 and everyone else started with $50, right? Government subsidies specifically targeting the African American community attempt to account for that disparity by granting additional funding to them, not going to white people, right? Which serves as somewhat of a benefit insofar as reducing those socioeconomic issues. I mean, did he really just ask me how that works?
No, I didn't ask you how that works. You explained it to me. You mansplained it to me, actually, talking about sexism.
What is mansplaining?
Mansplaining what you just did, because I actually know all of these issues already and you pretended like I don't because you're a man and you're mansplaining to me. That's very sexist.
You literally asked me to explain it to you. Do you think it was sexist when Trump sexualized a 10-year-old girl, saying that he dated her in 10 years? Do you think it was sexist
Yes, I
when
do.
Trump boasted about grabbing women by the P word without asking them first, unconsensually? Do you think it was sexist when
Yes,
Trump
I
literally
do.
raped a
Yes,
woman?
I do.
Do you think it was sexist when Trump boasted to Howard Stern about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls at Miss Teen USA because he owns the place? Do you think
Yes,
it was
I do.
racist when Trump denied housing opportunities to black people because they're black? Do you think that it was racist when Trump said that because Barack Obama is black that he was therefore born in Kenya, therefore not a U.S. citizen, therefore he shouldn't be able to run for president? Do you think it was racist when Trump said that laziness is a quality of black with an S at the name, so the same term you used? Do you think it was racist when he said, I don't like it when black men count my money, I want the short men with the yarmulkes to do it instead? Do you think it was racist when Trump referred to the African American community as black with an S at the end, or talked about black jobs, or said that Kamala Harris turned black? Crazy.
So I actually think it's racist that in 2019, Kamala Harris voted for gun rights. She said in an interview that she owns a gun for the exact same reasons that every other American does. Yet aren't most black people killed by guns from white people in your words or your eyes, as the Democrats say, that lots of white people kill a lot of black people?
Santiago,
Okay,
thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Mansplaining questions directly asked to me. Yeah, I guess. Thank you for the $10. W's in the chat for Santiago. I really appreciate you for the love. In 2019, Kamala Harris advocated for a ban on AR-15s.
Okay, so actually there's an interview of her saying that she owned a gun and she actually is for gun rights.
Oh, great.
So how do you
yeah,
feel about that?
Yeah, I think that we should keep guns out of bad people's hands. I think that we should have common sense gun reform. When we introduce better common sense gun reform, we have less gun deaths per capita. And that's specifically what she advocates for, while also recognizing that 2A is important. Individuals should have a legal right to own a gun as long as they're not a bad person, and as long as they pertain to particular gun reform. Christopher, thank you for the money. And no, I don't think that's racist.
Okay, do you think it's racist that I would love to know what rights black people do not have that us white people do have? What rights do they not have that we do have?
Okay, yeah, great question, Joy. So yes, from a legal context, we have seen that black people have only had equal legal rights since the 1960s. So I think making the argument about legal rights is pretty insane, recognizing that there's only been equal legal representation for 65 years. And then secondly, let's go into talk about social issues. Yeah, sure. So black people are inequitably discriminated against within our criminal justice system and within our law enforcement agencies. Although black people may account for 13% of the population, they would account for 40 through 50% of the exonerations made in courts, meaning that there's over arrest rates of black individuals. It is also the case that white individuals as well as black individuals smoke the plant at equal rates. Meanwhile, black individuals would account for a vast majority of incarcerations for the use of the M drug in comparison to white individuals. We could also look at this through the socioeconomic lens, right? We see a drastic difference between the average socioeconomic standing of a black American compared to that of a white American, right? We also see that white Americans have more opportunity to access power and systems of control and representation within institutions or large businesses in comparison to black people, right? We see that although black people account for like 13 through 15% of the American population, they only account for about 5% of Fortune 500 CEOs, right? The same thing would be true in like other institutions of power as well. We could even look at the US presidency. We've only had one black president in comparison to the 46 in total, which would equal out to about 2% of the presidencies, meanwhile 13% of the population. We'd see a lot of issues. I could continue to ramble all day long about how it is the case that systemic racism in Israel does exist and does disproportionately harm black people. Mahogany, I appreciate you for the $9 on Venmo. Let's get some W's in the chat for Mahogany. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much.
Okay, so what rights right now do they not have that we as white people do have? Because are you as a white man not making them look worse by victimizing every single one of them? How is them being victims nonstop
Did you not
going to help
just listen?
them in any way whatsoever?
Oh, so did you not just
did
listen to anything that I just said?
I did.
So can you repeat what I said?
Why would I repeat it when you already told me exactly what you said, exactly what you
Because
thought,
you didn't
exactly
fucking
how
listen.
you think?
Because you didn't listen. Joshua, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal, telling me I gotta slow down just a little bit. I'm not talking fast; she's listening slow. But you know, maybe I'll slow down a little bit. Thank you for the $10 on PayPal, though, Joshua. I really appreciate that. So it falls down to an unequal social representation and societal opportunity. But I mean, we also have some considerations.
Then why do they go to
like
college
legal
for
medical
free? Why do
malpractice.
they go to college
Danielle, I
for free?
appreciate you for the $5 on
Why do
Venmo.
they go to college for free? I'm curious because you're interrupting me, so I'm going to interrupt you. Why are they going to college for free? As I, not
Devontae,
very
I appreciate you
rich.
for the $6 on PayPal.
Me as a not
free?
very rich white person, I can't go to college for free. Yes, they can go to college for free based on the color of their skin. Have you seen that? The BLM
so what-
movement. Hold on.
So, Joy.
I'm still talking. The founders of the BLM movement. So guess what they did with the money? They used that money to grab houses and buy them for themselves,
so
and
Joy,
barely
what policy-
put any money into the black communities. Barely
Can
put
you
any
please
money
indicate
into
to
the
me?
black communities.
Can you
No,
please
let me
indicate
talk
to me,
'cause
like,
you're
I
still
want to
interrupting
talk
me.
about the college bit. So, what policy is currently in place at home here in America today that allows black people to go to college for free, but not white people?
Okay, so how can white people go to college for free besides if they were actually able to educationally go for free based on their actual GPA or sports for some reason, which black people also have the opportunity
Erica,
to do.
thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Ask her why she's only like asking about black people. She's obsessed. Apparently.
No,
she's
it's
obsessed
because-
with
it's because
racism.
I was
Thank you for the
listening
love,
to the
Erica.
live.
I really appreciate you for that. So, can you please answer my question? What policy do we currently have in place here at home in America that discounts the price of college for black people but not for white people?
What policy?
Yeah, like what system of like legislation allows black people to go to college for free apparently, but not white people?
Can you tell me that?
No, it doesn't exist. What you'd be referencing here is
No.
FAFSA. So FAFSA.
No, it's not.
Okay, if it does
Okay,
exist,
so-
you're gonna have to tell me what it is.
Okay, so I don't have a computer screen in front of me like you do, so I'm sitting here on my phone with the internet that I have, and I'm not able to look up the exact policy that is, but if you do a quick Google search, you can find out that yes, black people based on the color of their skin are going to
Kenna,
college.
thank you for the $1 on Venmo. I think that you're referencing like I think that you're referencing affirmative action, but that doesn't have like anything to do with like how it's paid for. And affirmative action also benefits white women the most.
Right. So then why am I not able to go to college for free then based on the color of my skin?
There's no government system that we have that discounts the price of college for black people because of the color of their skin. Drew, I appreciate you for the $3 on Venmo.
But you just said that that would help white women. So can you please explain further what you mean by that?
Mariah, I appreciate you for the $15 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love W's in the chat for Mariah. Thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Massive W's in the chat for Mariah. I really appreciate you for the donation there. Yeah, so we were talking about affirmative action. Which would specifically like grant like particular individuals like a greater level of opportunity to meet like particular amounts of diversity within like the educational fields, which I believe is great. It benefits everyone. But not only was affirmative action ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court last year, confident I appreciate you for the galaxy, but it also benefited white women the most.
Right. Explain
And it has
how that.
nothing to do with how they paid for it.
Explain how that benefited white women the most, please.
Yeah, because like in comparison to all individuals who are considered under affirmative action, like white women benefited the most off of their particular like phenotypical categories in comparison to like anyone else. And then once again, you were referencing like paying for college. I'm still waiting for you to name like the legislative system that grants lower rates of college admission insofar as how much you have to pay to black people but not to white people. Because what I think you're talking about here is FAFSA, and FAFSA is just a government program to like help fund college-related expenditures for individuals from like lower socioeconomic standings. But there's no like there's no race consideration here. And Drew, thank you for the $5
so you
on
basically-
Venmo saying that she's wrong. I think she's confusing scholarship opportunities. Yeah, probably.
Okay, so why are scholarships allowed to more blacks than there are whites at this point?
And
in
there you
time?
go. All right. Well, we're just gonna go to Kicker for continuing to use the racist term of reference. You know, sometimes I like to see the best in people. I like to think, well, maybe they didn't know that that was bad to say, although it seems quite intuitive in all honesty. But not only did she receive the education, but she just continued to use it. Embarrassing, bro. We're going to go to get our next guest up in the box. Everyone, just give us a minute. Shanice, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo saying, tell this clown my 30K in student loans would disagree. 8, Shanice, I appreciate you for the love. Hi, are you voting for Trump? Right, they're not here, guys. If you are voting for Trump, spam MAGA down below in that chat. And if you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. Spider Mom, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying tell that college isn't free because I appreciate you for the love, Spider Mom. W's for Spider in the chat. Thank you so much for the $10. We're gonna go to get our next guest up in the box literally right now. Everyone, just do be patient. Thank you all so much for your support on Venmo as well as PayPal. You guys are awesome. We got our next guest loading in right now, y'all. So everyone, just do be patient. Everyone, do give us a minute to get our next guest up in the box. If you want to come up and debate, let me know in chat. Spam MAGA. We are still looking for our next guest here, y'all. We got Adam loading up in. She said free. I know. I have no clue what she was talking about. Chubb, are you voting for Trump? Okay, Chubb's not here. Adam,
I'm in this bitch. What the fuck?
hi. Are you voting for Trump? Okay,
No.
Adam, are you voting for Trump?
I actually had something I wanted to discuss with you real quick about Trump. If
I mean,
that's okay.
Are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Kamala. But
I
it just
appreciate
does
you.
have-
Adam, I'd love for you to discuss that with me in my Discord. I'd love that. But right now, we're just looking for debates with Trump supporters. Marley, thank you for the marvelous. Hi, are either of y'all voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am voting for Trump.
Okay, Charles, hop back in the queue. How old are you?
I am 25.
Okay, and why are you voting for Dipey Don?
Because he's pro-America. America first.
So he puts America first, but try to like overrule and literally stage a coup against our civil electoral processes in 2020 when he tried to steal the vote from Biden. He's America first, but in all reality, he's like rich white men first. Didn't really pass any policy that benefited the low and the middle class more so than rich people.
How come his sentence got postponed? Why did that happen?
For the felonies, because his lawyers probably made an argument and the judge accepted it. Who knows? Like they probably just postponed it till after the election.
Yeah, do you think that is just a hoax? They just got postponed they probably got postponed. You don't know why?
No, it probably just had something like his like Trump's legal team like probably just like threw like a wrench in the court, right? So it was postponed past the election.
You threw a wrench. Yeah.
So what was one policy that Trump influenced to get passed that you agreed with?
Well, not a policy ideas. I got some some of his plans I agree with.
Okay,
his plans I agree with. More border control, deportation, get all the crime that's, not defund the police. That's a big one.
Okay, so you're saying reduce crime. So we actually have lower rates of violent crime under Biden and Harris compared to under Trump's admin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then also you said
Where did you see that at?
Where did I see that at? FBI crime stats. Do you think that we have a border crisis right now?
Yeah, I mean, you see what's going on the news, right? You watch the news?
Yeah, so then you'd say that we also had a border crisis at the end of Trump's term because we have the same amount of daily crossings today as we had then per customs and border protection?
Wait, one more time? I'm sorry.
Would you say that we also therefore had a crisis at the end of Trump's term because we have the same amount of daily crossings now as we had then per customs and border protection?
So why all of a sudden it's just like everywhere now? Why wasn't it everywhere when he was in office?
I'm going to ask my question again. We have the same amount of daily crossings today as we had in January of 2021 at the end of Trump's administration. If we have a border crisis today, would you say that we had one then as well?
No, I wouldn't. I would not say that because I don't see.
So if we didn't have a border crisis then, how could we possibly have a border crisis now? Because remember, the amount of daily crossings into our country are identical.
Yeah, what were you doing in 2017? How old were you? What were you doing? Were you in middle school? Were you in middle school?
I was like 12 or 13. I was in high school.
Yeah, so you can't possibly know what the fuck we're talking about. So your opinion on everything is irrelevant, dude.
How many continents are there?
You were not an adult. You were not an adult. You were not buying groceries. You were not putting gas in the car. So you can't possibly know
Buddy, I'm infinitely more intelligent than you.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. How do you contribute?
Hype, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Saying happy late birthday, Dean. I appreciate you for the love. How do I contribute to society? By exposing your ignorance, literally.
Yeah, you're talking to a screen. Is that contributing to society?
Yes, greatly.
Yeah. All right.
Now you're covering your mic. Uncover your mic. There you go.
Oh, the E. Jean Carroll thing. I think
like to clarify first. Like, I actively contribute to society, right? Because it is the case that I come on here every single day streaming to thousands and thousands and thousands of people. It's not like strange for me to get like 100 to 200,000 total people watching my lives per day, right? Actively getting them to engage in critical thought about what they believe in and why on both sides of the aisle, right? And getting them to hopefully build towards a more constructive future, right? Because when we engage in critical thought, right, we come to the conclusion that there's no feasible reason that we should be voting for the grapist felon, wannabe dictator, and day one fascist that tried to religiously persecute Muslims while he was president into the office, right? And like getting less people to vote for Trump is actively contributing to a more beautiful, more grandeur, more progressive tomorrow.
You done? All right, so let's go
I
to
the heat on the stove is still on. Yo, Catherine, thank you for the $15 on PayPal for being more intelligent than the guests. Thank you for the love, Catherine. W's for Catherine in the chat. Thank you for the $15 on PayPal. Can you thank Catherine for the $15 on PayPal, buddy?
Yeah, thank you, Catherine, for shoving Kamala's dildo up his ass. Thank you. I appreciate that.
That was strange.
So let's talk about E. Jean Carroll. So I want you to stop, confusing the people in this chat.
That was just weird. like that was just like weird. That was like literally weird.
It's like you're a simp for her. You're like you simp. I don't get it. You know what?
God, I simp
There's
for
a lot of people that respect Parker more than you. I wonder why.
I simp for mothers of newborns to have $6,000 per year to provide for them. I simp for all 170 million American women and girls to have federally protected access to abortion. I simp for a protected democracy where our checks and balances, as are they supposed to be, with a protected constitution as well. I simp for a reduction in income inequalities. I simp for phenomenal, right, economic legislation. I simp for societal progression.
Yeah.
Is that an issue?
You're just not helping your case right now. Yeah, why would you trust a woman with no biological children to control what other women do with their body?
So I just want to clarify.
No biological children.
I just want to clarify. You don't trust a woman with no biological children to speak for other women, but you trust a misogynistic billionaire white man to enforce what women can and can't do with their own bodies.
His biological...
Joshua, thank you for the $50 on Venmo for dunking on the guest. Let's get 500 W's for Joshua in the chat. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much, Joshua. Thank you so much. Massive W's for Joshua down below. Thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Yo, do you have any kids?
That's none of your business.
Okay, so you don't have any kids.
Yeah,
so if pro-life legislation... So would you vote for pro-life legislation?
Oh, what if I did say I have a daughter?
You don't. So would you vote for pro-life legislation?
What happened? One more time.
Would you vote for pro-life legislation?
Yeah. I'm
okay,
against that.
so we shouldn't trust a woman without kids to speak for women, but we should trust you to speak for women? Crazy. Catherine, thank you for the $15 on PayPal for dunking on the guest once again. W's in the chat for Catherine. Thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love.
Am I running for president, dipshit?
No, what does that have to do with anything?
Okay then. Shut up.
So why can't we trust a woman without biological children?
Why?
Yeah.
Yeah, because she doesn't have any why? Of course.
Why is that relevant to how much we can or can't trust her?
Well, the Roe v. Wade thing is kind of crazy.
You're not answering my question. Why is that relevant to why we can or can't trust her?
Well, she doesn't have any biological children of her own.
And I'm asking you why that matters.
So why did she what
are you saying that women have to have? Are you saying that women have to have biological kids in order to have a voice in our society?
No, I'm not saying that.
Yeah, you actively are. That is exactly what you're saying, and it's crazy that you're going to say that we should vote the grapist, the womanizer, this guy that has sexualized little girls, boasts about grabbing women by the P-word.
That's what I've been trying to talk about. I wanted to talk about the E. Jean Carroll thing.
Yeah, so So would you ever vote for someone that's held civilly liable for violent sexual abuse or rape?
Yes. O.J. Simpson was held civilly liable. Was he innocent in criminal court? Nope. He was proven innocent in criminal court.
Yo, Christine, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, saying you keep schooling racists. I really appreciate you for the love. W's for Christine in the chat. Thank you for the $15. I really appreciate you for that. Thank you so much, Christine. You're awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah. Then one second. I have another donation to read off here. Thank you so much for the love,
Yeah, go
Christine.
ahead.
You are
Don't
so
call me.
awesome.
Don't
Thank
call
you
me.
so much. He did not like that racist comment. Yeah, then also Jocelyn with the $15 on PayPal. W's for Catherine and Jocelyn as well. Thank you so much. Jocelyn says, as a mom/woman, my uterus doesn't define you. Abso-fucking-lutely. Dude, W's for Jocelyn in the chat.
Your uterus
And
doesn't
John with the
define
$5 on PayPal. Yes, no, a woman's uterus does not define her.
What, you have fallopian
and-
tubes too?
Do I have fallopian tubes? No, I do not. You just seemingly lacked context clues to understand that was a message left for me by someone that had donated to me.
Right, so you're
Absolutely
pivoting now
ironic.
to your, donations. Let's continue on.
I'm
to the
pivoting
evening
to
show.
donations. I'm thanking people that
Yeah.
are donating to me.
But you're
Okay,
no.
so I just want to clarify that you would vote for someone that's held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse or grape of a woman. Would you vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for raping a little girl?
He wasn't guilty in criminal court, dude. There was no witnesses. Was there witnesses?
Yeah, we have 7 witnesses that
I'm asking a series
testified.
of questions real quick. I'm asking a series of questions.
After you
Alright.
answer mine, you could go for it. Would you vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for raping a little girl?
Yeah. But proven in court if he was innocent, dude. You're this shit that you got going on. That shit is not gonna work, dude.
So if you had a
Let me
7-year-old daughter,
Let me ask you a series of questions.
one last question. One last question from me.
Dude, no, you're gonna kick me.
If you had a
You're gonna kick me.
7-year-old daughter, and you had someone babysitting your 7-year-old daughter, and you figured out that this babysitter had been held civilly liable for raping
No, I
another
don't trust
7-year-old
people.
girl
I
that they
don't trust other
babysit,
people.
would you continue
There's
to let them
weirdos out
babysit your
there.
kid?
There's weirdos, man. I wouldn't trust anybody with my daughter. There's creeps out there.
Okay, so if your daughter played
Can I
lacrosse,
ask? Can I speak? Dude, you're not giving me no leeway, no leisure right here. Can I speak?
Marcy, thank you for the $20 on Venmo, saying
Here we
Native
go.
American lesbian foster mom. W's for Marcy in the chat. Massive W's down below for Marcy. I really appreciate you for the $20 on Venmo. And Daisy with the $10 as well, saying you love my channel. Thank you so much, Daisy, and Marsh, Lovey, and Casey. Lovey and Casey with the $5 as well. Thank you so much, Casey, for the $5. Lovey with the $5. Daisy with the 10, and Marcy with the 20. Thank you guys so much. W's down below. Go for it.
W chat. Yeah. W donations. All right. So was there any cameras?
No, it was the 90s.
Was there any witnesses?
So there was 7 witnesses in which had recounted the same story that E. Jean Carroll did, right? That aligned with medical records alongside E. Jean Carroll's testimony. Yeah.
Was there a rape kit? A grape kit. I'm sorry. Was there a grape
No,
kit?
there's not a grape kit.
Okay. So and you think a celebrity billionaire wouldn't there wouldn't be a crowd walking into a department store like if it was that's modern day Drake. Well, imagine Drake walking.
Colin, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. His IQ is in the negatives at this point. Dead ass. Thank you for the love, Colton. Massive W's down below for Colton. Thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you. I just want to say your comparison to Drake was great. Yes, Trump is like the modern day Drake.
Yeah,
Yes.
imagine
Yes.
that. Celebrity.
No, literally, that is the best comparison you ever could have made. Dead ass, dude. Phenomenal comparison. I'm so proud of you for the first good comparison.
Why do so many people know him and not Kamala Harris?
What are you asking?
I'm sorry, popularity wise. Why is he
Hey,
so popular?
how many continents are there?
Dude, there's 7. I hear.
Name 'em.
I've been watching you for a couple weeks, dude, and
Name 'em.
I've been waiting for this.
Name how many? Name the continents.
Oh my gosh, man! Come on, dude.
Name the fucking continents.
Africa, Antarctica.
You're muffling your mic.
Oh yeah.
I'm so sorry, guys. We're just gonna move on to someone with a little bit more abstract thought. How about that? I'm sorry. We're just gonna move on to someone with a little bit more abstract thought. I appreciate y'all for your donations today. What's up, Zach? Are you voting for Trump?
Maybe. I don't know. How you doing?
Okay. I'm doing all right, man. Well, I am just looking for people that are voting for Trump. I do appreciate you for coming up, though, man. Let's go to move on to our next guest, V. For the 5.4 thousand people hanging out with us, make sure that you're double tapping, sharing, and commenting, and hopping in that queue if you're voting for Trump. Spam Mac down below if you are voting for if you are voting for Trump. And also, specifically speaking here, guys, make sure that you're following this account. This is a brand new backup account of mine. So make sure that you are specifically following, y'all. Make sure that you're specifically following. We got our next guest loading into the live right now, so everyone just give us a minute. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
You know what? Can I say this? I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Because the people that are coming on here, they're not digging deep enough. Vice President Harris, I will.
I appreciate you for coming up so much. I appreciate you too. Chat, please show that last guest some love. I apologize for kicking you. You honestly sounded so incredibly sweet. I hate doing that. That's why I very kindly ask people that agree with me to not get in the guest request, because I hate doing that so fucking much. I hate kicking people. It's the worst. Thank you so much for coming up, though. You sounded incredibly sweet. W's for one love in the chat. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Also, guys, let's try to get up to 1 million likes. Continue to double tap. And spam MAGA down below if you want to come up and debate. We're still looking for next guest. Continue to spam MAGA. We got Zach invited up. Everyone just give us a minute. What's up, Jackson? Are you voting for Trump? See what I mean? Like, that's crazy. Continue to spam MAGA down below. We're still looking for our next guest. We got Nathan invited up. Everyone do be patient. Keep on spamming MAGA down below. We got another Nathan loading up right now. What's going on, Nathan? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am, and I'm 26.
Okay, so are you voting for the rapist, dictator, and day one fascist?
Because he gets the job done, and Kamala doesn't, and Biden, I know it's not about Biden, but I just want to say that Biden goes to Delaware and goes to his beach house and goes on the beach, and when Biden had pizzas at I think a gas station or coffee place, or with Kamala had stuff, like was there was literally no one. But when Trump had given pizza to people like at I think Five Guys or Dairy Queen, something like that, there was a whole lot more people.
Hi, Chloe. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I am.
Phenomenal. Feel free to hop in the conversation in a bit. So, Nathan, I'm under the impression that you talked to Parker last night?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Well, Nathan, I do appreciate you for coming up. If you've already talked to Parker, there's probably not much more content material that I could go over with you.
Yeah, I had a question. Do you think... I just had a really question. Do you think Kamala will win?
I think right now it's a coin flip. I'm going to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah. I appreciate you, Nathan.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course. All right, so Chloe, why are you voting for Trump?
So I agree with his morals. So basically the border, the stuff. I don't know if you can what you can say on TikTok, but the abortions. I think that shouldn't be legal. What else? I think that's the main thing. I think it's also because I'm Christian, so I don't think abortion should be allowed. Is
okay.
A huge deal for me.
Okay, Chloe, we have a couple things to go over here. So first of all, you said that you agree with his morals. He's cheated on 3 of his wife, 1 with a porn star. You said that you're Christian. What is he going to do? Die, raise again 3 days later, and bang another porn star?
Wait, say that again?
Yeah, don't worry about it. You said that you agree with his morals. He's sexualized little girls. He's boasted about grabbing women by the P word without asking first. He's boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls at Miss Teen USA to inspect their bodies. He has good morals.
That's I'm a Republican, so I agree with their standpoints.
Oh, geez.
So maybe not moral. Jesus. Maybe morals isn't the word, but standpoints, I would say.
Oh, okay. And then you're talking about abortion, and you said that you're pro-life because of your religion. What are the first 4 books of the New Testament?
I have no clue.
Phenomenal. So here's my issue. Christianity is inherently a faith-based belief. There's no external justification to say that your God exists over any other God or no God at all. I don't think it's wrong to hold faith-based beliefs, but I think it's wrong to persecute others with them. I think that you should keep your faith-based belief out of legislation, point blank period. The Bible has been historically used to justify slavery. I mean, the Christian nationalists that were running around 300 years ago were using it to justify the enslavement of black individuals. And I can't really think of a logical distinction between you using this book that you have faith in to justify taking rights away from women and them using the book that they had faith in to justify taking rights away from black people. So at the end of the day, I just think that should stay out of our legislation. I have no issue with you saying that you would never get an abortion because of your religious belief. I have no issue with Christians saying that at all. I just have issue with y'all inserting that into other people's walks of life. Because I could conceive of a book and say that I have the same amount of faith that you have in the Bible, but this book might say that men deserve more legal representation than women. And I'll just say I have complete faith that this is an order from the divine creator who's perfect and always right. What if I was to try to advocate for legislation on the basis of that book? See, that's not fair. The same way it's not fair for you to use the same Bible to do so with women's rights.
it's not like just that. I think it's like all people should have a fair chance of life, because at the end of the day, what's in your body is a clump of cells, which we're all cells. So I think everyone should have a fair chance of living. I don't think that you should, like, I know people say it's women's bodies, and yeah, like if I was to have a baby and me, like it's not my body, it's the baby's body inside of me. It's not my body.
Yeah, we're gonna see if you could beat the argument that Charlie Kirk couldn't. Yeah, do you think that women with IUDs are murderers because sometimes IUDs will kill a conceived zygote?
So I'm actually not informed on what that IUD is, so I have no clue what that is.
Where does conception occur in a woman's body?
The uterus?
Fallopian tubes. Where does a fetus develop?
The uterus?
Okay, you got one right. Yeah, and at what point in a pregnancy does viability typically occur?
What's viability?
God damn it. Okay. Yeah, how many weeks after a woman gets, how many weeks after conception occurs in a woman's fallopian tubes, does the woman typically know that she's pregnant? Or how early can she know that she's pregnant, should I ask?
I would say probably 3 to 4 weeks.
6 to 8. Okay, wow. Holy cow. Wow. Jesus Christ. What is plan B?
That's an after, like, you take it after you...
But, like, what does it do?
It, like, kills the sperm.
No, so it stops supplying progesterone, right, to the egg and the sperm, specifically either preventing conception or implantation once again. Wow. I'm just, how do I know more about these things than you?
Because I just don't use that stuff. I don't worry about it. I don't know.
Yeah, but like seriously, tell me what the issue is to just keeping this to yourself. Like, I could give you a completely confluent argument why we shouldn't care about the life of a fetus and why it's not valuable and why women should have access to abortion. But what if we were just to sum this up and say something simple as, you have your choice, you have your values, keep them to yourself, and let other women make that same choice for them. Like, easy. I mean, it prevents unwanted children from going into unready homes. It prevents 18, 19, 20-year-old boys and girls being forced into being parents. It prevents, higher rates of poverty, lower rates of employment, lower rates of education, because pro-life legislation forces young boys and girls out of school, out of work, to raise a child that they never wanted in the first place. It prevents higher rates of crime, drug abuse, SA, etc. from those children that weren't wanted in the first place. It prevents more people, more children specifically, from being thrown into the foster care and adoption system. That specifically is terrible. I mean, every holiday season I walk into a Walmart and I see a Christmas tree asking me to buy gifts for these adopted children because no one wants them. Do you see how it could be a good idea to say that we should just leave this up to every single individual woman? Nothing is inherently wrong with your beliefs as long as they don't infringe upon the opportunity or access to healthcare of others?
But there's also people who can't have children. So what about the people that can't have children and would like to adopt?
Well, I mean, yeah, no issue with wanting to adopt a kid, but there's a huge issue with, like, forcing women to be an incubator for 9 months against their will without their consent because someone else wants kids.
But you know those, like, repercussions whenever you're, like, getting into it.
Oh, yeah, okay. Like, engage in sex, they knew the risk of pregnancy, therefore the mother has an obligation to deal with the pregnancy, right? Is that your argument?
That, and there's also, like...
Let's touch on that one real quick. Cigarette smokers, they know the risk of lung cancer. If they develop lung cancer, should they be able to seek medical treatment to terminate it? Or are they kind of like the woman that knew the risks of sex? Should they stay obligated to sustain the life of that lung cancer?
I think those are two very different topics.
Well, I mean, what's the difference? Given, like, your logic here, I don't think there's any difference. You said because a woman knows the risks of pregnancy when she's engaging in sex, she shouldn't be able to terminate the pregnancy. Because a smoker knows the risk of lung cancer when huffing and puffing on the cigarette, they shouldn't be able to terminate the cancer, right?
Yeah, but offing a child inside of you is a lot different than, like, getting cancer.
Well, I mean, if you're saying, you're saying it's wrong to off the child because the mother's obligated to do so because she understood the risks of sex, right? But I'd say that's a fallacious argument, and just because you understand the risks of sex doesn't mean that you're obligated to pregnancy if it occurs. You can make an argument that it's wrong to off the child because it's morally valuable, but that's a completely separate and different position.
Yeah, I guess.
Can you name one piece of legislation that Donald Trump signed into law while he was president that you agreed with?
Nope.
Okay, could you name one piece of legislation that Biden and Harris signed into law while they've been president that you disagree with?
I don't even know what they did, honestly.
Quite frankly. And how old are you?
I'm 23.
Holy shit, crazy. Would you ever vote for someone that has been held civilly liable for rape?
If they were proven guilty, I'm not sure. It would definitely, I don't know, I'd have to think about it.
Okay, well, just go think about it. On your own time, we're going to move on to our next guest. Guys, if you're in the queue, make sure that you're voting for... Go ahead and get our next guest up in here right now, y'all. So everyone just give us a minute to get our next guest up in the box. Yo, Brittany with a $20 on PayPal saying my body doesn't owe anybody shit. Dead ass, Brittany. Thank you for the $20 on PayPal. W's for Brittany in the chat. Thank you so much for the $20. Let's go. What's up, Veronica? Are you voting for Trump? Veronica's not here. Guys, spam MAGA down below in that chat if you want to come up and debate. We're looking for our next crazy lunatic Trump supporter. So everyone give us a minute. We got Turbo. Oh, I got to sneeze. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no, I really need to sneeze, but I'm not sneezing. Oh, this is a terrible feeling. This is a terrible feeling. We get our next guest loading in. Oh, I like really need to sneeze, but the sneeze snapped. But the sneeze stopped. God, you're joking. Hi, Jack. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
So why do you want the tyrannical dictator on day one, womanizer, rapist to be the leader of America?
Well, I'm not voting him because of those beliefs. I'm voting on him because, one, I have my opinions on abortion, which I think should not be legal, and I don't know if he 100% supports that, but I just don't think abortion should be legal unless a case of rape, or grape, sorry.
Okay, all right. Why?
Because I believe you keep talking about, and how the last guest said, a woman has a right to her body, but I feel like the baby is not her body, and thus she understood
the fetus is a separate body.
Yeah, so it's like its own like living thing.
I know, but why do we care about that? Why is it wrong to kill? How old are you?
I'm 18. This will be
Were you
my.
born in?
Fuck you.
Yeah, that's a kid. Moving on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute for the 4.9 thousand people in here. Everyone just be patient while we get our next Trump supporter up in the queue. This is crazy. What's going on tonight? We have these little kids, these uneducated lunatics coming up on the live. Rage or Nick?
Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter.
Okay, why are you voting for Trump?
Because I think that he's going to do a lot better leading the country than Kamala would.
Okay, so true. So what's one policy that Trump influenced get passed during his first term that benefited the low and the middle class more than it benefited rich people? Out of curiosity.
Lowered the prices on everything that benefited everybody.
Yeah,
Not
so what
just the middle
policy did he?
class.
So what policy did he influence to get passed that lowered prices of
I mean,
goods?
I don't know the policy, man, because I don't sit on my
Oh,
computer.
because it
all
didn't
day
happen. He
and look
didn't.
at
He didn't
headlines.
fucking pass a price
Yeah,
reduction
bro,
policy.
The
He
prices
dunked
were
on you.
lower. What are you talking about? Prices were
Oh my
lower.
God.
Listen,
Oh.
let me speak.
Ellie, leave your
Let me
goggles.
speak for 30 seconds, and then you can have
Do
the
it.
floor.
Speak your
30
truth, eh?
seconds, and then you can call me stupid and do all you want.
Pop
It
off,
don't matter
baby.
which way you look at it, what headline you look at it. When Trump was in office, prices were lower. When Democrats are in office, the prices are higher on everything, gas. And everybody wants to blame Trump. Trump hasn't been in office for 5 years, 5 or 6 years. So how is anything his fault? Everything that's happening right now is 100% the Democrats. There's no way you can look at it. Okay, if you look at that, you can look at the headlines all you want, but it is their fault because they're the ones in office, not Trump. The world's
Okay.
not
So
screwed.
how did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
They might have not caused it, but they sure as hell didn't help it now, did they? Because guess what? We're still in inflation and we're still in debt. We're still not paid off our debt to China. That probably will never happen. But the gas prices are still through the roof. We can't afford anything we need. I go to the grocery store, a thing of milk's $5, bro. I mean,
Yeah.
just
So
look
we had
at
the
it.
quickest.
Just go outside.
So inflation was caused by the pandemic.
No, the
Inflation-
Democrats. That's
How
what
did they
is.
cause it?
They didn't cause it, but they didn't help it.
Okay. So inflation was caused by the pandemic. The pandemic onset inflation in every single country on the face of the earth, right? But yet the U.S. had the quickest response to it because of the Biden-Harris administration. We had the quickest rebound from the inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7 because of their policy that benefited the American people. Things like the CHIPS Act for American manufacturing, things like the infrastructure bill to stimulate local communities across the U.S.
Here you go with
things
them
like the
headlines
PACT Act
again.
those aren't headlines. Those are policies, you dumbass.
Okay, hey, guess what, dumbass? Kamala didn't have her policies up on her page till like a couple of days ago, or maybe a week or two ago. He didn't
I'm
have
so sorry.
no
Could we just
policies.
re-reference the fact that you just called like policies headlines?
No, okay, I didn't mean to say policies or headlines, but you read headlines 90% of the time, Dean.
Those are congressional.
Okay, I get it. But
Those are congressional bills.
I get it. Okay,
What the
I'm wrong
fuck
about
do you
that.
mean
I'm wrong
talking?
about that. Okay, hey.
God
hey,
damn.
Hey, don't cuss at me, little boy. Listen.
Oh, someone's getting upset. Do you need a Kleenex?
You're the one that's getting upset. You yell at everybody that comes on here. You can't ever have a civil conversation. We have a different belief than you, Dean. You hate us automatically.
No,
Why can't we just not have different beliefs? I understand.
yeah.
I can look at my side and see some of y'all's beliefs and be like, okay, because in abortion, I'm so wishy-washy about that. I think that a woman shouldn't have to give birth to a child.
Yeah, Rager. I didn't come out of the gate swinging. I came into the gate swinging because you called policy talking points.
No, but bro, come on. You do read Democratic headlines, and that's all you read.
Dear God, I haven't went on CNN, Fox News, MSNBC. For as long as I can remember, I don't reference those. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! You're so gross. You're accusing me of 1 second, Rager. You're accusing me of reading headlines. What's one policy Trump influenced to get passed while he was president?
You said.
God damn it! Oh, I read the headlines. Dude, the only reason you're voting for Trump is because he tells you to on Truth Social. Be so fucking for real. The only reason that you're voting for Trump is because you believe that the deep state is attacking him because Daddy Trump said so on his Twitter account in 2021.
I'm not even.
I read the headlines. Brandon, thank you for the $5 and I appreciate you for the love.
Listen to me. I don't agree with either one of them. If I would have voted anybody, it would have been RFK. Okay, that's who I.
So the other grapists.
Come on, man. I mean, come on, man. He had the policies, and he don't look at one side. He looks at both sides and think this is what's best for our country. He's not on either side. That's why he endorsed Trump, because the Democratic Party is so far from what it used to be.
No, they endorsed Trump. They endorsed Trump because Kamala Harris's campaign ignored him.
Democratic mouth. You can't argue with it when a liberal said that.
I would like to let you know that the particular reason why RFK endorsed Trump is because Kamala's campaign.
Because Kamala's stupid. That's why. Nobody wants her running the country, man. I mean,
okay. Could you give me any reason to believe that she's stupid?
I mean, she had no policies up for the longest time. She said that she was with fracking, but also with the Green New Deal. How can you support the Green New Deal and fracking when the Green New Deal contradicts everything that fracking is? She said that on the live stream or whatever it was, the interview with that lady. She said that I'm with the Green New Deal. She also used to be against fracking before presidency, but now all of a sudden she's for fracking. Tell me how.
Yeah, so once again, her values haven't changed. Her beliefs have.
No,
right,
yeah,
so you could
exactly.
you could hold the same value while holding a different belief insofar as what's going to be most conducive towards that value. I mean, like supporting like fracking here in the U.S. is actually probably a good policy in today's age for the reason that when the U.S. is producing a more predominant amount of global amount of the global oil supply, they're producing it cleaner, right? Because we have EPA regulations that other countries don't, as well as we have the most resources to advocate for a greener future. When we continue to drill, baby drill here at home in America, while also advocating for a greener future through things such as the Inflation Reduction Act, the biggest investment in renewable energy resources ever, right? We are considering all perspectives. We're still generating good money for the U.S. today while also fighting for a greener tomorrow, right? So you can support, right, a green future while supporting fracking now.
The Green New Deal. You can't.
I literally just explained to you how you could.
You can't, though. It contradicts everything. Go look up what the Green New Deal is.
Buddy, I just explained to you how you could. You could support fracking for right now because it's what practically makes sense while advocating for a greener future.
Practically. There's the key
word.
Yes,
practically. Yeah, that is the key word. Exactly.
Okay, my thing is, if her beliefs changed on that, what else are they going to change on? I feel like...
So if J.D. Vance's beliefs change on Trump's being America's Hitler in 2019, the same year she was against fracking, what does that tell us about J.D. Vance? Blown out of the water.
No, you didn't even
silenced or gagged.
5 seconds.
Silenced or gagged.
Can you let my brain process what you just said? I'm not a fucking robot, Dean. Okay, here's another thing. I just told you that I'm not really going to vote for either one of them because there's a lot of things that Trump did that I looked my own research.
Oh, W, if you're not going to vote for either one of them, we're going to move on to our next guest. I do appreciate you for coming up, though. If you're watching the stream and you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in the bio. What's going on, Danny? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
All right, and why is that?
Well, I got to tell you, Dean, the inflation process of the U.S. is going crazy. I got two 2x4s yesterday, and they were all $4 each. I got to tell you.
He's trolling. He's trolling. We're gonna go ahead and get our next guest, Pastor Kid, up in the box. He's trolling. He's trolling. It was funny. It was funny. That was funny. 2x4s for $4 each. For $4 each. I can't even make my voice go that low. Sydney, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. W's for Sydney down below in that chat. We're gonna go to get our next guest, Ebony, or we're probably gonna go hang out with Parker here shortly. All right, our next guest is loading into the live. Everyone, give us a second. Hello, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Oh, I so.
Afternoon.
Oh, I so.
My name is Wilda, and I'm calling because I'm voting for Trump. And my reasons are because of godly convictions.
Oh.
Whether it was Kamala or Biden or any other Democrat, I cannot support the Democrat Party.
Because God told you so? Did you have a dream?
He does speak to me in dreams, and that is nothing to mock about, is nothing to laugh about, especially when you believe in what the Bible says. And the Bible
So I just want to
declares,
clarify.
well, let me let me finish.
Go for
What the
it.
Bible declares is the following. God says in his word that before you were conceived in your mother's womb, he knew you. He had a plan for you. He had a wonderful life predestined for you. And when we think we can play the role of God and say, I don't want this child, just like they did on the first night of the Democrat convention, which broke my heart to see that 25 babies were aborted just because, not because they were raped, and they celebrated after the fact. A lot of people think that this is a joke, but talk to women who have had abortions, who cry for years because they know that that baby had a soul, had a life, had a plan and a purpose. And that is why we are fighting for the right to abortion clinics have ultrasounds to show the mother before she gets rid of that child that she can see that baby moving and what an abortion actually does. And no matter how young that child is in her womb, the moment they stick the needle in or the poison in or the acid in, that baby's crying, that baby's screaming, that baby's pushing back. And I tell you something, I have family members that took abortion and used it as birth control, and they're suffering today. I have my own grandson who almost was aborted. Can you imagine if you were
So do we just like
aborted
hold to misinformation now?
I'm sorry?
So you just like believe in misinformation? Like,
It
like
is not
the claim that you just made
misinformation.
about the baby is fighting
It is not
back?
misinformation.
So a fetus doesn't
Out of
gain the
everything
ability.
that you're speaking and the
fetus-
policies.
One moment, ma'am. Joshua, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Very campy way of telling lies for this lady. I appreciate you for the $5, Joshua. So a fetus doesn't gain the ability to deploy any level of sentience until they have thymocortical connections about 20 through 24 weeks. They can't scream and push back without sentience, ma'am. Second of all, you said that the reason you're pro-life is because of your Bible. Big issue here. What's the difference between you saying Bible states abortion wrong, therefore we take rights away from women, and white supremacists 250 years ago saying Bible says slavery okay, Leviticus 25:44 through 46, therefore we take away rights from black people? What is the
White
logical
supremacists
distinction?
years ago was the Democrat Party. That's who
appreciate
had
you for that.
slavery.
They were Democrats. Yep.
They had
absolutely.
slavery.
So would you like to answer my question?
So
I did not ask you what political party perpetuated
That- I
racism and
understand
slavery.
that.
So what's the
wonderful.
what's the difference between you saying Bible says abortion bad, therefore take rights away from women, and white supremacists 250 years ago saying Bible says slavery good, therefore take rights away from black people? What's the logical difference between those two
the
beliefs?
difference is that I'm alive today. I wasn't alive back then, and my choices are about today, who I'm voting for. And based on what I know the Bible says and is truth, and it was truth back then, just like it is today, I live today. And today I'm voting. And today
Okay, so
I will
you'd
not
say
have
that they were
anything to do with the
justified in
Democrat
using the
Party.
Bible to
I
so
didn't
you're
say-
saying that they
No.
were reasonable in using the Bible to justify slavery?
I never said that. I said I'm alive.
Okay, well then
today.
how
I'm
are they
voting today.
unreasonable? How are they unreasonable in using the Bible to justify slavery?
Because slavery is not of God. God's word doesn't say, God's word does not allow that.
Yeah, do you have a Bible on you?
It's
I'm guessing
unrighteous.
you do. Do you have a Bible?
I have many Bibles.
Okay, go get your favorite. Go to Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46 and read them out loud.
You want Leviticus what?
25 verses 44 through 46.
Leviticus 5.
25.
Leviticus
25 verses 44 through 46. 44 through 46. And read it out loud. Don't do that like read in the head, then spiral thing. Just read it out
No,
loud.
I don't need to do that. If it's in the word, I'll read the word because the word is truth. And we can't
Okay.
play around with God's word.
Great.
It says
You're
your male and
consistent.
female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them
Bequeath.
to your children as inherited property. And
But
can
you may
make
not
them
rule over
slaves
your fellow
for
Israelites
life.
ruthlessly.
But you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly.
Now I have more word of God for you to read, and then you could respond. Exodus 21, 20 through 21.
Exodus 21,
20 through 21.
20 through 21. And you're laughing because?
Oh God, because it's terrible how you like. I
Because
can't
it's
wait.
terrible because
I can't wait for how you're gonna wiggle your way out
and
of
if
this
a
one.
man smite his servant or his maid with a rod, and he die under his hand, he shall be surely punished. Notwithstanding, if he continue a day or two, he shall not be punished, for he is his money.
So not only
And-
does God tell the Israelites that they could own non-Israelites as human property for life, aka slaves, but he also
Okay.
said that you could beat them as long as they recover in a couple days.
And what is your point?
Yeah. So God supports slavery. Would you vote for slavery?
No, and this is in the Old Testament before Jesus came.
So is
When
slavery
Jesus
okay back then?
came, Jesus came to take care of all that was done unrighteously, so that everything that man did that was wrong, just like you finished having me read, when Jesus came to die on the cross for your sin and mine, that was all washed away.
Yeah. So was slavery okay
that
before
was all
Jesus
washed
came?
away.
So
No
was slavery okay
man
before
could live
Jesus came?
righteously. No man could fulfill the 10 commandments. That's
ma'am.
why Jesus came to die for you and for me. And he not only
So
spoke
was-
the 10 commandments, like he said of Moses. He said of Moses, the 10 commandments say that you shall not
Hey,
murder.
I'm
And
asking a very
Jesus
simple
said-
question.
and Jesus said, not only
was slavery okay before Jesus came?
we just read it that it was. And
So you'd say that slavery hasn't always been wrong?
well, obviously, if we read it and this was the case back then it was allowed.
Fuck. Okay. Would you say that genocide and ethnic cleansing are always wrong?
I'm sorry?
Is genocide and ethnic cleansing always wrong?
After Christ, it is, yes.
Oh, what about before Christ?
Before Christ, they lived according to a law.
So was genocide and ethnic cleansing always wrong?
Well, what do you think Noah and the flood was about?
No, genocide and ethnic cleansing. Same thing with 1 Samuel
What do you
15:3,
think Noah
where
and the
God
flood
commands
was
Saul and
about?
his men.
There was so
One
much
second.
sin.
1 Samuel. What does 1 Samuel 15:3 say?
Okay, you like to throw out the scripture, but you don't want to accept what the truth is, where the scripture. What do you think Noah and the flood was about?
Literally like drowning babies to death because their parents did bad
drowning
things.
an entire great generation because they were sinning. They were having sex with animals. They were having sex with each other. They were
Wait,
having
were the babies having
orgies.
sex with
They were
animals?
No, obviously.
Okay, so
no.
then why did God kill the babies?
Because it was a generation that were being raised that way, and it was in their bloodline.
Oh, okay. So God can punish people for sins that they haven't committed yet. So why didn't God punish Hitler for the sin of the Holocaust before he committed it by killing him, saving the lives of everyone killed during the Holocaust?
Because after Christ, let's go back to Christ on the cross, who died for your sin and mine, and for Hitler's. We have a choice whether we want to accept what Christ did for us or not. We're not robots.
Okay, I'm guessing
We're
you'd
not
say the people.
robots. You have a free will to choose whether you want to accept what Christ did for you or not.
Well, I'm
wash
guessing you'd
all
say
your
the
sins
people
away.
during Noah, but I'm guessing you'd say the people alive during Noah's times weren't robots. They had free will, but yet God killed the babies before they committed those
No,
evil
they had
atrocities.
they had what we call today, and we read about the Ten Commandments. Were they able to fulfill the Ten Commandments? Absolutely not.
So did they or did they not have free will?
They did have free will.
Okay, so did God take away the free will of the babies that he killed with Noah's flood?
No, they were
Okay,
just,
so God
it was
can
just
kill
a bloodline.
so God can kill people for sins they haven't committed yet without infringing upon their free will. So why couldn't God kill Hitler when he was a baby for the sin of the Holocaust that he hadn't committed yet? Because according to your logic, it wouldn't have infringed upon his free will.
You keep ignoring the fact.
What
that
is Jesus?
came.
What is Jesus coming? Right, change about it not infringing.
Oh,
upon-
everything. And
That
you don't
doesn't- that doesn't-
understand it because no
Mama,
man could
I would
live
like to clarify
according
here.
to the Ten Commandments. No
That
man could
doesn't-
live according
That
to
doesn't
the word.
change anything about God's
It sure
infringement
does,
or not
whether you
infringement.
want it to or not.
Okay, so if God could stop people from doing bad things without infringing upon their free will,
No,
before
not
Jesus
anymore.
came-
You have a free will.
Before Jesus came, God could stop people from doing bad things without infringing upon their free will. Why didn't God
No,
stop
they had
Adam
a free
and
will
Eve?
back then too. Adam
Yeah,
had
but-
a free will. He decided to
Jesus,
disobey God.
Okay, with all due respect, you're not tracking because Christians are inherently illogical. I'm going to make
No,
myself
that's
clear.
not true. I am tracking
so
and I'm
God
speaking the truth. You
punished-
just don't want to accept it.
God punished and drowned babies in Noah's flood, and that didn't infringe upon their free will, right? So God can remove and punish people without infringing upon their free will. So why couldn't God remove and punish Hitler without infringing upon his free will? Or if your argument is, well, that's well after Jesus came, why
Okay.
couldn't God stop Adam and Eve from eating
Was
from the
Hitler
tree of
here
knowledge
before Jesus
without
or
infringing
after?
upon their free will? That sounds like a special plea.
Was Hitler here before Jesus or after?
After, but what about Jesus'
Okay, thank
coming
you.
changed God's ability to remove or punish people on earth without infringing upon their free will?
Jesus came because humanity could not live a righteous life. So before Jesus, they had to sacrifice lambs for the sins of the people. Lambs for the sins of the people. And he said,
What does that change about God's ability to infringe upon people's
that
livelihoods
change-
without
would that-
taking away their free will?
you obviously don't want to accept what I'm trying to say to you. Back
It's
then,
illogical by nature. Ramen, thank you for the
it was a
$5 on
law.
Venmo.
Back then it was a law.
Does
then it was
God
a
have?
law.
Can God do bad things?
No,
Does God have free will?
God is God. God is
Does
the
he have free
same
will?
yesterday and today. Yes, he can.
So you could have free will while simultaneously not having the ability to do bad things?
He would never do bad things because God alone is good. He can only be good. Everything he has for you is good.
So I just want to clarify, you could have free will without even having the ability to do bad things.
yeah. If all you
So
are is good and everything you
why
have
did
for
God give
humanity is
us
good,
So one second, why did God give us the ability to do bad things if we didn't need the ability to do bad things in order to have free will?
Adam chose to disobey the Father when he
That's a bad thing. Why did God give Adam that ability to disobey him? Because apparently, according to you and your theology, you could have free will without having the ability to do bad things. So why didn't God just make Adam a man that could only do what's good while simultaneously also giving Adam free will?
Well, he gave him a free will.
Yeah,
When
but you could have free will
if-
without the
if and
ability
when
to
you
do
get to
bad.
heaven, you can
Because
ask
remember,
for that.
wait, Mama, you said that God can only do good things. God does not have the ability to do bad things,
God.
yet God has free will.
God.
God, yes. So you could have free will without the ability to do bad things, logically speaking. And remember, God is all powerful.
Yes, he is.
God could have created humans just like him to have free will without the ability to do bad.
Yes, he could have. But he
Oh
didn't
my
know that.
God!
Yeah.
So you just said that we could have lived in a world with no pedophiles raping children.
Oh, Adam definitely
One
could.
moment,
We
one
would have
moment,
been
one
all
moment,
living
one
a
moment.
wonderful,
No, one
amazing
moment.
life
Listen
without
to me,
sin.
listen to me. You just said that God could have created humans without the ability to do bad while still upholding their free will. So in other words, we could have had a world without P3 We could have had a world without child rape. We could have had a world without starving children. We could have had a world without anything bad ever. But God just merely desired for all these bad things to occur for some random trivial
Don't put
reason.
that on God. Don't put that on God. That's a shame you would even attempt that.
No,
God gave
absolutely
man
opposite of
free
God.
will. God gave
No,
man free
because
will.
remember,
right
you
from
said
wrong.
God could have. You just said God could have given man free will without giving man
He
the
gave
ability to
man
do
free
bad
will.
things. Without the
Right
choice
from
to even
wrong.
do bad
Even as a little
things.
kid, you know what's right and wrong.
Hey, do you hear what I'm saying? You said
Yes,
God
I
could have given
understand what
humanity
you're
free
saying.
will
I
without giving man
understand
the
very
ability
well
to
what
do
you're
bad things.
saying.
So if God could have given man free will without the
He did.
ability to do bad things, then why didn't he?
He gave them free will. The first thing he told Adam
No,
was,
no, no, no,
"I've
no, no,
given
no.
you
I'm asking a very
this."
direct question. We still could have had free will without the ability to do bad things. Why didn't God give us that version of free
He
will?
didn't want robots.
Okay, so was
You want
Jesus a
You wanna be
robot?
a robot?
Is Jesus a
I will
robot?
do everything you tell me to. I have no
Is
choice.
Jesus a robot?
No.
But he has free will without the ability to do bad things.
Jesus.
According to your own logic, he'd be a robot.
Right. Jesus chose to do all the right things.
Jesus didn't even have the ability to do bad.
Oh, yes, he could have.
Okay, so then in what sense is God all good if God has the ability to do bad things? Because that would mean, right, in one possible version of reality, God does do a bad thing, which would imply that goodness isn't a necessary attribute of his character.
God is good. Everything God does is good.
Wait, but is God necessarily good?
He is good all the
Is
way
he
around.
Is he necessarily good? Is that a necessary attribute of his character? Because if it's a necessary
it
attribute,
is.
okay, so a necessary attribute of Jesus's character was to be good. Meaning, if Jesus did a bad thing, well, that would be a logical contradiction. So it's literally impossible for Jesus to do a bad thing. Yet Jesus has free
Really?
will.
Did you
and
did
Jesus
you see
isn't a
how
robot.
he cried on the cross and said, "Father, why have you forsaken me?" And he cried, but he knew, and he even begged the Father that he didn't.
We're
he said,
using
"Do I
logic here.
have to
We're using
take
logic
this
here.
cup?
Hey,
Can
buddy,
you
we're
take
using
this
logic.
from
I
me?"
know it's strange to you, but we're using logic here. You said that God is necessarily good. Jesus is necessarily good, meaning Jesus can never do a bad thing, right? Because you cannot say that Jesus is necessarily good, yet Jesus can do bad things. That's a contradiction.
When Jesus was on the cross, he cried to the Father. When Jesus was going
You're
to
not
the cross,
responding
he
to the
cried
meat on the bone
Father.
here. You're not responding to the logical contradiction.
want me to say to you
can
that
Jesus do
Jesus
bad
could've
things or
said
can
no?
Jesus not do bad things?
So you want me to say to you that Jesus could have said no?
I just want you to clarify, can or
Yeah,
can't
he could
Jesus
have
do bad
said
things?
no. Of course, he was human.
Okay, so then
He
God's
left
not
heaven
necessarily good.
to become human.
So then
for
God's
him
not
to become
necessarily good.
human That we can overcome. And
Okay,
he
so
overcame
Jesus
to
could
say,
do
"We
bad
can do this."
things. So Jesus can do bad things. Jesus is God. God could do bad things. Therefore,
is the
God's
Son
not
of God.
necessarily good.
Jesus is the Son of God, and he came
Is
to
Jesus
earth
God?
to save you. Jesus, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are three in one. You are a
So
son.
Jesus is God.
You are
So
a
track my
brother,
logic.
and
So-
you are.
So track my logic here. Jesus can do bad things. Jesus is God. That implies God could do bad things. If God can do bad things, then in what sense is goodness an essential or necessary attribute of his character? Because if God even has a mere ability to do bad things, goodness is not necessary to his existence. This is like saying that 4 90-degree angles are necessary to the existence of a square, yet a square can have a 180-degree angle. Goodness is necessary to God's existence, yet God can do a bad thing.
God could not do a bad thing. He wouldn't want to do a bad thing. He came to save those who do bad things.
Phenomenal. And then that leads us into the issue. You're saying God cannot do bad things, as goodness is necessary to his existence. Jesus cannot do bad things, yet Jesus has free will, and Jesus is no robot. So God could have created Adam and Eve without the ability to do bad things, yet Adam and Eve could have still had free will, and Adam and Eve wouldn't have been robots. That's my point. Mic drop.
Say whatever you want to say.
Do you see how we could completely deconstruct
You
the
can
Christian
say whatever
worldview?
you want to say. And I will, you can understand it the best way that you can. I suggest to you that you ask Holy Spirit to reveal to you the truth, but it is impossible, as I came on this call, to say.
I'll never reprogram her. To be fair, it took me like years to reprogram myself. We're gonna go ahead and raid Parker. I really, guys, I miss the religious debate so much. I just had to have that conversation with her. Maureen, I really appreciate you for the $20 on Venmo. Raymond with the $5, Theo with the $5, and Aaron with the $2. I really appreciate y'all so much for the love. Yeah, I really miss like logically deconstructing the Christian worldview. That was good. Oh, I know that was great. Yeah, I love debating theology. I could rip it to shreds. Yeah, I love the religious debates. Yeah, they'll be back. Barry Fly, thank you for the $25 on PayPal for having the patience to deal with a god brother. It's learned. It's learned. But I appreciate you for the $25 nonetheless. So can y'all type Parker's @ in the comment section? We're gonna go ahead and send him a raid. Yeah, by the way, like for all my Democrats in here, for all my Kamala Harris supporters that are religious, once again, nothing wrong with religious-based beliefs. Of course, I disagree with you, but there's nothing wrong with religious beliefs. It's just wrong to use them to control others. Which y'all don't do. That's why you're a Christian Democrat. So, hey, everyone, head over to @Parker Get a Real Job. I will see you there in 30 seconds. So head over there right now, spam Dean Raid in the chat, let him know that I'm coming. I will be there to co-host with him for a little bit. And I will see you all over there very, very shortly. Spam Dean Raid in his chat.